Didn't you like that, Smag? Is my mic working all right? Did you not like that? Perhaps you'll like this one. And then we'll get into the nitty-gritty. Yeah, all fine. What about the background noise? I have filled the fish tank up. We won't like this one.
This God did not ask for prayers. He did not accept animals. Molech demanded something far worse, the ultimate sacrifice. Molech was worshipped across Ammon, Canaan, and surrounding nations. He was associated with fire, kingship, and absolute obedience. His power was believed to be proven through sacrifice. Followers believed Molech controlled national survival, victory in war, protection from disaster, prosperity at any cost. Molech's rituals crossed every moral boundary. A metal idol was heated from within.
Hey up, Spike.
Living souls were placed on its burning arms as offerings. Scripture condemned this worship without restraint. God declared, "I never commanded this. It never entered my mind." Yet even Israel's kings committed this horror. Molech worship represents total moral inversion, destroying innocent life to gain favor from a false god. Any system that demands the sacrifice of the vulnerable is not divine. It is demonic.
Demonic indeed. What was that link? Put the link in. Hope you all had a good New Year and good Christmas. I've been around a bit. Well, I haven't been around for a bit. Popped into a couple of chats. El Capitano.
Oh, aye.
Oh, aye.
You all right?
Aye, you? El
Not
Capitano.
pretty bad. What we got tonight then?
Oh, I got plenty.
Oh, good.
I've got to make a couple of clips and upload the clips.
Yeah.
As videos or something. Start doing some shit like that, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Oh, blunt.
Yep, the year of Fire Horse. Who was it that was meeting somebody? It was, I think it was at Putin's at the Kremlin.
Yeah.
And he said to mate, "It's the year of the Fire Horse." He said, "Are you a fire horse?" And mate, he said, "No, I'm a tiger." Let's start with a footy result. Fuck a footy. Fucking all those grown men running around chasing a little fucking leather ball, falling over. My leg hurts. Put half these football players in a rugby match, they won't fucking cope with it.
No.
So, yes, lots been going on, hasn't there? Lots been going on. Trump deciding to bomb Venezuela, attack Venezuela. Mind you, I've seen lots of photographs of Maduro, right?
Yeah.
And then I got lots of notifications and lots of messages saying, or reading the messages saying that's AI. That was when they arrested drug smugglers and they've just put his fucking head on that body.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another one where Maduro's supposed to have reached out to his daughter or something.
Yeah.
And it's not supposed to be kidnapped, so I don't know. Unless they show life, proof of life. You know, he's supposed to be on a ship, the USS something or other, Limey or something. I can't remember what it's called.
Iwo Jima, isn't it?
Yeah, he's supposed to be on a ship. Well, if he's on a ship, give him proof of life.
Yeah. But how has he been allowed to have been lifted from a country?
Well, exactly. It's against the new United regulations. You can't capture a leader. Can't capture a leader whatsoever, right? And he's been given it. Let me find one of his fucking recent tweets. Right? Let me find that a minute. Right? Saved. Trump's tweet.
So they've lifted him out and then they're going to take it over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until they put one of their own puppets in. So as they can control it all. Have all the oil, all the minerals. Oh, look at him.
Hello, Lindsay. Hello, Andy Pandy. I'm only going to say it once. Happy New Year to everybody that I haven't sent messages to and said Happy New Year to people. It's already the 3rd. We're already well into the new year. For some people around the world, it ain't a very happy new year, is it? No. Quite a few people have died in Venezuela. Innocent civilians again. Bit like Nigeria, innocent civilians. You know, when Trump decided to bomb Nigeria.
You've seen the charges, though, haven't you?
Yeah. Right. So, Nicholas Monduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York. Nicholas Monduro has been charged with narco-terrorism, conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, right? Cocaine importation. Well, he's been bombing boats after boat, 150 odd people he's killed so far. Art Osage, bless my heart, it has been done before with General Nagi in Panama. Yeah. So he's been bombing all these boats saying fentanyl. They went to the United Nations, right? And a silly little fat bloke that speaks for America in the United Nations goes, it's in the United Nations report, Venezuela, fentanyl. Well, then he goes into the 2025 report and says it's all in the 2025 United Nations report. So I went to the United Nations. I got the report. I even got the maps. I'll put them up in a minute. Venezuela isn't mentioned. Where's the map gone?
Certainly ain't mentioned for cocaine, is it?
No. Where's the map gone? Main seizures of methamphetamine. Covers meth. Latest drug trends. There's one map. Main routes for trafficking. Counterfeit Captagon. Where's trends in drug markets? Where's the map? There's one map. Number of unique nitazines detected in selected countries, 2019 and 2025. So Michael had to look up earlier on what nitazines were, because I didn't have a clue.
It's man-made opioids.
So number 6.
Opioids.
Yeah. So you got nitazines. So number 6, between June 2023 and January 2025, 458 deaths in the United Kingdom were directly related to the use of nitazines. 2020 reported 4 provinces in Canada and Quebec. Isotynazine, well, that's about 400 times stronger than heroin, that is. Was detected in 25 suspected overdoses. 2023, 320 deaths was the United States. Most of the overdose deaths were due to methamphetamine, and that was 190 deaths out of the 320 deaths. Brazil, where's this one? Well, identified. So proton nitazine were identified together with synthetic cannabinoids, MDMB, 40M Pinica, never heard of it, Butinica, never heard of it, and cocaine. In samples of Kush, a drug that causes significant drug-related harm, in Guinea-Bissau and Sierra Leone. So, where's this one? Dublin and Cork, etonatazine and protonazine. That was UK. Nitazines, oxycodone, and fucking the name that they give these fucking tablets. So that's Norway, that's Estonia, that's New Zealand, that's Australia, that's Malaysia. So 320 deaths in Yankee Doodle Land. Right, that's all about pregabalins. Latest trends in drug market, pregabalin overdoses. More than 30 countries. Asia, Europe, Africa. Drugs seem to originate mostly in India. Pregabalin. So that's there. Opioids reported in the UN ODC early warning advisory on NPS. Latest drug market. Near and Middle East continues to be most affected by trafficking and use of Captagon. Well, I mean, that was Captagon was Syria, wasn't it? It was under Bashar, and now HTS are doing Captagon. So that's those routes. Where's the other routes? The proper map, the one that I zoomed in on earlier.
So yeah, cocaine hasn't actually been mentioned across from there at all, has it? Until today.
Yeah. Until they come out with that Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi wrote that tweet. I'll put it up on the screen in a minute. So you got heroin there, number 1, Fentanyl is 50 times stronger. Proternitazine is 100 times. Isotretinoin is 250. And eternitazine is 500 times stronger.
Yeah.
So fentanyl is 50 over heroin.
Yeah. Try the Sackler family smiler, it says.
Yeah, I told you the Sackler family. They're the biggest drug importers into America. I keep telling Urban that. No, not that map. Not that map. That map. That map. Do. So as big as it goes. Yeah. So there's Venezuela. So you've got Colombia shipping to Venezuela. But where's the blue lines coming out of Venezuela? So you've obviously got Colombia, Condor, Peru, Brazil, Nicaragua, Honduras, Guatemala, Bahamas. What's this dotted line? So is this dotted line? So that's coming from Grenada, isn't it? But then there's a little dark line there. So where's the actual key for the map? Maritime river route.
All right, tight.
So a broken line, or that line there, is hotspot countries along routes. Main cocoa and cocaine. Is there another? Because they're all blue. So there might be a dotted line which goes from Venezuela or Grenada to Angola. And then the thick line goes from Angola to America. So why aren't they bombing Angola? Why aren't they bombing Dominican Republic or Jamaica? Why aren't they bombing the Bahamas?
Because they ain't got the oil.
Why aren't they bombing Colombia? Or Condor. I mean, look at Condor. Or Peru. You know, this is Paraguay, Chile, Argentina.
It's all about the oil.
So, from what I can see, I don't know about anybody else, I can't see any thick blue line coming from Venezuela in the United Nations fucking report. Venezuelans are celebrating today. What are there to be angry about? Hello, Mr. Dunser. Hello, Tyke.
All right, Paul.
Now, Venezuelans don't want their puppet, and they don't want Trump ruling them until they bring their puppet to come in and run Venezuela. I can show you videos of Venezuelans all on their motorbikes with all their fucking AKs. Garrett Steve, greetings from Texas.
They haven't been
Venezuelans finally get to enjoy their money. Well, you know, they tried to sell 2 tankers of oil the other day, and Trump decided to nick them and keep them. How many millions of barrels were that he stole? Can't remember how millions. Was it 183 barrels on a tanker? I can't remember. 183 million barrels. There's Trump. And glug, 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 glug. Well, there's only about 4 or 5 countries that haven't got the usury, that haven't got the global banking system. Venezuela being one of them. We gave up sterling. We gave up sterling, gave up all our country to America in the 1940s, World War II. We signed everything. We got rid of the sterling, the pound, because we used to trade everywhere in the pound, and we had to submit that to America. We had to give up all our gold reserves. We had to sign over all our colonial lands. We had to sign all them over to America for the lend lease, and then we borrowed 3.75 billion. And I think we paid 450. We didn't finish paying America back until 2005, and we paid 450 billion pound back to America for a 3.75 billion pound loan for World War II. And we had to give up all that stuff at the end of World War II for the 3.75 million loan. And then we had to give up sterling. We had to give up the pound sterling, because we used to trade in the pound. And we had to give it up to trade in the dollar, which 3.75 million of that money that we borrowed, 20% of it disappeared as soon as we give up sterling.
Yeah.
20% of that loan. Now that 3.75 was to actually give ration cards so that people could go and get food, because obviously there was no food. And because we imported a lot of food, it all had to come from America, and America was taking the money,
Yep.
So World War II, Judea declares war on Germany, but Churchill signs everything to America, and we got to go and fight for Judea. And at the same time, all the colonialism that we did, or colonizing, all the colonizing we did, we had to give we had to give America 99-year leases on everything. Viva Venezuela, viva Somaliland. Somaliland doesn't think so. Yeah, and that's another lie. I mean, that's a complete lie. I've got videos of people that live in Somaliland. Somaliland hasn't agreed to take in 1 million Palestinians, neither, like Israel keeps on saying. Well, that's right, Type. They don't really need the oil. They just want Venezuela to stop selling it. And they want Venezuela to be on the usury. They don't want Venezuela to have its own bank. They want it to be on the IMF. They want it to have its own usury, which is why they keep putting sanctions after sanctions after sanctions on Iran. And yeah, the Iranians had a peaceful protest. And then Mossad come in, which I've got plenty of videos. And then, you got twonks like Mayor Tusi showing videos that have been edited where they're chanting, but if you find the real video, there's no chance in the real video. You know, bit like the BBC and Channel 4 and CNBN and all the other news channels posting that woman's videos of Amsterdam saying that they were Amsterdams or Muslims or whoever going after the Israel, after what was the Maccabees, you know, and they all had to retract and they all had to state that it was the actual Maccabees that had lumps of wood. It was the Maccabees that took up the steel poles, you know. Then they went to, what was the next country they went to? And they got fined $7.5 grand and banned from all football matches by for 12 months by UEFA. Good video, Ulit. Has Ulit published a video?
Oh, he put a link up a bit further in the chat. This man's been on it.
This man's been on it. I have to get YouTube up to get that.
Do you want me to check it out?
Yeah. Where's my YouTube gone? There. This man's been on it. Oh yeah, James Lai. Yeah. $51.49. Where's my StreamYard gone? There. Move that. Present. Share screen. Entire screen.
It's at what cost, isn't it, Urban?
So yeah, this is James Lai, $51.49. Thank you, Urban. So we'll just review this a minute. You know, the first place they bombed was a mausoleum. First place they bombed was a mausoleum. And that mausoleum was the man or the leader that actually took America out of Venezuelan oil.
A lot of civilian targets as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what I just said. It's cost. What cost was it done?
From Venezuela. Is it because or is it because we want their oil? Or could it be because our greatest ally told us to? Let's find out.
Of course Israel told you to. That's why my, what's it called, is them arm in arm like a couple of puffs. Walking into Mar-a-Lago after having loads of private meetings. Urban, you haven't had no fentanyl. Go and look at the charges. They can't even bring fentanyl into the charges. I've just shown you the maps of what the silly American puppet in the United Nations said is all in the report. Well, I just showed you all the report, or part of the report. Right? Venezuela isn't even mentioned in the report. Lots of other countries are, but Venezuela ain't even in there. Yeah? It's all an urban myth, all absolutely fake, you know. So now they've had to say cocaine. They haven't even put fentanyl, you know. Pam Bondi hadn't even put fentanyl on the charge sheet. They put machine guns, I'll address it in hang on. Where are we to? There. All right. Cocaine importation, conspiracy, possession of machine guns. Why is a leader of another country not allowed to have machine guns? What has it got to do with Trump? What has it got to do with Trump whether they have machine guns? It's only cocaine. Giggle, giggle, giggle. But it's not fentanyl, like you keep saying, isn't it? Fentanyl, fentanyl, fentanyl. You know? Possession of machine guns and destructive devices. And conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices against the United States. Well, Venezuela's never killed anybody in the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of American justice on American soil, in American courts on behalf of the entire US DOJ. But hang on a minute, what about the DOJ killing Americans and American visa holders when they put them all in their little prisons where they had what's she called with the black hair with the white bits in it? But you've been urban, you can't change. You've been like Trump, fentanyl, 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 fentanyl. And I said, well, Venezuela don't ship fentanyl. And you've been arguing with me over and over again. It's on the wrong coast for fentanyl. Wrong part of the world for fentanyl production. And where do all the chemicals come for fentanyl? You answered it before. You know, where you live, China. China, China, China. You're just a plank urban. I see they're all out supporting Maduro. There she is, the little puppet. The Nobel Peace Prize. Who wants to lead. Fox News has gone full install our Nobel Peace Prize winning puppet now. Interior Minister Diosdado Cabello is in the streets and VP Delcy Rodriguez is in Moscow. Maduro may have been kidnapped by the US, but the key elements of government remain. Yeah, Trump and Netanyahu meet up and yeah. Next year's like selling the country to Israel, selling the country to America. Well, it's hiding in another country. She isn't even in Venezuela. Hiding in another country. The same as that Pahlavi or whatever his name is that wants to rule Iran. You know, the Shah. He ain't even in Iran. He's hiding in the UK. Mayor Tusi, the little puff, went and interviewed him the other day. Taking Qatar's money, innit? Or UAE's money, innit? So An indictment under US domestic law does not cancel a sitting head of state's immunity, and under international law, absent a UNSC mandate, the forcible seizure of a foreign president is international kidnapping, a violation of state sovereignty in Article 2, subsection 4 of the United Nations Charter. Tuesday is a puffo. Well, you know, whose money do they want? Well, you know, 1 minute they're taking Israel's money, and the next minute they're taking, you know, UAE's money, innit? And then you got, is it Saudi? Is it Saudi blowing up the UAE? I can't remember. I have to go through it in a minute. Right, where's that video gone?
First off, the high-level facts, just to catch us all up. They're telling us that President Trump and Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife were captured and flown out of the country early Saturday morning, confirming a, quote, large-scale strike by the U.S. that drew quick condemnation and concern from across the globe. They're also saying that Mr. Trump said in a press conference that the U.S. will, quote, run Venezuela on a temporary basis.
We're going to run the country until such time as we can do a safe, proper, and judicious transition.
So I guess we're running Venezuela now. I wonder what happened to no regime change wars or peace on earth. I guess those things went out the window real quick. Also, I just want to add what we did was...
How did he get from the ship to the Boeing? Where did the ship dock to put him on a Boeing 757 then? Epstein's cell is being cleaned, yeah.
Not only illegal in the sense of international law, but also completely unconstitutional because Congress, as far as I'm aware, did not authorize any sort of military strike. Now, Attorney General Pam Bondi has announced that Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, have been indicted in the Southern District of New York and charged with narco-terrorism conspiracy, cocaine importation conspiracy, possession of machine guns, and destructive...
Mad, isn't it? Fancy being indicted by a paedophile. But I suppose if you wear the small hat, you're allowed to be a paedophile, aren't you?
Devices.
Yeah, if you're the first Jewish president of America, you're allowed to abuse children, aren't you?
And conspiracy to possess machine guns.
Keep on causing all these distractions. Filling loads of the Epstein files with black pen. How many hours was it? I can't remember. And 20,000 hours of overtime they've paid colouring in the Epstein files in black pen. The FBI. Old wonky eyes. And he wants the FBI in the White House, wants their officers to be in the White House because they can save money. But they'll pay all that overtime and spend all that money on black marker pens. Huh. It is blunt. It is. 3 years old in one day.
And destructive devices against the United States. They will soon face the full wrath of the American justice system on American soil, in American courts, blah, 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 blah. I don't know how we can charge someone with possessing firearms in another country that's not even our country, especially given the fact that we do allow our own citizens to carry firearms. And also, we know that drug thing is complete bullshit. We don't care about that. I mean, Trump literally just pardoned former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez, who was a so-called cocaine kingpin who ruled Honduras. So what is this really all about? Well, the leader of the opposition party in Venezuela is this woman by the name of Maria Corina Machado. And Fox News is reporting that Maria Corina Machado is emerging as the top potential successor after Maduro's fall. And let's take a listen to what she has to say.
Forget about Saudi Arabia. Forget about the Saudis. I mean, we have...
Oh, look who's interviewing her.
Oh, yeah.
Another cocaine sniffer.
more oil. I mean, infinite potential. And we're going to open markets. We're going to kick off the government from the oil sector. We are going to privatize all our industry. Venezuela has huge resources: oil, gas, minerals, land, technology. And as you
because she said she'll sign the accords, didn't she, Jex?
said before, we have a strategic location, ours from the United States. So we're going to do this right. We know what we have to do. And American companies are in, super strategic position to invest. This country, Venezuela, is going to be the brightest opportunity for investment of American companies, of good people that are going to make a lot of money.
So basically, forget Saudi Arabia. We have more oil than them. We're going to privatize our entire oil industry for you. American companies will profit greatly. And this isn't some kind of conspiracy theory that I'm trying to peddle here. This is just a straight conspiracy because Donald Trump literally told us that was why we were going to Venezuela, and that is exactly what we're going to do.
Yeah, he slipped up here, didn't he? I think I played this the other day. He slipped up here.
Yeah, what was that? Getting land, oil rights, whatever we had. They took it away because we had a president that maybe wasn't watching. But
They took it away 100 years ago.
they're not going to do that. We want it back. They took our oil rights. We had a lot of oil there. As you know, they threw our companies out, and we want it back.
Okay, there you go. We want our oil back, whatever that's supposed to mean.
There you go, Urban, you muppet. Why ain't he mentioning fentanyl there, standing by his aeroplane, donated by United Arab Emirates? Was it the UAE that donated it? I can't remember.
And, when we do a lot of these regime change operations, I do think this is important. Natural resources, or the U.S. trying to hijack the natural resources of other countries, is usually a factor. But then when you dig a little bit deeper, like I've been doing for the last couple of weeks, we find that underlying a lot of these motivations, which are all true, there's also usually a shadowy influence pulling the strings. I'll just put it that way.
President Trump promised to get America, as you know, out of foreign wars, not start new ones. Would he be going against that promise?
He started 7 so far. Not bad, is it? 7 countries, but he promised to be, the peaceful president. Back me for peace. Back me for peace. He's bombed 7 countries.
If he did, in fact, go to war with Venezuela?
Absolutely not. If you're an American and you want Maduro to stay in power, man, have you lost your way?
Ask yourself, why are we about to go to war with Venezuela? You might think it's because of oil, which is always a factor. The real reason, I think, is because a certain other foreign country told us to, allegedly. This is reporting from the most popular newspaper in Israel. They say, quote, since...
Hey up, Max. Drop the link for you, mate.
I am listening.
Trump's a real American hero, yeah.
Hugo Chavez's rise to power, Venezuela has become one of the most hostile countries to Israel and Zionism in Latin America. His successor continued the anti-Israel line with even more intensity. Thus, Venezuela, which previously maintained warm relations with Israel and even purchased security technologies from it, became a center of hostile propaganda towards Zionism and the Jewish state. Yep, they want to get rid of Maduro to install this lady named Maria Corina Machado. She was asked, will you restore diplomatic relations with Israel and establish Venezuela's embassy location in Jerusalem as President Donald Trump did? And she replied,
kaboom, there you have it. Happy New Year, mate.
Happy New Year to you, too.
Oh, yeah, Max.
Hi, Michael.
I haven't streamed all over Christmas, so I'll say it tonight, and I ain't saying it no more times. It's the 3rd of January. We missed the New Year now.
Yeah, I did a bit of streaming, but not much.
I missed it. I went on a magical mystery tour. I think I did 138, 140 miles. I can't remember. How many miles is it, Michael? I can't remember.
It's heading towards 150, wasn't it?
Yeah, heading towards 150 miles, tour of Cornwall, chasing fireworks.
Nice.
Went down the Mousel. Was a bit devastated because I thought they turned the lights off for the lifeboat disaster. But apparently now they turn the lights off at 10 p.m. every night. So I'm going to have to go back down there again.
They had fireworks in London there, or what? Yeah.
Yeah, they had fireworks in London. We had good fireworks in St. Ives. I was driving around St. Ives, or driving around all the back streets, all the back lanes. Michael was squeamish. Michael was. We was doing it on video call. There was a couple of people watching on the video call. I turned down all the narrow streets. Go on, Michael.
Nah, no way.
I used to take a recovery truck down those streets.
I didn't think I was fucking claustrophobic, but looking at some of them fucking strips, no way.
Yeah, I used to take a recovery truck down there, 3.5 ton and a 7.5 ton. I used to take, most of the time though, I used to go down there with a spec lift.
Yeah.
That was a 5 tonner. That was 5 ton spec lift.
Yeah, you guys have got roads that are like back alleys here, you know.
Oh yeah, these are little cobbled streets. These are.
Yeah.
But somebody asked me on a stream the other day, do I know St. Ives very well? Well, I reckon the way I drove around St. Ives that night, I think I know St. Ives. seeing my gran and granddad, you know, bought their house in St. Ives and lived in St. Ives like all my childhood and all my adult life, and now my cousin owns the house. Yeah, so yeah, I think I know St. Ives quite well. And then we went for a tour around Cornwall on the way home.
Yeah.
Nice. I like the streets, but I don't know if I'd like to drive them.
Well, as like you said, Michael, you didn't realise Cornwall was so big, did you?
Well,
or is it just all squished together?
Everywhere is so far away from everywhere else, isn't it, down there?
Yeah.
Every little town or whatever, or is, 30, 45 minutes away or hour away.
Wow.
It's fucking mental.
Yeah, it's like when I lived in Sannon, Sannon Cove, yeah, it would be dull, overcast, and sea mist, yeah, and freezing cold with the sea mist, right? So you would be dressed for Sannon.
Yeah.
And it'd take you half an hour driving to Penzance. And you get to Penzance and everyone's wearing shorts and t-shirts.
Yeah.
And you're dressed for winter because you've just left Sannon. You know? And like in Sannon, the sea mist and everything don't burn off until after midday.
No.
So after midday you might be in summer clothes. But if you need to go into Penzance early in the morning, it's like, in the end I ended up wearing tracksuit bottoms and a hoodie. And then being able to strip your tracksuit bottoms off. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was freezing up here. It's -6.
Is it?
Yeah, but it feels colder. I think it's the artificial snow. Yeah, the snowflakes don't. They're not real. They don't look like real snowflakes. So
Right.
I'm going to take a thermometer and check the temperature of it. So I think it's actually below freezing, the snow. So because it sticks on your shoes for a lot longer than real snow would.
Right.
I could just be imagining it, but you know. And we're going to have a polar vortex. I think it's already forming, or they've already made it.
Right. So there you go. She wants to do deals with Israel. She wants to Venezuelan embassy in Jerusalem. So Trump reckons he's going to take over and control Venezuela until they install her. But I don't know how it is. I don't know. Yeah, I know they had helicopters flying in. I mean,
Well, they are the capital of the voting machines, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they built the voting machines, didn't they? That's why Trump's pissed with them as well, because they built the voting machines.
Yeah,
which Biden used to steal the election.
Yeah. Why should somebody else control the voting machines when Trump can control
them? Yeah. Where are we to here? And where's Urban gone? I mean, US aid was all over the drug networks.
Oh, I'd love to work for them.
Yeah, US aid. You know, they've been hydrating for the CIA, because the CIA are growing it all. Afghanistan, Cambodia, Laos. Vietnam, and they've had aeroplanes, you know, irrigating all the crops.
Nice.
The CIA have been having planes flying, the aircraft flying and watering all the crops from, you know, to save them drought.
Oh, that's nice of them, you know.
Yeah.
That's just
no. So why ain't he having to go to the CIA? Why ain't he taking the CIA out?
That's just charity work there, right?
Yeah. What we got? Share screen. What screen am I on? That screen.
Okay.
Okay. Pues llámame mamá. Vamos bien, Michi. Vamos bien.
Venezuela, Garrett.
Yeah, Venezuela, they got oil, they got minerals.
Yeah.
All.
Se escuchan helicópteros. Son las 1:58.
They got a good climate for growing opium. Or cocoa. Grow those cocoa leaves.
Yeah.
Everybody in Congress seems to love cocoa leaves.
Yeah. Well, they chew them, don't they?
Yeah. Chew them, snort them, whatever way you can get them in you, it's all good. Right? Is cocaine grown in Venezuela? I wonder. Let me check that out.
Ay, mamá, mira otra. Ay, mamá. Apaga la luz, apaga la luz. Ay, carajo. Carajo. Shit. Apaga eso y apágalo. Mamá, tremenda explosión. Sí, mamá. Para allá, amiga. No, cuidado con el teléfono.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so they're not typically known for growing it, but processing it and
mad, isn't it?
Process and distribute cocaine. Who are they hitting? Is that
yeah, that's Venezuela.
Holy crap.
Loads of civilians.
Yeah, did he give anybody any warning or
no?
No?
No.
No. That's a huge explosion for going after a drug dealer or two. Is he taking out buildings or?
Well, one of them was a mausoleum.
Taking out.
And it was the mausoleum.
Like that looks like some pretty heavy duty fucking ballistics.
Yeah, and the mausoleum was of the leader that actually took Americans' oil rates away from Venezuela in the first place, and he hit that. That was one of the first bombs that went off the mausoleum.
Wow. Yeah, how many ton bombs is he using? Because that looks like huge. That's not targeted fucking strikes.
That's the helicopters.
Oh, they could do so much better. Why are they not doing so much better? That's fucking horrible. Where's their fucking lavender system? Fuck. Or the Gotham system, I mean.
Or Palantir.
Well, yeah, the Palantir has the Gotham system.
Yeah.
Which is a command and control system, and they should be able to target down to the individual.
Yeah, well, Palantir, most police forces in the UK use Palantir now.
Yeah.
And what people don't realise is when they're using the Palantir, right?
Yeah.
It can track everywhere you've been. It can track you. It can track every bank transaction you've done.
Yep.
What you bought, what you spent, who you've texted.
Yeah.
It can track everything.
Yep.
The Palantir system.
That's right to a digitwin.
Yep.
They can track where you've been anytime, anywhere.
Yep.
So why are they using these gigantic bombs? Like at least when they targeted in Iran, the leadership, they took out, an apartment, not an apartment building. And they have the capability to do that everywhere.
Yeah, that was all in Caracas, that was.
Yeah, that's just indiscriminate killing. That's
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. But it's built up areas, like.
Oh no, Rob! If U.S. wanted to take Canada over, it'd be pretty much done. We're all along the border and pretty much unarmed. Not completely, but close to it.
I believe that a few minutes before 2 a.m., at least in the part of Caracas where I live, which is downtown Caracas, the electricity went down, and immediately explosions and aircraft noise was, I hear that. And a few minutes later, I managed to dress up and go outside. And
November man, happy New Year, mate.
In life since that moment.
November man, good to see you.
Paul.
And Paul. Yeah. Rob, good to see you.
Yeah, this is a fake picture, AI.
Who's that in the middle supposed to be?
That's supposed to be Maduro.
Okay. Being taken in.
It's a photograph. Yeah, it's a photograph of Mexican drug traffickers captured by DEA with Maduro's image superimposed on it. I've just played the footage.
Yeah. Everyone has a
I believe. I believe that a few minutes before.
There's the helicopters there. There's another video up there with helicopters in it as well. She's on a proper ranch here, so I wish I could understand the language.
Que viva Venezuela libre, camarada. Que viva Venezuela de los patriotas. La Venezuela revolucionaria.
I want Trump to come and liberate us. I'm sick of this Monduro government. Trump, come and save us.
So she's on a proper rant. Everybody's cheering for her. And what she's shouting is they are massacring a people who have fought for justice, for decent housing, for the right to food, after they took everything away from our children. The USA is not the world's police. This is not a president. It is a dignified people. The Venezuelan people take to the streets to protest against the terrorist attack and the kidnapping by the USA against the government that is an enemy of their interests in order to plunder the oil and minerals of the country. That's what she's screaming.
Yeah, sounds all right.
So troops are now on the streets, but it's a bit late, isn't it?
What are you going to do again if you haven't got any attack helicopters? Suppose you could use some. Do they have any? Don't look like they have any type of a defense.
Mira esa mierda, explotaron ya toda esa mierda, porque tú me estás explotando. Marico, se prendió el peo en esta mierda, yo.
Maybe Russia or China will give them some weapons.
Yeah.
Mira, pero ven acá, no se metan para acá, no sabemos qué hay ahí que se está quedando.
I don't know what they bombed there.
The fuel depot. Chemical.
But you can see the phosphorus grenades coming down, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, and phosphorus is banned, but they still use that.
Mira, pero ven acá, no se metan para acá, no sabemos qué hay ahí que se está quedando.
Go away.
So what they say they're bombing is an air base.
Yeah. Is that Trump's ass liquor?
Yep. Well, that was a fucking quick war, man. Wait, Smiler, that footage you were just playing.
Yeah.
Just a minute, go back to it. I was going to ask you, this is what I came up to ask you and what I was going on about. What was that? Yeah, that one. What was that?
I don't know.
Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Yeah, it was. I was wondering, is that just like kind of like flares?
Well, no, they're throwing down phosphorus grenades. Yeah, of course they have in November. How do I know it? Because I'm ex-military.
So you're saying that's phosphorus grenades?
Well, it's phosphorus. Yeah, that's phosphorus bombs, that is.
So that's what that is. The things that look like fireworks, they're phosphorus grenades.
Yeah, it's phosphorus, yeah.
Oh, I don't know about that, but anyway, I'll take your word for it. Anyway, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Yeah. How you doing, Michael? How you doing, Matt?
All right, mate. You?
Yeah, not bad. Same old.
Looks like it's coming up instead of going down in that picture, though.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
It does. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it's going up, doesn't it?
Going up, then coming down. This was the thing I was wondering. What the fuck is that?
Let's play it again.
Play it again, Slam, in slow-mo.
Yeah.
I can't play it in slow, though.
Oh, yeah.
No.
No, it could have been from before. No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like they came up from ground and then went around. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that come up.
Yeah.
And come down. Yeah.
So what is it, like a bomb? Like you drop a bomb and it explodes all these other things around? Or is that being fired from the ground up?
Don't know.
Some kind of smoke flare to interfere with
Targeting?
visibility?
Maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. But yeah, I see what you mean there, Urban. Yeah.
Yeah, the noise of it as well. It sounds like a firework, doesn't it?
It does. Is this like partly hoax here or something? Or
Yeah, well, I found it a bit weird.
yeah, what's the pop, pop, pop? Going up to like a repeating rifle.
What do you think about like maybe a deal was being done and they got him out there, like the meeting between Putin and Trump, and they kind of probably agreed to, you won't get involved if you let me take, because if you let me take Venezuela, I'll let you take Ukraine.
No, he don't want Ukraine. He just wants Donbass.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But you know what I mean. Yeah, I've heard that going around a lot. But I woke up at like 2 o'clock in the morning for a piss, and I had a fucking notification come up from Agenda Free TV, like Trump's invaded, something along them lines. So I switched it on, and then they showed this footage, all the updated footage as it went on, and then about an hour and a half later, Trump had announced he had captured Maduro. Like within an hour and a half or so, 2 hours.
Yeah, they caught him in his bedroom.
That's fucking insane.
Why hadn't he arrested any of the US aid workers? Why hadn't he arrested Soros? Why did he let Soros get away? Why is it, because here we go. Right.
Is there then some kind of tit for tat like that happening in South America right now to allow drugs to come into the United States?
USAID actually bought 2 CIA proprietary aircraft for the CIA mercenary army in Cambodia and Laos from Air America and Continental Air Services, which obviously are CIA proprietaries, as we now know. It was not known at the time. That's what allowed them to transport the drugs from Cambodia into Vietnam in order to sell them retail onto the market. So USAID paid for them to buy CIA airlines. And USAID, of course, is all over these drug networks. USAID was caught spending hundreds of millions of dollars irrigating all of the heroin,
Irrigating, that was the word I was looking for, wasn't it? not watering the poppy fields.
Yes. It's hard to squint and look for a drug network that USAID is not directly or indirectly capacity building and providing financial support to. This gets that sort of ugly picture about the role of drug money in proxy wars.
That's quite an interesting thing I just sent you.
Yeah, where you send that to?
In the back.
No, I agree with you though. Soros definitely needs to be arrested. Trump definitely needs to start arresting some of these big boys, man. We've got over here. Need to start arresting some judges as well.
What we know about US strike that captured Venezuela's Maduro, Washington. The United States carried out lightning military strike on Venezuela early Saturday, capturing President Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, and spirited them out of the country. American officials say the pair will face narco-terrorism charges in US courts. The overnight operation left Venezuela reeling with its leadership uncertain and details of casualties and the impact on its military still to emerge. Countries across the region and wider world were absorbing the destabilizing implications of the apparently unilateral US action. Here's what we know and what we don't. Rising US pressure, then an overnight attack. Explosions rang out and low-flying aircraft swept through Venezuela's capital, Caracas, early Saturday. At least 7 blasts were heard in the attack that lasted less than 30 minutes. The targets appeared to include military infrastructure. Smoke was seen rising from hangar of a military base in Caracas. Another military installation in the capital was without power. Trump said in a social media post that Maduro has been, along with his wife, captured and flown out of the country. Venezuela ruling party leader. So how can he be flown out of the country if he's on a fucking USS, whatever the hell it was called? He was on a ship. Well, he got flown out. He got flown out by helicopter to a ship, did he?
Must have done.
Venezuelan ruling party leader Nathan Fernandez told the Associated Press that Maduro and Flores were at their home within the FTTE in a military installation outside Caracas when they were captured. Venezuela officials said that people had been killed, but the scale of casualties were unclear. The attack followed months of escalating pressure by the Trump administration, which has built up naval forces in the waters of South America, and since early September has carried out deadly strikes on alleged drug smuggling boats in the eastern. Why ain't they putting in what Trump's words were? Fentanyl, fentanyl, fentanyl. You know, because they can't now, can they? But none of his posts are, you know, going to disappear, are they? You know, none of my live streams where Urban's going fentanyl, 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 and now it's cocaine.
It's not much better, is it? Still narco-terrorism.
Well,
fentanyl and cocaine are two totally different drugs, and like I said, fentanyl comes from the wrong side of the coast, wrong side of the fucking world.
Yeah, I don't know how reliable that map is that you showed us, though. Like
that's the United Nations report that America said. Go and read the 2025 United Nations report on drug smuggling.
But when you've got boats coming in with like 4 fucking 250 horsepower engines on the back of them, they're definitely not fucking fishing boats, are they?
Well, we got boats working out of St. Ives that have got 500 horsepower engines on them. 250.
Yeah, but you're talking about massive fucking operations. We're not talking about silly little fucking Caribbean fucking fishing boats with a couple of fleets of nets on them.
Most of them are on big catamarans.
Yeah, big catamarans, not little fucking. What do they call them? What do they call them? Not punts. God, begins with an S and a C. A
schooner.
Schooner, that's it. Yeah, little fucking Caribbean style schooners. Anyone who thinks they were fishing boats, I don't know, either dumb or just being disingenuous.
Well, that style of boat does have a fish hold in the bottom.
Yeah. And the report's coming out because they've got no evidence of any drugs on any of those boats. They've shown no evidence of any drugs on those boats. They've shown no evidence whatsoever, except for it's a fast-moving boat, so we'll just bomb it. They've shown no proof or evidence, eh?
There's no evidence to show they were fishing boats either.
There's a lot of parents have been crying about their sons being killed.
Yeah, probably fucking drug mules.
Are they though? You know,
I would say
I used to put my nets down for a 3-day lay down. Yeah, so I used to go and shoot all the gear, turn around, steam back to Falmouth, stay home for 3 days, go to work doing mechanics for 3 days, and then go back out empty and go and haul all my gear.
You used to set your net. You used to soak your nets for fucking 3 days.
Yeah, monk nets.
Oh, monk nets. What size? Yeah. What size were they? What size?
10-inch mesh.
It's all right. Yeah, you wouldn't.
Hung every third mesh.
I was going to say if it was like 4-inch or 3-inch, fuck, you must have killed a lot.
No, they're gill nets. They're drift nets. So I didn't do gill netting.
No, the big like skate nets style.
Yeah. Well, monk nets. They're called monkfish nets. Monk nets.
We didn't get much monk up where we. I've never seen what monkfish nets are like. Are they trammels?
No, single net.
Yeah, single. Okay.
Yeah, single net. Hung every third mesh.
Well, as somebody who knows a bit about fishing and knows like these fishing boats in like the Philippines and stuff like that, I would say that they weren't fucking fishing boats. The ones that got fucking blasted.
Good chance.
And how would you know that fentanyl isn't coming up through them channels? Because it's coming from somewhere, isn't it?
Okay. It ain't coming from Venezuela because it's in the United Nations report.
The United Nations ain't something to be fucking take as gospel anymore, is it? They don't like America. They don't like the West. It's quite obvious.
Well, no, America actually sat there in the United Nations, the little fat man, I can't remember what he's called, right? And said, go and read the UN report. So I have read the UN report. Well, I'll put it back up again in a minute.
I don't know, man. I reckon fucking there's drugs coming from them. And we just got to wait because they're going to be tried and then we'll see the evidence then. Because at the moment it's classified, isn't it? They can't put it out at the moment whilst they're conducting this operation because, you know, it'll fuck the whole operation up. So they can't exactly put out information to prove that they can't put out the intelligence that they've got at this stage, can they? Because it's an ongoing operation. But they are going to have to release some of it when they try Maduro, and then we can make our judgment then.
The United States does not recognize the jurisdiction of International Criminal Court and the legal implications of the strike under U.S. law were not immediately clear. The Trump administration maintains that Maduro is not a legitimate leader of Venezuela and claims he has effectively turned Venezuela into a criminal enterprise at the service of drug traffickers and terrorist groups. Mike Lee, a U.S. Senator from Utah, said on X that the action likely falls within the president's inherent authority under Article 2 of the Constitution to protect U.S. personnel from actual or imminent attack. But some Democrats were more critical.
They're going to have to prove it, that's for sure. America are going to have to prove it at some stage. And then... But even if they can't prove it, who's going to take them? Who's going to take America to court over war crimes against humanity or whatever? Who's going to do that? Which body?
Don't know.
Because I don't think America recognises.
There you got Trump with another scab there, Mealy. You know, sold Argentina to America for a loan, like Churchill did to the UK.
They're writing their own rules as they go along, aren't they?
Mm.
Yeah, so do Russia, though. So do China. The ICC and the ICJ ain't for the superpowers, are they?
How did Russia? Russia was a special military operation.
Yeah, so is this.
Man, a special. That's a coup. It's a coup. Coup d'etat.
I don't know, man. I think Venezuela's going to be better off for this.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
Was it not better before when they had American involvement drilling their oil for them?
Why? They've managed to produce their own oil for all these years.
Yeah, but the money wasn't funneling down to the people, was it?
Trump's just stolen 2 fucking tankers.
Yeah, because they're under fucking.
He tried to steal one of Putin's the other day, and Putin told him fuck off.
No.
Putin started, instead of flying under flag of convenience, Putin started flying under the Russian flag. And if anybody in it's international waters. You can't attack a boat in international waters. You know, he's taking a leaf. He's taking a leaf out of Satanyahu's boat, and Satanyahu. You know, attacking boats in international waters. You know, they bombed a fucking fisherman the other day in Israel, off the coast. You know, and 2 other fishermen had to retrieve the fucking body.
Jesus.
They didn't get bombed? They usually like to bomb the rescue people.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Did you see? Do you know there? I think there's like the curse of George Galloway. He always speaks shit, doesn't he? And then a couple of fucking hours later, the exact opposite happens to what he says. At the fucking detriment of the, what do they call it? The axis of resistance.
Podemos reportar que varias unidades de transporte civil fueron destruidas y creo que las imágenes son bastante claras al respecto. Vamos a meter un poco más el zoom. Ajá, ahí lo tenemos. Una unidad que fue destruida, en este caso un autobús rojo. Tenemos otra unidad que también fue destruida y otra unidad de transporte civil. Es importante destacar lo que fue la afectación causada por este ataque en la madrugada. De hecho, para que ustedes tengan una idea de la fuerza que tuvo este ataque, podemos ver la reja. Esto que ustedes ven aquí son las esquirlas, producto de la deflagración de los explosivos, que literalmente no solamente causaron este tipo de muescas en el metal, sino que inclusive arrancaron la reja en este sector.
Blew the fence out as well. Look.
Y de hecho toda la vegetación que ustedes ven acá fue la que fue, si se quiere, arrastrada, ¿no?, por la potencia de los explosivos. Más allá inclusive tenemos un poste que fue arrancado de cuajo, precisamente por este fenómeno que les estamos comentando de las esquirlas de los explosivos que fueron utilizados en la mañana.
Well, that doesn't look like a civilian target, does it? He was showing there was a military vehicle there, so it's probably some kind
That
of...
was air defense vehicle.
Well, that got took out. Yeah, that's a legitimate target, right? Yeah, targets.
No, that's Saudi Arabia.
Oh, is it?
That's Saudi Arabia airstrikes targeted convoys of forces backed by the UAE in Al Quat.
Yemen.
Yeah.
What? Don't mean to laugh.
Former CIA director Mike Pompeo openly admits Iran riots are not authentic but coordinated by local Mossad agents. Oh yes, this is Iran, so they arrested a load of protesters there. So he jumped into Iran now, look. These thugs are dishonouring the memory of George Floyd, and I won't let that happen. Just spoke to Governor Tim Walz and told him that the military is with him all the way, any difficulty, and we will assume control. But when the looting starts, the shooting starts. Thank you. That was 2020. So it's all right for Trump in 2020 to say that, you know, the George Floyd lot, Black Lives Matter, you know, when they start looting the shops, then the shooting starts. It's all right for Trump to shoot protesters.
Yeah.
But Iranian shooting rubber bullets and then having Mossad on the street, and I'll show them in a minute, Mossad with pistols, 9mm pistols and Kalashnikovs.
The difference is, did any Black Lives Matter people get shot by military? They didn't, did they?
3 of them got shot by somebody else, though, didn't they?
Yeah, but that's not the military, is it? Under command of Trump.
And you got Tom Cotton backing it. Yeah, he's had £1,576,467 of Israel lobby. I support President Trump's strong stance against the Ayatollahs who have tormented their own people just like they've killed Americans for 47 years. If Iran shots and violently kills peaceful protesters, why don't they fucking proofread their own writing? Yeah, what a thick twat. That's written by Donald Trump, that is.
I doubt it.
It's Donald Trump.
One of his team, man. It's not him. I know people like to think of him sat on his toilet at 4 o'clock in the morning, jumping on X and chatting shit, but I don't actually think it's him.
He says nobody else writes his tweets for him.
Yeah, he says that, but you must have a team. See, I've been busy. I haven't really been following the Iran shit. So what are they suggesting that the RIGC or whoever they are shooting protesters now? Is that what they're saying?
No, it's nothing to do with the IRGC.
Or who's against? Who are the protesters against?
You got Mossad protesters and people being paid to protest against the Ayatollah.
Yeah. So the ones who were protesting against the Ayatollah,
they're the ones doing the shooting. They're the ones that have done the shooting and stabbing.
Okay.
It was actually a Mossad agent that did the stabbing. Yeah, and apparently they've been eliminated now. I think 18 people have been eliminated by Iran.
Well, what's to say they weren't actually protesters?
Well, Iran doesn't really care.
I mean, look at this guy, right? A guy was shouting offensive slogans against Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, when other Iranians intervened and pulled him to side. The guy got scared and pissed his pants.
Yeah, they fucking kill you there. They don't mess around. You go fucking, you go awry there. Not the place to really do that.
It's not a good thing, though, is it? Really, if you're going to protest and they're going to fuck you up real bad, that's not a nice state of affairs, is it? Maybe they should be liberated.
So this woman's fucked. She's had it. Down here, look.
Are they stabbing her?
No, she's been.
Being great.
Doesn't this prove the point, though, that maybe the general population have had enough of this kind of behaviour?
Hang on, I'll tell you what it's about in a minute. So you've got all the police there just arrested her, right?
Yeah.
Iran's Minister of Intelligence arrested a woman reportedly in contact with foreign agencies in Nishpah, near Mashhad. She reportedly was a communication hub collecting videos from field agents and sent the videos to hostile networks in exchange for money. She was also responsible for hiring of forces to sabotage and attack government sites. So they intercepted her. I mean, she probably sold clips to Mayor Tusi. Mayor Tusi probably played them. Because he was sitting on his live stream saying, I'm just waiting for a video to come in. I'm just waiting. Oh, it's just dropped. And then plays his video, And she was sending out videos of their little Mossad agents. New York Times admits US behind strikes on Russian oil production and shadow fleet ships. New York Times in this article, the separation inside the unraveling US-Ukraine partnership admits that while the US posed a pursuing peace, the CIA secretly supercharged strikes on Russia itself. The campaign targeted Russian energy production and also admittedly involved targeting civilian maritime shipping in the Black Sea and beyond. As I've reported, since these attacks began, only the US possesses the ISR and physical capabilities to conduct such attacks. The US is waging this war on Russia no matter how much it tries to appear to be splitting off from Europe or pursuing peace. At any time of its choosing, the US can end the war itself maliciously, or maliciously. That doesn't make fucking England, that doesn't. Maliciously started, but oh yeah, the US maliciously started the war in the first place, yeah. But instead it seeks to have Europe take a larger role in sustaining it while it provokes a similar conflict with China in Asia-Pacific region. Both conflicts are linked to continued US pursuit of global primacy. Supremacy is meant to say. CIA's cover blown. Putin's payback imminent. Trump CIA cover blown. Larry Johnson and Colonel Lawrence Wilkinson. Russia just started a massive message to Trump and the CIA, and the situation in Ukraine is unraveling, says former CIA analyst Larry Johnson, isn't it?
Yeah, he's another one. That fucking thumbhead, mate. He gets everything wrong. He's like George Galloway. He makes these fucking mad fucking.
Well, what do you think? What do you think of your First Amendment going kaboom? No more First Amendment in the USA.
How? In which way?
Also one of the founders of Checkpoint, another big cyber company. Shlomo, it's great to have you here. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How is AI, cyber warfare, shaping geopolitics right now?
So AI is going to revolutionize cyber warfare, from critical infrastructure to the fabric of society and politics, and undermining it, giving unfair advantage to authoritarian governments against democratic countries. First Amendment type of...
That's already happening?
That's already happening. You're seeing the polarization in countries that allow for the First Amendment and protect it, which is great. And I know it's difficult to hear, but it's time to limit the First Amendment in order to protect it, and quickly before it's too late.
What do you mean?
I mean that we need to control the platforms, all the social platforms. We need to stack rank the authenticity of every person that expresses themselves online, and take control over what they are saying based on that ranking.
The government
should
control the social media.
Should do that. And we need to educate people against lies, and government need to develop cyber defense programs that are as sophisticated as the cyber attack. Today it's a 1 to 100 ratio. And really, government are not doing this today at any rate, and enterprises are left fending from themselves.
Yeah, this is just one guy's opinion, though, Smiler. Like, I wouldn't agree with him.
To stabilize the political.
Because it's
one guy's permission. This is
opinion. That's one guy's opinion. That's not been implemented. I wouldn't agree with that.
This is Shlomo Kramer that's helping Trump build his AI systems, supplying AI systems to America. Yeah, right. The same as you've got ADL now, or not ADL. You've got JDL. Sorry, you've got Jewish Defence League now, armed on the streets of Australia.
that mean?
Yeah, now the JDL was designated a terrorist organization. Yeah, but one of your Yankee Doodle, what's it called, wants the JDL taken out of taken down from the terrorist registration. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure what that means.
So in Australia, after the Bondi psyop, yeah, you've now got reserve IDF, fully armed, fully combated up, walking the streets of Australia.
Yeah, that's Australia though, isn't it? They're fucked up. They're like Canada, man.
You can have that. You can have that. You can have. You've already had it. You've already had it in America. You've already had it in America.
Nah, man. Everyone's still.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, you have. You got the DOJ taking on Israelis.
But what this guy that you're just
to arrest citizens and green card holders and what have you that have spoken out against Israel. You've already had them. You've already had the IDF at the universities and the colleges and the campuses.
Smiler, wait a minute. That's a different situation, right? The left.
No, that's Jews. That's Jews controlling America.
No, the left.
CIA go for training from the IDF each.
Yeah.
The left are presenting.
Yeah, they have live firing practices on Palestinians. They use, every single weapon that Israel is selling is advertised of how it works in Palestine.
Now, what you just said is disingenuous.
It's not disingenuous whatsoever.
Hold up a minute. I can tell you. Let me tell you why I think it's disingenuous. Because the left are presenting it as these poor little peaceful protesters speaking out about Palestine are getting their green cards revoked just because they're speaking out about Palestine. No, they're getting revoked because they're fucking leading. They're leading not peaceful protests. They're taking over whole fucking universities, making encampments and basically breaking the law. You if I was to do the same,
you're entitled. Everybody's entitled to protest
peacefully.
Yeah. Well, the only non-peaceful protest you've ever had is Black Lives Matter. And who created Black Lives Matter?
No. Did you not see like last year in fucking LA when they were dropping like motorcycles over onto the highways?
Who was that?
Smashing up buildings.
Give us some video. Give us some video.
Supporters there.
Give us some video footage.
Okay, I'll have to.
I remember something about that. Yeah.
Yeah, there was massive fucking people running up to just cars that were driving past and throwing rocks through the windows and shit. Fuck around and find out. You're not allowed to do that. You can't go to a country and do this stuff and expect to be able to just stay there. You're destabilizing the country.
Yeah, that's right, November Man.
Well, a lot of that was their own people doing it.
Yeah. But there was a lot of other people in there who should have been keeping their head down because they're not citizens. They should be keeping their head down, going about their day, doing a bit of peaceful protesting, and they'll be fine. But when you overcross that mark and start influencing the fucking stability of a country, then fuck them, get them out of here.
Well, you gotta stand up for gays for Palestine.
Us on the right, though.
The only gays are in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, none of the patriots are doing that, though, are we? We're not standing up for that shit. That's the unholy alliance between the left and the fucking jihadis.
Well, it's not really, shouldn't be our involvement, really. So we've been involved in the creation of it from the beginning. So,
officers hit with fireworks, cruisers pelted with rocks as LA protests escalate. LEOs were attacked with fireworks. Motorcycles broke through a police line as protests intensified following President Trump's deployment of the California National Guard. Los Angeles terrorists soared in Los Angeles as thousands of demonstrators flooded downtown streets in response to President Donald Trump's deployment of National Guard troops and sweeping immigration enforcement campaign. Oh, yeah, these are the ones that went in the camp, and so many of them died in the camp, wasn't it? And then they had, what's she called there? I used to like her. I don't like her anymore. The black hair with the white bits in it.
Tulsi
Gabbard. Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard went there. She spent millions on film crews going down there and making a little film about it, where she had loads of Cubans all covered in gang tattoos. And they tried to sell that to the American public that they were the ones that were rioting, when they were actually Cubans or gang, what's it called? Nothing to do with any riots. They were already in jail. And she made all these stupid propaganda videos down there.
Do you know she's a Hindu?
Oh, Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
Gabbard.
Yeah, she's a Hindu, man. She's like some New Age Hindu.
Mm.
Yeah. Just a weird bit of information. Anyway, I've got to jump off. I'll be listening in, guys, and I'll jump back on if you're still on in an hour or so. Got a couple of little bits and pieces to do. Speak to you in a bit, yeah?
That was the same law enforcement that were running people over, wasn't it? I got a video about them running people over as well. Driving their cruisers at what's it called? Yeah, that was right, because I saved a video earlier on. I saved the video earlier on because it was like, hang on a minute. So you're talking about Iran or IRGC shooting rubber bullets at protesters that are Mossad and Mossad agents, but yet your own police forces that you put in and told them to go there and arrest people are actually running people over with free cruisers, police cruisers, and actually driving through the crowds, bowling them over like bowling balls. So you're allowed to do that in America, but no other country. You know, it's like, why didn't he come out against Australia? Why didn't he come out against New Zealand? Why didn't he come out against the UK when the UK was smashing people over the head with their batons? Why didn't he come out against Canada when Canada were driving over people with horses? And what was it, 86-year-old woman, was it, that had ended up with broken hip, broken ribs, broken collarbone, where she got trampled over by a horse and had her Zimmer frame broken up, and then somebody tried to Trudeau tried to justify it and say somebody threw a bike at a horse. And it wasn't a bike, it turned out it was the woman's Zimmer frame. It's all about wording things, isn't it? All about selling their propaganda and doing their regime changes.
Mm. Well, Maduro is now currently, about 45 minutes ago, landed at Stewart Air Force Base in New York.
Have you got any proof of life yet?
Well, he's walked down the stairs with something covering his head. Film's a bit grainy, but
yeah, how's it grainy then? You know, do you know what I mean? You got all these 4K cameras. Yeah. You know, even a mobile phone, you know, 4K.
Yeah.
I think mine does 4K, 8K, and something else. I can't remember what it does. You know, you got all these, you know, and 60 frames per second. Even if you're doing 30 frames per second, yeah. But all video, all films, actual films are done in like 24 frames per second.
Let's have a look at that one. See if that's any clearer. Oh. No, that's pretty shit as well. And yet, when they pan out and show you the actual airport, the airport looks clearer.
Yeah, so is it another AI video, is it?
No, it's on ABC News. It's on.
Yeah. But I mean, look how many news flames. I mean, Blunt. What's that, Blunt?
Yeah,
I've lost my link to what's he called on oh, you know, I mean, baldy bloke with a beard that had that guy on that took all the Hamas videos to pieces. You know, I mean, Blunt. I can't remember his bloody name. Yeah, Matt Gertin. I've lost my link because Matt Gertin hasn't got it on his actual page. You have to use a private link to get to the film, and I can't bloody remember where my private link is for it, because I think that was still on my old computer.
Yeah, don't matter which one you look at, it's as grainy as fuck, and yet some of them then pan out and show you the airport, and it's crystal clear what they're looking at. The airport.
It gotta be AI again, isn't it?
Do make you wonder, doesn't it?
America took 99% of oil revenues. Venezuela economy is breaking away from the oil rentalism model.
Let's have a look on that one.
Netanyahu's mission is to defend Christians in the Middle East. Yeah, of course it is. What an absolute pleb.
What's the other one I normally look at?
Oh, that was a drone. This one here is a drone strike incursion that Ukraine did. That was a cafe. Yeah, I should have done. Have you got the link for it, Blunt?
Yeah, what's up with Ukraine trying to hit Putin?
Yeah, well, it wasn't Ukraine, it was CIA, wasn't it?
Probably. Well, yeah.
It is CIA. I've got the report up here somewhere. This was an armed terrorist, with a hand grenade in his hand, and he had his hand blown off when the grenade ignited before he could throw it. Yeah.
Oh.
There he is there. Look. This was in Iran. One of the Mossad guys. There you go. So, you know, you send these people over the border to go into Iran, and they're all armed.
Yeah.
You know, but Trump wants to shoot the IRGC if they shoot anybody, any protesters.
Peaceful protesters.
He ran out of ammunition there to give him a bit more ammunition. Man, he got his shotgun. Oh, he has some more rounds. Yeah, United Nations ain't worth fucking paper it's printed on, you know. Right? Israeli forces opened fire on UNIFIL patrol in Lebanon. At a distance of only 50 meters, Israel began shooting at the UN peacekeeping forces operating in Kashuba. You know, they did that last year, didn't they, Michael? They broke into the UN base, which was full of Irish volunteers at the time.
Yeah.
And they shot that up. Injured a couple, killed one, I think.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, what's the point of the United Nations? That's to get Fanny they want to install in Iran, isn't it? The Shah. What's this say? Information aggression. Zionist resources are trying to inflate the scale of provocation in Iran. Official Zionist media and satellite platforms have launched an unprecedented media campaign aimed at supporting and coordinating riots in Iran, which are backed by Mossad. For the fourth day now, Zionist resources have been operating a mode of information assault. Satellite platforms are urging satellite occupiers to maximally disseminate and replicate any video materials in order to create the illusion of mass protests in reality. In reality, the number of provocateurs across the country does not exceed several hundred people. It has come to the point that the official website of the Mossad in Persian language is openly appealing to Iranians to overthrow the state system. They found the Molotov cocktail factory as well.
داستانی بمبای دست از اینه که به اتفاق دوستام داخل فضای مجازی تحت تاثیر قرار گرفتیم. از چند روز پیش داخل خانه جمع شدیم و درستش کردیم. تصمیم بری بود که داخل اوج شلوغی به سمت مامورا و بانک.
Who were they paid by? Does it tell me on that, or does it tell me in a secret workshop for the production of homemade weapons was discovered by the police? The participants of the workshop were arrested. Right, so this copper. So that copper. A member of the security forces and his instructions on how to behave with protesters. You're in uniform, you have helmets, but they have nothing. Let them throw stones at you, but I swear to God and the Prophet, don't respond to them, don't hit them, let them hit you, and you should show restraint and patience, okay? Mental, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this was people around do not fear a delusional faded regime. On the contrary, it is regime that trembles. This was an AI picture. And this guy here, yeah. I think Tusi played this, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy here, Hebrew on his back and Hebrew insignia.
Huh.
Yeah. Translate. The official Zionist account on X publishes footage accompanying it with the words, a delusional and weakened regime. Iran is suppressing protesters. Take note of one fact. When you publish such posts in Iran, police officers do not wear Hebrew insignias. Hebrew. That's all in foreign. That was the list of telephone numbers of everybody that was on a Telegram channel. They found a Telegram channel, and that was all a list of people that were on the Telegram channel that were told to go out on the streets and riot.
Oh.
The AIG has announced it identified and arrested 2 Telegram admins and 2 hostile channels and seized the channels with a warrant. The channels were responsible for teaching the use and making of weapons, coordinating riots, and giving instructions. You got Mayor Tusi, look. Bomb, 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 bomb Iran.
Oh, yeah.
He's Iranian, so that's insightful, isn't it?
Well, you'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Yeah. That's it, blunt. You know, the fake history is, you know. Yeah, he's sitting in his ivory tower with his Jewish wife and his gay friends. Right, sets fire to someone's shop in the Qom, Iran. It's very obvious these people have an agenda and don't care about people's economic problems. Otherwise, you wouldn't destroy someone's store who is already struggling economically. You know, now the protesters, they come out on the street protesting because of the is it the Doma, is it? Whatever their currency is. No, the Ria something or other.
Yeah.
Right. Because obviously America put massive sanctions on them. Yeah. Everybody else has sanctioned them. Yeah. So like the price of their money in one day, I showed that video, didn't I? And like in the morning, it could be worth blah, blah. But by the end of the day, it could be worth like, for $1, it could be worth like 1 million Ria or whatever. And they got this other currency as well. I think it began with a T. And so they go from that first currency to the other currency, and you have to move 10 or something in it. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But like in the morning, you can start off with like only needed 10 notes to pay for something, but by the end of the day, you need 100 notes because of you know the
Be back. It's dinner time.
Because of the sanctions that put on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this guy here was killed by rioters. He was He was killed and martyred by a 6-member armed team with knife and bullet wounds. And they're setting cars on fire. So he's just been arrested. Armed writer was arrested in the Quam by special units. Yeah, and all this time, I mean, this is what was really happening.
عزیزم تا ساعت 1:20 چند ساعت بیشتر باقی نمونده سالگرد شهید حاج قاسم.
There's no riot there, is there?
No. Doesn't look like it.
Iranian police have arrested one of the main anti-Iran agents of last night's deadly riots during last night's unrest in Khurramabad. One of the main terrorist agents coordinating with foreign entities and assigned to incite chaos in the protests. He was involved in plans to carry out staged targeted killings. After the arrest and inspection of his car and base, a Kalashnikov rifle, 3 magazine blades, 2 pistols, a large number of lethal bullets, explosive detonators, and gunpowder were discovered. He was identified and arrested by the IRGC intelligence, Hazrat.
در جریان اغتشاشات شب گذشته 11 دی ماه در شهرستان خرم‌آباد یکی از عاملین اصلی تروریستی هدایت شده توسط سرویس‌های بیگانه که برای به آشوب کشاندن اعتراضات و اجرای پروژه کشته‌سازی مأمور شده بود با بررسی و پایش دوربین‌های شهری و رصد میدانی نیروهای امنیتی
There's a lot of bloody women, isn't there? Russia steps in, demand Washington end attempts to hijack Venezuelan tanker.
Yeah.
So 37 boats, 115 civilians assassinated, at least 115, because in the December 30 bombings, they were alleged survivors. US authorities no longer bother to specify where they're conducting the extraditional murders by our court. It's up to 37 boats and 115 civilians assassinated. On December the 31st, the direction of Secretary War PXF Joint Task Force Southern Spear conducted a lethal kinetic strike on 2 vessels operated by designated terrorist organizations. Intelligence confirmed the vessels were transiting along Neo trafficking routes. Neo, no, Narco.
Narco, yeah. Is that the one where he attacked it and then there were some survivors hanging over the edge and he told them to go back in and kill the lot?
Yeah.
Hmm.
No, that was the Gazans. Israelis pursued and murdered him for no reason in Gaza's own seas. That was the part of the drone that they used to blow up that cafe in Ukraine, Ukraine or Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kherson region. Sold to them by the Germans.
Oh.
It's all written in German, look.
Oh, yeah. Well, making money out of it, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, this was the...
Bloody hell.
What's this? Oh, this is London. This is not Pakistan. This is London. The consequences of an ill-considered immigration policy.
Ah.
Wow. Where's the Somali stuff? Yeah, Londonistanis. Yeah. He stripped and took his shirt off his back. Saved so much on here. Oh, I'm not on bloody. We're saved, am I? I clicked on it for some stupid reason. What's all that? Oh yeah, Iranian has said you can buy missiles off them if you use cryptocurrency, so they can bypass sanctions.
Ah.
Israeli journalist Zivi Yehexel on I24 When I see the behavior of the protesters in Iran and the material coming out looks well produced, this means they likely received guidance from Mossad. There's no way this is all natural. They ain't even showing the bloody... denounces riots. If Iran shots to violently killed, fucking mad, isn't it? Who writes this shit? The merchants and economic unions that were originally protesting have denounced and condemned the riots. So they've all signed documents. Yeah, exactly, Blunt. Why did they look like the Blues Brothers? Oh, that was in Italy, that was. North Africans didn't like New Year's Eve. Who wrote that? Oh yeah, Laura Bolling. Right. The core of symbolism of Swan Lake. I'd never thought about this. So, I've seen Swan Lake. I actually went and seen it in London on stage. At its heart, Swan Lake is about illusion versus the truth, yeah? The story centers on a woman cursed to live as a swan by day and human by night, trapped by forces beyond her control. She can only be freed through the truth, loyalty and recognition, yet deception intervenes. The antagonist, Rothbart, uses illusion and manipulation to deceive the prince into betraying the true Swan Queen, leading to tragedy. So theoretically, Swan Lake represents a world under enchantment, a truth hidden behind appearances, power exercised through deception, a tragic moment when recognition comes too late, the cost of mistaking illusion for reality. It's a story about a system built on illusion collapsing under the weight of truth. Oh, Lord Jacob Rothschild? Do you want a bit of Lord Jacob Rothschild, Blunt?
On Monday, February 26, 2024, Jacob Rothschild was reported dead. He was heir to the Rothschild banking dynasty, a family who was notorious for financing every side of every recent war, a family intimately associated with the Federal Reserve. He's an important figure to discuss as much of what his family has taken credit for. We're seeing the consequences of these actions play out today. The name Rothschild is synonymous with current events, even though they like to orchestrate from behind the scenes. For example, before World War II in 1917, the British Foreign Secretary wrote a letter to Lionel Walter Rothschild. This was called the Balfour Declaration, and in it, he said that the British government supported a Jewish state in Palestine, which of course emboldened the Zionist movement and eventual establishment of Israel. Obviously, that's a big deal today because everyone's still fighting over it. The hard truth is that Israel is a common denominator in every major conflict we see play out across the world stage.
And here it is, the Balfour Declaration. What do you feel when you see it here?
I genuinely feel it's one of the most extraordinary moments in the history of the Jewish people. If you think it took 3,000 years to get to this, and then you say, how did this miracle happen? It's the most incredible piece of opportunism.
Talking about the Rothschild family can be kind of touch and go. And I'm not talking about just the censorship aspect of this. In a sense, they're the manifestation of this reality's boogeyman, and they're dedicated to their role. For an example, here's a picture of Jacob Rothschild with Marina Abramovic in front of a painting entitled Satan Summoning His Legions. Of course, Marina Abramovic is responsible for greatest hits like Spirit Cooking, as she was one of the central figures of Pizzagate. Zelensky even asked Marina Abramovic to be the ambassador to Ukraine back in 2023. And you remember all this discourse about Ukraine being the new Israel. It's almost too perfect. It feels too scripted to be true. All that's really needed are faint echoes of maniacal laughter playing on a loop in the background. But of course, never mention blood libel. It's just a anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. The Rothschilds are so openly proud of their queer practices that they just brag about it. Here's Jacob Rothschild talking about how his family kept power within the family through inbreeding.
And Baron James, who was head of the Paris branch and the youngest of the 5 sons of our actual Rothschild, gave an astonishingly uninhibited description of the 19th century Rothschild policy of keeping it in the family. I'll quote to you from what he wrote, make you smile. In our family, we've always tried to keep love in the family. In this sense, it was more or less understood since childhood that children would never think of marrying outside the family, so that our fortune would never leave it. You couldn't write that today.
And you know, Jacob Rothschild's reported death really means nothing. I've heard rumors that he's actually the father of Princess Diana's first son, William, which would be very interesting timing considering the current state of King Charles. But again, those are just rumors and they're easily dismissed. In fact, there's all kinds of rumors about...
He had his little hat on, didn't he? Inbred, yeah.
About this family that seems so strange it could never be possible, but their timeline of accolades truly demonstrates that reality is stranger than fiction. Also, I just want to say I've seen people celebrating this guy's death across social media, saying that since Henry Kissinger is dead and the old Rockefeller guy is dead and now Jacob Rothschild, they think the New World Order is over because these figureheads are dead. But if you just look around, you realize that's totally silly because the majority are sucked into their phones and shot up with the latest medical potion and handing over every ounce of information to the surveillance grid for free, by the way. Eating poison food and still wearing, some people are still wearing face masks in the Costco. I've seen y'all. I've made eye contact with y'all. But for me, this is simply an educational opportunity on showing those who are curious on how the world really works from a historical perspective, in hopes that we can collectively notice patterns and avoid mistakes of the past. My Rothschild family documentary has been hidden on YouTube since I put it up, age restricted, so I'm going to play it for you now.
Daniel.
Chances are
Our goal is to win ultimate control of the wealth, natural resources, and manpower of the entire world. Mayor Ansel Rothschild. That was Evelyn giving Charlie a poke to the chest lot.
Oh, yeah.
New rules, who?
بالا پاس محکم بود.
What's this? Oh, well, I saved it. I haven't got a clue what it is. Zionist School in Persian Espionage Training, personnel for Unit 8200. In this specialized training center of Zionist regime, future operatives of the elite intelligence unit 8200 are being trained. Cadets undergo in-depth training in the Persian language, teaching a level of fluent spoken and written proficiency. The main task of the graduates is to operate in the Iranian segment of the internet, where agents work under the guise of local residents as part of the conducting intelligence and information operations.
These teenagers may be Israel's future operatives in an espionage battle against Iran. They learn about Iranian history and culture and sing in the Persian language.
I'm Reuters' Rinat Harash at Ben Gurion High School in the Israeli city of Petah Tikva. These high schoolers behind me may be Israel's future operatives in an escalating shadow war with Iran. They are enrolled in a unique university-level program titled Iran, Security and Intelligence. They're currently studying for their final exams, focusing on Farsi grammar, translations, and contemporary Iranian affairs. When drafted for their mandatory military service at age 18, they will be natural candidates for key positions in Israel's intelligence services. Because of their candidacy, the program managers requested we do not publish their full identities.
Israel is casting more widely for Farsi speakers for its intelligence services. That would square with Israel's publication last month of what it said was a trove of secret Iranian nuclear documents that required marathon translation and analysis after their capture. And this school is happy to provide the candidates.
Mad, eh?
Sure, isn't it?
Old videos. One of the ways to spread chaos. Anti-Iranian channels are spreading old videos of protests and riots in Hamadan in 2022. At present, there are only a small concentrated groups in Hamadan that participate in riots and commit acts of vandalism. The lower left video shows the real situation in Hamadan. So you've got the real situation there, and then you've got an old video from 2022 playing beside it. Mad, eh?
Yeah, crazy.
That's the likes of the shit that Tusi was playing. Oh, that was Quran burning from some of the Mossad. There he is there, the prick. They were agent provocateurs. They were all caught. EU to launch carbon border tax despite opposition from trade partners. Mad, eh? Oh yeah, that was it. So that was the original size of Gaza, and that's what they're putting it down to now.
First, actions of occupying power in Palestine and indeed in the broader region are well documented. These actions constitute clear violations of international law. What we see today and time again are acts to terrorize civilian populations and crimes against humanity and force of a whole community, starvation of innocent people, killing and maiming hundreds of thousands. And someone doing all these things are lecturing us today what they call genocide and things like that. I'm shocked to listen to the outrageous comments from the Israeli representatives. If we want to talk about genocide, it's Israel that's committing on our own eyes every day. He represents a government that killed more than 70,000 people, civilians, including children, women, elderly, doctors, and other health workers, and patients in hospitals, destroying infrastructures, deliberately starving people of Gaza. To come before us, this esteemed council, and accuse Somalia of committing genocide is just ridiculous and it's unbelievable. The other thing that I want to add is he has no idea what Somali is and what Somalis are and what Somali stands for. I think the history is a selective history that he has just generated on his own mind. Let me give you some lessons. Somalia is one country, one people, one religion that fought together for independence from the colonial.
Yeah, big up Steve Laws. I watched that, it was good. That's why when I was on Dave's the other day and I said, no, well, you're either English, because British is anybody that comes to this country and then gets a British passport. That's what British is. British are invaders. Almost 1 in 3 Israelis say they need professional mental health support. 39% of IDF personnel report needing support for mental health issues. 26% are concerned about depression. 48% have difficulty sleeping. Oh, so they should. Oh yeah, that was the only cancer treatment facility in Gaza. It may as well have been the fucking Truro one. fucking redhead dragging the fucking heels. All right, and they wanted to go full blown, so fucking I've got to have the chemo. Oh, this is what I was talking to you about.
שנמצא ודיברנו עליו, עובדה על האי הזה שנקרא סוקוטרה.
Uh-huh.
That's the island.
Yeah.
So there you got all these bizarre plants, birds.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks to short-sighted Muslims of ex-British territory, Somaliland, Eastern European settlers identifying as Israel are now weighing up the options of building settlements on the UNESCO World Heritage Sites in Socotora Island, which is between Yemen and Somalia.
Yeah.
So they want to build settlements on that island.
Yeah. Well, when you think about it, hasn't a precedent been set by devouring 8 miles of the fucking rainforest?
Yeah.
I still can't get over that. I am absolutely fucking reeling about that. Something as protected as that's supposed to have been for like it should be, and they can go and carve 8 miles out of it. Just so as they can go on their fucking jollies. That's wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
Support for the sovereignty, territorial integrity, political independence, and unity of Somalia. The UK does not recognise Somaliland's independence. We maintain that any change to Somaliland's status depends on mutual agreement between Mogadishu and Hargeisa, through dialogue, and must conform to the purposes and principles of the UN Charter. We regret any action that risks undermining peace and security in the region. Second, we urge further efforts between the federal government of Somalia and the Somaliland authorities to address differences and work together to face common threats.
So that was after America and Israel recognised Somaliland. Britain come out and said they don't recognise it.
Right. Just burnt up London.
Yeah.
Yeah, had a London broil tonight.
Ah, right.
Yeah. It was good. I've never had one before.
There you go. One for you, Tyke. Hidden symbols of the dollar. And you were talking about the Masons earlier. That's the pride flag designed like a Masonic apron, look. I wonder why they designed the pride flag like a Masonic apron. Strange, isn't it?
Or you take 4 of them and make a Nazi symbol.
Mm. Oh, yeah, you get banned when you do that, don't you?
1997 was a very important year for the Masons in Turkey. Hidden cameras had allegedly recorded secret rituals held in Masonic temples, which were then broadcast on Turkish television for several days. The secret recordings shocked the Turkish public, as well as Masons who had not yet attained higher degrees. The expose revealed secret Masonic activity largely unknown to the public since the establishment of the first Masonic lodge in Istanbul in 1738. In one clip, new candidates are blindfolded and made to repeat an oath of secrecy.
Aykut Erensoy, mesleği elektrik mühendisi. Kenan Ali Akman, mesleği serbest ticaret.
Adayların kimlikleri anlaşıldı. Onları içeri aldınız.
In another clip, we see what appears to be a ritual performed with only high-level 33rd degree Masons in attendance, where the senior master allegedly drank the blood of a goat which had just been sacrificed, followed by some prayers recited in Hebrew. 19.
Robert Zephyr.
Neat.
That is the supreme deity.
May corn, wine, and oil, and all the necessaries of life abound among the people of the world. And may this building be continued and preserved to the latest ages.
What do these things really signify? Could it be an occult ceremony representing some sort of demonic conspiracy, as some suggest? Or is it merely a harmless practice to honor an ancient tradition? To investigate these things, we first review the beliefs of the secret societies that came to America. It is clear that the arcane symbolism in Washington, D.C. begins with them.
When you want to talk about symbols and what they mean, you really have to look at who's authored these symbols. What was their intentions?
Well, I think it's obvious that anybody who has the eyes to see can see that Washington, D.C., and indeed many other state capitals are festooned with occult symbols.
Because these symbols come from the esoteric realm, it is important to define them according to the thinking of occult philosophers.
Symbols reveal and they conceal. And that's why they're used, and that's why they're so important. They reveal to those who have eyes to see and ears to hear, and they conceal from those who do not have the eyes to see or ears to hear.
In the book, Masonic and Occult Symbols Illustrated, we find this quote from Masonic author Charles G. Berger, who says that symbols came to have two meanings, the esoteric and the exoteric. The esoteric meaning was the true or original meaning, understood only by a few and closely guarded by them. The exoteric meaning was the invented or modified explanation intended for the many. This practice dates back to ancient Egypt and is explained by Dr. Robert Hieronymus, a member of a secret society called Co-Masonry, and author of the book Founding Fathers, Secret Societies.
As with all secret societies, you have levels, and if you're on the lower levels, you don't even know they're upper levels. They don't even tell you. You bump into it by accident or someone comes along. Now, in Scottish Rite, that's something different, because they know that there's a... But before then, in basically secret societies, such as, let's go to ancient Egypt. To the ancient Egyptians, the priest would tell the serfs, the guys that tilled the land, they would say, the sun is God, okay? And so they accepted that very low-level interpretation, all physical. That's not what the priest believed. What the priest believed, there was a second level. The priest believed that, nope, the physical sun is not the supreme being. It's the spirit which flows through the physical sun that is the supreme deity.
I'll grab that in a minute. Blunt.
However, there was another level, and the priests didn't even know it. It's those that were involved and elevated to if I would have told you this 15 years ago, I might have gotten shot. But this is now, I'm so glad now that this is easy to talk about.
Oh, bud.
The third level, which is a higher level of understanding, said, nope, it's not. That's not the sun. The sun is not the supreme deity. Nope. Yes, spiritual energies come through the sun. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is the star Sirius.
The dog star.
The dog star, because the dog star was everything to the ancient Egyptians.
Sirius is said to have been the most important star in the ancient world. It was considered the brightest star in the heavens, many times brighter than the sun. The Great Pyramid was built to synchronize with Sirius, so that the light of this star would shine into the Queen's chamber, supposedly to cast a beam upon an initiate during a ritual.
Sirius is considered to be the dog star. It's considered to be the most evil star in the Egyptian pantheon. And the reason for this is because in ancient Egypt, they depended on the Nile. And during the time when Sirius is in its ascendancy, which is in late July and early August, was the time of drought. It was a time when the Nile was at its most weak in terms of being able to be used for crops. And so the Egyptians thought this was a time of blasted blight, drought, and evil.
Interesting thing about all of Freemasonry is that symbolism is ultimately very important. They don't put a lodge in the east because it's a nice place and it looks good. They put it in the east. The masters have put it in the east, so because
The rising sun.
It's the rising sun. You're catching the energies of the light.
As Dr. Hieronymus revealed earlier, the real light shining in the east for the Egyptians was not merely the sun, but the light of the dog star, Sirius, which some believe holds a more sinister implication.
This dog star also has relations to the idea of modern-day ceremonial magic and modern-day masonry.
This was especially true for 20th century occultist and Freemason Aleister Crowley, who openly practiced ceremonial magic and was a member of a secret order called the Order of the Silver Star. The Silver Star was a reference to Sirius.
He's still got a house down here. It's abandoned, but it used to belong to Crowley. I'll have to go down there. I'll probably go down there in the summer and film it. Yeah, one down here in Cornwall and one up in Scotland. I can't remember which band. One of the heavy metal bands. They bought the house in Scotland, but they soon sold it. Yeah, Ra worshipping.
Masons teach that at the center of every Masonic lodge, there's a five-pointed star right underneath the altar upon which the candidate is obligated. But the thing is, what they don't tell you is that five-pointed star represents Sirius, which is regarded as a satanic symbol.
There is perhaps no symbol that evokes occult suspicion like the figure of the pentagram, which from ancient times was associated with the dog star Sirius. Masonic philosopher Albert Pike wrote that Sirius still glitters in our lodges as the blazing star. The blazing star is an ancient Gnostic term for Sirius, and as shown here, is symbolized in Freemasonry by the five-pointed star or pentagram. According to Pike, this symbol in Masonry dates back to the pentalpha of the Greek philosopher Pythagoras. The pentalpha gets its name for the 5 alphas or Greek letter A's which make up its composition.
Typically in Freemasonry, you see the five-pointed star with the nose point down. Now, there's even a division in Masonry which considers this the evil side of Freemasonry as opposed to the non-evil side. For example, Freemasonic lodges in New York do not use the nose side down star. They turn it around so the nose is pointing up, and they consider that a good variety of Freemasonry.
Here is an upright Masonic star, which is another type of the blazing star mentioned earlier. Some believe this representation of Sirius may be the origin of the 5-pointed stars which adorn the American flag, as well as the stars that adorn the Statue of Freedom on top of the U.S. Capitol. Incredibly, these same 5-pointed stars were carved by Freemasons into the ceiling of Rosslyn Chapel in Scotland more than 500 years ago. Because Sirius is said to arise in the east, it also became known as the Eastern Star. To the Egyptians, Sirius was identified with the dog god Anubis, which is where the name Dog Star comes from. Anubis was said to have guarded the gates of death and was the protector of mysteries. Meanwhile, the Romans recognized Sirius as Janitor Letheus, or the keeper of hell. These dark associations...
Another thing about Sirius, apparently it was red in the past and now it's blue.
Right. Reason.
So it was going away from us before and now it's coming towards us, apparently.
All right.
So we could be in a binary. Yeah. We could be in a binary with it, definitely.
Yeah.
Grim view of Sirius and the 5-pointed star that represents it. But Sirius was also associated with the Egyptian goddess Isis, and here, as we connect the dots, a more complete picture begins to emerge. For the Egyptians, the rising of Sirius in the east preceded the annual flooding of the Nile River, which for them was a magical event. It was also the time that the goddess Isis would appear and give birth to Horus, the divine child of the Egyptian Trinity. The all-seeing eye is also called the Eye of Horus, and in Freemasonry, Horus symbolizes the Masonic concept of a Christ. This is further represented by the hieroglyph used to denote Sirius. Notice the 3 symbols, an obelisk, a star, and a half circle. According to Egyptologists, the half circle is used to denote what is called the benben, or the capstone used atop the pyramids. Throughout all history, it has been said that the capstone to the Great Pyramid of Egypt has been missing, which is why the all-seeing eye of Horus floats in its place above the pyramid on the back of the dollar bill. According to occult philosophers, the light which illuminates the eye comes not from the sun, but from the dog star Sirius, as is demonstrated by this illustration of the blazing star of Masonry, centered by an all-seeing eye. As Robert Balville writes, in many esoteric traditions, the return of the capstone of the Great Pyramid will signal the return of the Great Initiate, which, according to many prophecies, signifies the return of the Christ. Albert Pike describes the Masonic Trinity as expressed through Sirius and the symbols that are seen in most all Masonic halls. Notice this image with the sun on one side and the moon on the other, while the all-seeing eye sits in between with light blazing behind it. Pike writes that the sun and moon represent the two grand principles, the male and the female. Both shed their light upon their offspring, the blazing star, or Horus.
There you go. Yeah, that giant obelisk, that lines up with something, but I can't remember what it lines up with. I played it. They were talking about it when I did stuff on Knights Templar. And they were Knights Templar. They were up to all kinds of weird mischief. They were. Where's where's that a minute? Where's that a minute? That's miles away. Weird 33s. Let's have a look at this. This is all around London, is it, Blunt?
You seem to like 33 a lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Board pattern. The checkers. Maconial Mason. And some very, very, very nice cars. Today, we're going to go on a little walking tour of some of the weird 33s that I found. Mason's Yard. And I thought it's here. Supreme Council offices. But this is number 10, so why am I here? Well, in that I'm here to sniff out some Masonic activity, I thought we would start here. This is the Supreme Council of the 33rd degree. And I just thought it worth us having a quick look at some of the features, and then we'll know what to look for in other buildings. And this thing is extremely detailed, and you actually end up seeing more and more the more you look at it. This is something you'll see on a lot of buildings that have this kind of connection. Let's say the connection to a temple.
It looks completely empty, doesn't it?
Just on it.
Yeah, it looks like one of the buildings that,
Yeah, you keep the windows blocked up. Yeah.
Yeah.
The alternating pediments with the curved one in the middle. This square is also significant. Solomon's Temple had some kind of square window above the main entrance, so you'll see that a lot. You can see it here as well. There's a lot of course, Solomon's Temple, nobody really knows exactly what it looked like, but a lot of the recreations have the square columns on either side and the round columns in the middle, the two columns, J and B. And essentially what are funeral urns on the top.
Yeah.
And there's another one of those squares. Just wanted to point out those architectural features because we may spot them in this video. When I was looking for Weird 33, I found 33 of them. No, I didn't really. I found probably 36, 38 of them, something like that. Way too many for one video. So I've narrowed it down to a short list of the Weird 33s. And they're oddly clumped together, or maybe not that odd. We're going to start down south near Vauxhall Bridge in Pimlico.
Pimlico.
It's a big test to see how good my setup is because it is very, very windy today. And yes, we're starting with a few residential buildings, which means I need to be a little bit careful about looking in windows.
Yeah, that's it.
My plan is to just
Tyke.
look at the stuff that, you know, the postman would look at when he's delivering post. So we are at St. George's Square, SW1. There's a blue plaque on this one. Major Walter Clopton Wingfield, what a name. Father of lawn tennis, the guy that invented tennis. Woo!
Number 33.
Number 33. And of course,
Checker.
the checkerboard. I would say that when you come to a residential building and it's number 33 and there's a checkerboard on the step, it essentially is marking a
Paul.
ceremonial entrance to a building that either is used or was once used as a meeting place. Well, let's call them a dining club. A very nice neighborhood around here. I mean, I presume, I don't know much about the humans, obviously.
I'll break in a minute.
Break in?
Yeah. British forces bomb ISIS in joint airstrike with France as RAF targets weapons site in Syria.
All right.
1 minute ago. It's all happening, isn't it?
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Buckle down. Buckle down. Please put on your seatbelts.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, Starmer's what, the ninth Prime Minister to bomb Syria?
We just put a good guy in there.
Yeah. We just put Al-Jalani in there.
He's a good guy.
But well, I was going to go up. I was going to go up further up my Telegram to get to Jelani stuff. And get to this silly bombing that Trump did in Nigeria, and then show how farcical it was. Because if he bombed, you know, a little bit further up, then he would have got all the terrorists. Instead of somewhere that hasn't seen any terrorists for 10 years.
Well, don't forget those terrorists. They make good future presidents. So
yeah. And they take the IMF money and they allow Israel to come in and take land.
Yeah.
Which is exactly why they want to install that silly woman in Venezuela and why they want to reinstall the Shah.
Is she Jewish too?
Yeah.
Yeah. South America is being taken over by Jewish women.
This is literally the stuff of horror movies. There we go. Warwick Square. Number 33 written on the wall. Yes, indeed. This is the stuff of absolute nightmare. The life has even been sucked out of the ivy. So we've got the
Yeah, mad, isn't it?
no checkerboard patterns or anything, but look at this. All the windows are blocked up.
Yeah, but that could have been the window tax, couldn't it? But it's number 33 again.
This is a very grand entrance, isn't it? I think it's just a private residence. And yes, the main symbol here is the keystone.
Mm.
The keystone in, I believe it's, shut up, dude. I believe it's the York Rite of Freemasonry. It's known as the mark. Essentially, the idea.
Yeah, that's right, Ty. They were underneath Solomon's temple for years and years and years. And like the Wailing Wall ain't really the Wailing Wall. The Wailing Wall was a Roman wall. You know, where they all go and they all bang their heads against it, and you get every world leader or future world leader goes and bangs their head against it and puts their hand on it and puts a little piece of paper in the wall. That ain't even the real Wailing Wall, or what they call the Wailing Wall. And the Star of David never existed until the 19th century. There was no such thing as the Star of David. Star of Rampham, Solomon's Seal, or Mayor Amschel Bauer, not Rothschild, because he changed his name to Red Shield, Rothschild. He had it. He put it across his shop, didn't he? Hanging from his shop, the Red Shield. Well, yeah, I just said banging the red blunt. But they do that when they're reading the Talmud as well.
They're doing the pelvic thrust.
Yeah, they're doing the pelvic thrust when they're reading the Talmud. Have you never seen them studying the Yeshuas or yeshivas or whatever they're called, those schools? Mad as poo.
So when you create something significant, you should always leave your mark so others can appreciate your work. And the work here is mostly just, I don't know, horror movies or something. Imagine. Even the local church is like freaky as hell. It says caution. Yeah. Caution when you go down into the dungeon. Look, a neighbourhood where they actually clear up after themselves. Eccleston Square. So it also has a blue plaque. It seems celebrities really like these buildings for whatever reason.
They should bomb that place. Blow it up.
You should tear it apart for fucking evidence of crimes too.
Yeah.
Bodies.
So Winston Churchill lived here, but look at the...
Do you want to see how Winston Churchill sold England away to America?
dates very, very early in his career.
We paid £450 billion to America.
No,
and gave up all our colonialism or colonization. Gave up all our colonized. Did you want to see a video about that? We can save this video for another time.
Sure. Sure. I'm easy.
But people didn't believe me. People didn't believe me. Well, before Christmas.
About the what?
About we paying our debts off to
Oh.
America for Lend-Lease.
That's true, eh? They could have stopped Pearl Harbor. They really wanted to.
So this is the video. Oh, Churchill was an absolute nightmare. Absolute, no hero. Churchill. People hated when I used to say that before.
Yeah, we were brought up and taught that he was, weren't we?
Yeah, I said he's no hero. I wouldn't even guard it. When they were all guarding his statue, I said I wouldn't even guard it. I'd knock it down.
Mm.
December 29th, 2006. Yeah. Economy Rewind. Did this 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
December 29th, 2000.
So we'll have to review it.
Copyright disclaimer. Copyright disclaimer. Section Copyright 1976. 1976 for fair use of research, criticism, such as criticism, news reporting, and research. Fair use is used permitted by copyright statute otherwise to be infringed otherwise beyond infringement. Educational or personal use the balance in favor of fair use.
Boom.
Got it.
6, London. A clerk in the British Treasury processes a payment that has been made every year for 6 decades. The check is written to the United States Treasury. The amount, $83.25 million. It is the final installment on a debt that began.
$83, not $83,000. And we started writing that check out 60 years ago.
And 60 years earlier, in 1946, when Britain borrowed money to prevent its people from starving after winning World War II. The clerk.
He says we won World War II, but did we really win World War II?
No.
Does anybody honestly think we won World War II? You know, if we actually fought against Judea instead of fighting against Germany, we might have been somewhere.
Yeah, we might have had a fair dollar.
Yeah. And how is it you're allowed to criticise everything else? You can't have no white guilt. Or no, you're allowed to have white guilt, but you can't have no white supremacy. But how is it those white ones are allowed supremacy? How is it they're allowed to be nationalists?
Mm.
They're allowed to live in an undemocratic country. And if anybody comes to their country and they're the wrong colour, then they'll sterilise them. So they can't have no babies.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to say anything against them.
Closes the file. The debt is paid. After 60 years of annual payments, Britain has finally finished paying America back for the privilege of having survived the war. But this clerk doesn't know the full story. He doesn't know that the original loan was $3.75 billion, and Britain has just paid $7.5 billion total, double the principal. He doesn't know that before Britain even received that loan.
Which in today's money is £450 billion.
It had already sold $12 billion in overseas investments at fire sale prices to American buyers. He doesn't know that Britain handed over gold worth $4 billion, surrendered strategic naval bases across the Caribbean, and dismantled the trading system that held the British Empire together. He doesn't know that when you add up every asset Britain sold, every base it leased, every advantage it surrendered, and every dollar it repaid, the total wealth transferred from Britain to America between 1940 and 2006 was approximately $450 billion in today's money. For comparison, the Marshall Plan, celebrated as American generosity to rebuild Europe, cost $200 billion in today's money. America extracted more wealth from Britain alone than it gave to all of Europe combined. And Britain was the ally. Britain was on the winning side. This is the story of how the United States didn't defeat the British Empire with armies. It acquired the British Empire through foreclosure. How America turned Britain's victory into Britain's bankruptcy. How the financial terms negotiated between 1940 and 1946 transferred the wealth of the world's largest empire to America, not through conquest, but through contracts signed under duress. And how the mechanism used to strip Britain became the template for the International Monetary Fund, which has used the exact same playbook on over 80 countries in the past 75 years. Because understanding what happened to Britain between 1940 and 2006 isn't just history. It's understanding the debt trap that controls the global economy today. The same forced asset sales, the same wealth extraction, the same American institutions profiting, just different countries being stripped. Let me show you exactly how it worked. And once you see the mechanism, you'll see it operating everywhere. In September 1939, when Germany invaded Poland, Great Britain was the world's dominant financial power. The British Empire covered a quarter of the earth. The City of London was the center of global finance. The pound sterling was the world's reserve currency. Britain's gold reserves, 4 billion Britain's overseas investments, 20 billion railroads in Argentina, copper mines in Chile, industrial holdings in the United States. The British Empire generated $500 million annually just from investment income, but Britain had one fatal vulnerability. Unlike America, Britain imported more than it exported. Britain was an island that had to import 60% of its food and almost all raw materials. Steel, oil, rubber, aluminum, everything had to be imported. Industrial power depended on global trade. When war began, Germany's strategy was economic strangulation. U-boats would sink merchant ships. The Luftwaffe would bomb ports. If Britain couldn't import, Britain would starve. To fight the war, Britain needed massive imports from the only supplier capable of providing them, the United States. Tanks, planes, steel, oil, ammunition, food. Everything had to come from America across 3,000 miles of U-boat-infested Atlantic. But America in 1939 was neutral. The American public was isolationist. Congress had passed neutrality acts containing a provision called cash and carry. Britain could buy American supplies, but only if it paid cash immediately and transported goods on its own ships. No credit, no loans. This created Britain's trap. Britain needed billions in supplies. But Britain could only pay in gold, dollars, or by selling assets. And all three were finite. From September 1939 to December 1940, Britain hemorrhaged wealth. The British Purchasing Commission ordered $4.5 billion in goods. To pay, Britain liquidated everything. First went the gold. Operation Fish, Britain loaded $2 billion in gold bars onto battleships and shipped them to Canada, then to New York to pay American suppliers. It was the largest movement of physical wealth in history. Second,
Canada missed out there, didn't they?
Yeah, should have taken it.
Should have whipped it away.
Yeah. Oh, we have no idea what happened to it. Must have sank somewhere.
Yeah.
went securities. Britain ordered citizens to surrender all American stocks and bonds. The government sold them on the New York Stock Exchange, raising $1 billion. Third, went overseas investments. Britain began selling income-generating assets at fire sale prices. Selling these investments was devastating because they generated $500 million annually in income that balanced Britain's trade deficit. By December 1940, Britain faced mathematical bankruptcy. Gold gone. Securities sold. Easily liquidated assets exhausted. Britain still needed $3 billion in supplies already ordered.
Hey?
They spelled bankrupt wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you, wrapped.
This when Winston Churchill wrote his letter to Franklin Roosevelt, December 8th, 1940. Churchill explained the U-boat threat, the desperate need for destroyers and aircraft. But the core message was simple. Britain was broke and could no longer pay cash for American supplies. Roosevelt understood the stakes. If Britain fell, Germany would control Europe and threaten America. But Roosevelt faced legal and political obstacles. The Neutrality Acts prohibited loans to belligerent nations. The American
But Germany was never to control Europe. Germany never even wanted to fight England. You know, we had to keep bombing Dresden before Germany even come to England. And the first time they come, they dropped bloody leaflets saying they didn't want to fight, didn't they?
Yeah.
Public opposed aid. Isolationists argued Britain was rich and trying to trick America. Roosevelt needed a mechanism that appeared to be a business deal, not charity. The solution was Lend-Lease. Roosevelt explained it with a folksy analogy. If your neighbor's house catches fire and I have a garden hose, I don't say, neighbor, my garden hose cost me $15. You have to pay me $15. I lend him the hose and he gives it back when the fire is out. It sounded generous. It sounded neighborly. But negotiations behind closed doors were different. This wasn't neighbors helping neighbors. This was a foreclosure. The man running the American negotiation was Henry Morgenthau Jr., Secretary of the Treasury. Morgenthau wanted to help Britain defeat Hitler, but he was ruthless about protecting American taxpayer interests. His position: before America gives Britain a single dollar, Britain must prove it has stripped itself of every asset it possesses. Morgenthau demanded a complete audit of the British Empire, every asset owned by the British government, every asset owned by British citizens, every gold bar, every share of stock, every factory. He wanted Britain's books open to American inspection. The British negotiators were stunned. They were being treated not as an ally fighting a common enemy, but as a bankrupt company in receivership being audited by creditors. The British argued they had already liquidated their gold. Selling long-term investments during a war would force fire sale prices. Stripping Britain of income-generating assets would leave Britain destitute after the war. Morgenthau was unmoved. If Britain still owned assets in America, why should American taxpayers subsidize the war? The most painful example was American Viscose Corporation. American Viscose was the largest manufacturer of rayon in the United States, owned by Courtaulds, a British company. It generated $5 million annually in dividends flowing to Britain, worth $125 million. Morgenthau identified it as a target. He told British negotiators, sell it. They resisted. Morgenthau gave an ultimatum: sell American Viscose or Lend-Lease dies in Congress. Britain had no choice. On March 15th, 1941, the British government seized American Viscose from Courtaulds and sold it to American investment bankers. Because everyone knew Britain was forced to sell, the bankers negotiated ruthlessly. Sale price, $54 million. The company was worth at least $100 million. Britain received roughly half of fair value. The money went directly to the U.S. Treasury to pay for weapons already ordered. But the extraction went beyond American Viscose. While Morgenthau negotiated Lend-Lease, another deal was being cut. Britain desperately needed destroyers. German U-boats were sinking merchant ships faster than Britain could replace them. Churchill begged...
They don't teach you any of this in school in history, do they?
Nope.
No.
None of it.
begged Roosevelt for destroyers. The U.S. Navy had 50 old World War I destroyers in mothballs. Obsolete, slow, of limited value to the modern Navy. Roosevelt agreed to give them to Britain, but not for free. He structured it as a trade. In exchange for 50 destroyers, the United States demanded 99-year leases on British naval and air bases across the Atlantic: Newfoundland, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Jamaica, St. Lucia, Trinidad, Antigua, British Guiana. Britain handed America a chain of military bases covering the entire Western Hemisphere. The strategic value was incalculable. What did Britain receive? 50 destroyers. Many of them.
100-year lease, you get a destroyer. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. In a minute, you find that they break down because they're old and they're World War One and they're rusty hulls. They were in mothballs, weren't they?
Oh,
You know?
oh no.
Mm. Yeah. And Trump's coming for the Bank of England at the moment. I need to dig a bit further into it, but I'll play it in a minute and see if anybody else can work it out, because I've gone to Trump's report, but it's well in depth and trying to go through it all. The UN report was easier to go through. The migration replacement was easy to go through, but the Trump report is like banging your head against a brick wall.
Broke down immediately. By March 1941, Britain had been stripped systematically.
It's like Trump wrote it, you know.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, reading Trump's tweets.
Gold liquidated. American viscose sold at half price. Caribbean bases leased for 99 years. Only then did Congress pass the Lend-Lease Act. Lend-Lease was publicly presented as the arsenal of democracy, but it wasn't a gift. It was a lease with implied repayment. And the agreement contained Article 7, a clause that would prove more destructive than any German bomb. Article 7 stated that in return for Lend-Lease, Britain agreed to eliminate discriminatory treatment in international commerce after the war. This was diplomatic language for destroying imperial preference. Imperial preference was the economic foundation of the British Empire, a tariff system that made British goods cheaper in empire markets than American goods. This protected British industry from superior American competition. By signing Article 7, Britain agreed to dismantle imperial preference after the war. It was economic suicide, but the alternative was immediate starvation. British negotiators fought against it. Churchill overruled them. Article 7 was signed. From March 1941 to August 1945.
See, Churchill was a good man, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Good man. Good man.
Yeah, top bloke.
Yeah, let's fuck the British, you know.
Top notch.
Yeah. Yeah, taking all that Jewish money at the time to, you know, start a war. This little Zionist war.
Britain received $31 billion in Lend-Lease aid. This kept Britain alive. Without it, Britain would have been starved into surrender by 1942. But while Britain received aid and fought Germany, America simultaneously absorbed British wealth and markets. American corporations expanded into markets Britain had abandoned. While British factories produced only weapons, American factories produced weapons and consumer goods for global markets. By 1945, the wealth transfer was complete. Britain had liquidated $16 billion in overseas assets. Gold reserves had fallen from $4 billion to nearly zero. Imperial preference was signed away, strategic bases leased to America for 99 years. And then came August 15th, 1945. Japan surrendered. World War II was over. 7 days later, President Truman terminated Lend-Lease. The termination was immediate and total. American ships in the mid-Atlantic carrying food to Britain were ordered to turn around. The aid stopped instantly. No transition period, no warning. Complete cutoff. The British government was paralyzed by...
There, starve, you bastards. Starve. I could see them in Parliament like that.
What happened to... I mean, I know they're obviously going after cash and gold and this, that, and the other in companies and whatever, but how come the royal family and their wealth was immune to it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, royal family
was still there, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but they were German anyway, so it didn't matter, did it?
Mm.
Yeah, exactly, Blunt.
By shock. Britain's economy had been restructured for war. All factories produced weapons. Britain imported half its food, all paid for with Lend-Lease dollars. Without those dollars, Britain was instantly bankrupt. John Maynard Keynes, Britain's greatest economist, calculated that Britain faced immediate economic collapse. Food imports would stop. Rations would be cut to starvation levels. Mass unemployment, social collapse. Britain had one option: beg for an American loan. In September 1945, Keynes, dying from heart disease, sailed to Washington. He had a plan. He would argue for justice. Britain had fought alone for 2 years while America remained neutral. Britain had bankrupted itself, saving Western civilization. Therefore, America owed Britain a gift, a grant of $6 billion, not a loan, but retroactive payment for Britain's sacrifice. When Keynes arrived in Washington, he discovered justice was not a currency Americans recognized. The war was over. American voters were tired of paying for Europe. Congress was suspicious of Britain's new labor government and its socialist policies. The Americans offered a loan, not a grant. Amount, $375 billion, barely enough to prevent starvation. And it came with conditions designed to strangle British economic independence. The most destructive condition, sterling convertibility. Within 1 year, Britain must make the pound fully convertible into dollars. During the war, Britain had created the sterling area. Britain paid empire countries in pounds, but forbade them from converting pounds to dollars. This forced them to hold pounds and buy British goods. If the pound became convertible, everyone would immediately sell pounds to buy dollars because American goods were superior. The sterling area would collapse. British exports would collapse. Keynes knew this was a death trap. The moment convertibility was introduced, there would be a run on the pound that would drain the loan in weeks. He fought against it. But the alternative was refusing the loan, which meant starvation. Bitterly, the British Parliament accepted the loan in July 1946. It was described as financial Munich, Britain appeasing America to survive. Keynes died April 21st, 1946, age 62, his heart giving out under the stress of trying to save Britain from its closest ally. On July 15th, 1947,
lovely ally, isn't it? Lovely ally.
1947, per the loan terms, Britain made the pound fully convertible. The result was exactly what Keynes predicted. The moment the window opened, there was a run on the pound. Countries rushed to convert sterling to dollars. India, Egypt, Australia, Argentina, everyone wanted dollars. The American loan began evaporating. In just 5 weeks, Britain lost $700 million of the $375 billion loan. On August 20th, 1947, just 35 days after convertibility began, Britain suspended it. Britain had burned through nearly 20% of the loan for nothing. The humiliation was total, and the financial weakness triggered immediate geopolitical consequences. In February 1947, Britain sent a telegram to the U.S. State Department. For a century, Britain had guaranteed Greek and Turkish independence against Russia. But Britain was broke. The telegram said, "We're leaving. If you want to stop the Soviets, you do it." This triggered the Truman Doctrine. America replaced Britain in Greece and Turkey. It was formal acknowledgement that Britain was no longer a superpower. In 1949, Britain devalued the pound 30%, from $4.03 to $2.80. Overnight, British citizens became 30% poorer relative to the world. But the final insult was the debt itself. The Anglo-American loan was not forgiven. It was commercial debt with 2% interest. Compound interest over 60 years transformed $3.75 billion into $7.5 billion total repayment. Every year for 60 years, the British Treasury wrote checks to the U.S. Treasury. Through prosperity and crisis, through Thatcher and Blair, the payments continued. Final payment, December 29th, 2006. 60 years after victory, British taxpayers still paying for having survived World War II. But the loan payments were just the visible debt. Total wealth transfer from Britain to America, 1940 to 2006. Gold reserves liquidated, $4 billion overseas investments sold, $12 billion American vice coasts and companies, $2 billion lost income from sold investments, $30 billion over 60 years. Imperial preference dismantled, $200 billion in lost trade. Strategic bases leased 99 years. Incalculable loan repayment, $7.5 billion total. Approximately $30 billion in 1940s dollars, $450 billion today. And who benefited? Not the American public, specific American institutions, the investment banks that bought British assets at fire sale prices. J.P. Morgan and Chase organized the American Vice Coast sale, collecting fees on every transaction. American corporations that captured British markets, while British factories only produced weapons. Ford, GM, GE, Standard Oil expanded globally while Britain was distracted. The American government, which acquired Caribbean bases projecting power across the Western Hemisphere for 80 years. And most importantly, the architects of Bretton Woods. In July 1944, while Britain still fought Germany, American and British negotiators met in New Hampshire to design the post-war financial system. The Americans imposed a system entrenching dollar dominance. The dollar would be the world's reserve currency. The IMF and World Bank would be in Washington, controlled by American votes. The IMF would impose structural adjustment programs on countries needing loans, forcing them to open markets to American exports and sell state assets to American buyers. Keynes fought this system. He proposed an international currency called Bancor that wouldn't favor any nation. The Americans rejected it. Keynes didn't have leverage. Britain was bankrupt. The American plan was adopted. The Bretton Woods system, the IMF and World Bank became the mechanism by which America would do to dozens of countries what it did to Britain. Between 1946 and 2025, the IMF has imposed structural adjustment programs on over 80 countries. The pattern is identical to Britain 1940, 1947. Country faces crisis. IMF offers loan with conditions. Loan requires privatization of state assets, currency convertibility, removal of trade protections. American corporations buy privatized assets at low prices. Countries' industries can't compete with American imports. Country becomes permanently indebted. Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, Indonesia, Thailand, Greece, dozens more. Same playbook, same wealth transfer, same American beneficiaries. Britain helped create the system in 1944, not realizing it was the blueprint for its own dissolution. By accepting Bretton Woods, Britain legitimized the mechanism that would strip Britain and later dozens of other nations. The irony is profound. Britain defeated Nazi Germany, but surrendered to American financial domination. Germany lost the war and was destroyed, then rebuilt with Marshall Plan aid that didn't have to be repaid. Britain won the war and paid for 60 years. This is the hidden history of World War II. The military history shows Allied victory. The financial history shows American acquisition of global dominance through systematic asset stripping of its closest ally. Britain emerged as a moral giant, but an economic pygmy. Britain had done the right thing, stood alone against Hitler, sacrificed everything to save Western civilization.
I don't know why he keeps on saying that it saved Western civilization. Because it didn't. It just empowered one person. And it empowered JP Morgan. It empowered, we got rid of the sterling. It empowered,
But the price was the future. Britain sold the empire to pay for survival. The gold, investments, bases, trading system all transferred to America, not through conquest, but through contracts.
And then the little we did build up, we then lost it all again when we joined the EU.
Signed under duress. And the mechanisms established to strip Britain became standard procedure for American economic dominance for 80 years. When you hear about IMF loans with conditions attached, you're watching the 1946 Anglo-American loan reenacted. When countries are forced to privatize state industries, you're watching American Viscose reenacted. When currency crises trigger capital flight, you're watching the 1947 sterling crisis reenacted. The British experience wasn't unique. It was the template, still used today. Same debt trap, same forced asset sales, same wealth extraction, different countries being stripped by the same system created in 1944 and 1946. If this showed you that World War II's real story was financial, not military, that Britain didn't lose the war but lost its empire paying for victory, and is that the mechanism used on Britain became the IMF playbook used on 80 plus countries. Subscribe. Because the next video shows which countries are being stripped right now using this exact system, which American institutions are profiting, and why $317 trillion in global debt is this mechanism operating at planetary scale. The Anglo-American loan extracted $450 billion from Britain over 60 years. The global debt system extracts $15 trillion annually from the entire world. Understanding Britain, 1940-2006, is understanding the system controlling every debtor nation today. The mechanism doesn't change. Only the countries being stripped.
Boom.
All right, welcome to the first video of...
And
Nice
there you
monk.
have it.
Nice monkfish. But we won the war.
You guys were the wieners.
Yeah, we won fuck all.
And then the fucker takes off to South America as well.
Yeah.
You didn't even get your main target there.
Mm.
The bad mustache man.
That's Tusi doing his shill work.
What is the difference between Iran and those places? Because obviously there won't be a vacuum, right?
Well, it's great. It's a great and important question that you ask because it's.
There's your little Shah that wants to go back to Iran. That's who Trump and Satanyahu want to put in power.
Huh.
Important to explain to the whole world that the scenario of change in Iran has no resemblance to poorly managed changes of regime in the other countries in our immediate neighborhood. The best example is Iraq and the Baathification, which has nothing to do with the scenario of change that we prescribe to or suggest to the world to understand.
Yeah, you're full of shit, mate. Full of shit. And Tusi's doing this bullshit. It's
When was he in power? When was he in power? Back in the 80s or 90s?
Yeah, way, yeah.
When Nazis.
Let's find that other video first before I play that one. No. No. Oh, where is he? Where be you two? That was Trump back in 1980, that was. He was talking about Iran then. Should have taken all of oil. Oh, he got kicked in the nuts, he did. Mossad agent on the train shouting against Iran's leadership. You're right, kicking. And him in the crowd there. Oh, no, this was America, yeah. Yeah, this is Urban. This is Urban shouting and bawling about, other countries. Urban shouting about other countries. No, that was a better video. Yeah, it definitely goes up from whatever. What they blew up.
Yeah, maybe it's anti-missile defense, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
That big explosion that we saw earlier on, that was the mausoleum of former Venezuelan leader Hugo Chavez. And he was the one that took oil away from America.
Was it?
Yeah.
Acaban de explotar el 4F.
Mira.
Acaban de explotar el 4F.
Mira.
There's Pam Bondi going after free speech, no free speech.
Oh, yeah, of course. She's not going after any politicians or anything, any criminals. Not in any meaningful way, anyway.
Oh yeah, that was the Venezuelans all going down on the motorbikes with all their weapons.
Where were they going to?
Don't know.
Gonna go attack an Apache helicopter?
Yeah. Oh, that's Nathan Rothschild. Was helping Nicholas Monduro regarding Venezuela's central bank because they haven't got the usury and they haven't got the Rothschilds bank.
They have a digital dollar too, don't they? They went
Yeah.
with digital dollar. I think they took Monero.
Dunno. What was I looking? Oh, I was looking for him talking about with his wife interview, wasn't I? There you go. So this is who they want to. This is who they want to install. Yeah, who says you know at the moment in Iran, you know, I've shown videos of loads of women not wearing any headscarves or anything else on their head. You know, Christmas markets and everything else I showed, didn't I? You know,
Yeah.
leading up to Christmas. Yeah. And this guy, you listen to his interview.
Become in the future. We can always have some.
I'm quoting, Your Majesty. In a man's life, women count only if they are beautiful, graceful, and know how to stay feminine. You may be equal in the eyes of the law, but not in ability. You have never produced a Michelangelo or a Bach or even a great cook. You are schemers, you are evil, all of you. Oh, Your Majesty, you said all.
He's talking about women. Talking about women.
Yeah.
I'm quoting, Your Majesty. In a man's life, women count only if they are beautiful, graceful, and know how to stay feminine. You may be equal in the eyes of the law, but not in ability. You have never produced a Michelangelo or a Bach or even a...
So that's who Tusi agrees with. Yeah.
great cook. You are schemers, you are evil, all of you. Oh, Your Majesty, you said all these things.
Not with the same words, no.
Well, the thought, you've never produced a Michelangelo, a Bach, or even a
This
great
I
cook. have said. So you don't feel that women are, in that sense, equal, that they have the same intelligence or ability?
Not so far. Maybe you will become in the future. We can always have some.
That's his wife. That's that's the queen or whatever they call her. Her Royal Highness. You watch her face in a minute.
Here and there.
But yes, but on the average, I repeat again, when have you produced a top scientist?
Madame Curie.
That's one.
Well, we've had a lot of trouble getting ahead, perhaps because of this point of view. Do you feel your wife is one of these rare exceptions?
Of course.
It depends in what sense.
Well, do you feel your wife can govern as well as a man?
You can see the cogs turning in his brain, isn't it? He's going to fucking hell, you know. I ain't gonna get no fucking jiggy for the fucking next 3 months if I don't answer this question right. You know? But you know, I'm fucking Iranian anyway, and I'm fucking Shah, so I'll just take it, you know, because she ain't really my bride. She's just a fucking slave girl.
He's got probably got a few hundred others anyway.
Yeah.
I prefer not to answer.
But you.
I prefer not to answer.
Have made your wife the regent of this country. If you should die, your wife heads this country, and yet you're not certain that she can govern as well as a man.
I can't say, the reaction that she might eventually have under crisis.
See that big swallow she just did then?
These are unanswerable questions. How do you want to...
Well, I admire you for your honesty, but what you are really saying is women are nice in their place. Nice, pretty creatures. You are a very pretty woman. Say something, Your Majesty. How do you feel when you listen to this? No. What can I say?
I can't say nothing because if I say anything, I'm going to get battered later. I'll get stoned later by the Shah.
You know, it's I don't think you really believe that.
Crazy, isn't it? No, that was about Scottish 33-degree masonry. That was. I think it was Scottish.
The modern Scottish rite of the mother jurisdiction has found the keys to esoteric knowledge, and therefore it is the direct, true descendant and the survivor of the ancient mysteries.
That's what Type was talking about in the chat earlier.
We pursue, preserve, and teach the ancient wisdom and esoteric knowledge. The Scottish rite of the mother jurisdiction, on the other hand, retained, reinforced, and expanded both goals, societal and spiritual. But we also search for an ultimate mystic union with the deity, and for that purpose, we reveal and apply in our degrees from the 4th to the 33rd the ancient wisdom, esoteric knowledge that comes to us over long, drifting centuries. The powers, forces, and energies.
So, worshipping deities is completely against God's will. Yeah, that was why the Jews were kicked out and the Solomon's temple and then David's temple got destroyed in the first place, wasn't it? That was why they were kicked out for 50 years.
Yeah, they couldn't even behave themselves in the desert.
I've condemned them, November Man, but I haven't seen anybody else condemn them yet. Russia hadn't even spoke. I haven't even seen anything of Russia speaking about it yet. I don't know whether it's all happening behind closed doors or what, but nobody's blown any whistles. Nobody's putting any information out yet. Well, yeah, they did go to They did go to Scotland, and they did go to Ireland. Blunt. But the Scottish Masonry, that was originally the Knights Templar, when so many of the Knights Templar fled to Scotland when. Which king was it that owed them loads of money? Was it Louis? Was it King Louis? Was it? I can't remember. Can't remember which king it was. He was killing the Knights Templars, wasn't he? Because they demanded their money off of him and he couldn't pay them. So he said that they were into all this witchcraft and everything else. And Some of them fled to Scotland, and that's where they set up masonry.
King
in
Philip
Scotland.
IV.
Was it King Philip? Was it?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, he was burning them, wasn't he? He burning them at the stake, wasn't he?
He was hanging them, burning them, all
Yeah.
kinds of stuff. Yeah.
Can be discovered if we search deeply enough. They were to be found in all parts of the world, such as the mysteries of Isis and Osiris in Egypt, the Mithraic mysteries of the Persians, the Orphic and Bacchic and later Eleusinian mysteries of Greece, the mysteries of Samothrace and Chaldea, mysteries of India, the Druidical mysteries, the Gothic and Scandinavian mysteries, and others. The ancient mysteries later fell into a perverted decline and were replaced with the ceremonial sorcery, incantations in lieu of divine magic. Also were filled with indescribable practices in the orgies of Bacchus.
Yeah, you like your orgies, don't you? Oh, big up November, man. Cheers, mate.
These three events brought the civil rights movement to the forefront of the American consciousness and inspired many people to join the fight. Over the previous half-century, blacks and Jews had increasingly come together to fight discrimination. So by the 1950s, no one was surprised that Jewish activists made up a huge percentage of the non-black people involved in the struggle. American Jews played a key role in the founding and funding of some of the most important civil rights organizations. In 1964, a campaign known as the Mississippi Freedom Summer brought volunteers from across the country to help register black voters in Mississippi. Black and white college students from the North, with a disproportionate number being Jews, were bussed down for the effort. Early that summer, 2 Jewish activists, Michael Schwimmer and Andrew Goodman, and 1 local activist, James Chaney, were arrested by a sheriff who was also a member of the Ku Klux Klan. Shortly thereafter, all 3 were driven out to a deserted area and murdered by a group of Klansmen. While the murder of black men in the South rarely made national headlines, news of the murder of 2 white activists further publicized the unchecked institutional violence of Southern segregationists. Just after Chaney, Goodman, and Schwimmer disappeared, 17 rabbis were arrested alongside Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and others. Their crime? Sitting and praying at a whites-only restaurant. This was no isolated incident. King shared a long, fruitful relationship with many Jewish leaders. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel walked arm in arm with Dr. King in his 1965 March on Selma, and Rabbi Joachim Prince warmed up the crowd for his good friend Dr. King to deliver his iconic I Have a Dream speech.
I have a
AJC
dream.
treasurer Stanley Levison was a close friend of Dr. King. He drafted some of his articles and speeches, prepared his tax returns, and raised money for organizations that Dr. King supported.
King also used his growing global influence to help the Jewish community. He frequently chastised
That's why they call him a traitor.
the Soviet government for the treatment of its Jewish citizens, co-sponsoring conferences on the plight of Soviet Jewry. In 1965, he was awarded the American Women's Medallion by the American Jewish Committee for his exceptional advancement of the principles of human liberty.
So he was going after Jews in Russia. So he was going after communists in Russia. Well, the communists in Russia were Jews, you pillock.
Throughout his public life, King fought anti-Semitism, even within the African-American community. He was also a friend to Israel. In a 1968 speech, King called Israel one of the great outposts of democracy.
No democracy in Israel.
In the world. It's no shock then that following King's tragic assassination in Memphis in 1968, many in the Jewish community mourned deeply with the rest of the country. Thousands of American Jews participated in the memorials and interfaith services for the martyred minister. On the day King's body was laid to rest, over 700 Jewish schools and organizations around the country closed out of respect. Jewish leaders around the world acknowledged King's stunning legacy.
If there is any way to honor this memory, it is to dedicate ourselves to his philosophy of nonviolence, so that whatever our problems and how serious they may be, we may solve them by the philosophy of peace and nonviolence, and preserve the integrity and the security.
Coming from a Rothschild, eh? It's laughable, isn't it?
The safety of our nation.
We just do the violence and blame somebody else.
Yeah.
These three events brought the civil rights movement to the forefront of the American consciousness.
A left-wing Jewish academic could walk free in less than 3 years for raping 2 women in Canberra, despite showing no remorse for his crimes. Oh, this is about Ireland. I think this was the Irish one. This is good.
Effectively,
this is good. This is. It's a shame some of the Irish listeners aren't here.
The softening up of Ireland for the ongoing scheme of mass population replacement is gathering pace through the National Action Plan Against Racism. Officially launched in 2023, this plan aims to cultivate a culture of white guilt among the Irish and to grant special privileges to foreigners, effectively demoting the native population to second-class citizens in their own country. Allegedly, these changes are being implemented because the migrants in Ireland are not feeling safe. In reality, the increasing number of third world migrants has contributed greatly to the declining sense of safety among Irish women and children. The public face for this cultural reprogramming is Ibn Joseph.
And racism is built on only one thing: white superiority.
I mean, why have they even got a Nigerian there? You know, and it gets even weirder. You know, gets even weirder. I should clip this and put it up as a short, really, shouldn't I?
Yeah, racism is defined by white supremacy.
Yeah.
How the fuck does that work?
Isn't it?
What a fucking idiot. Doesn't even know how to use the language.
Yeah.
Anti-racism activist was given the role of special rapporteur, and her job is to monitor progress and write annual reports on Irish racism. Ibn Joseph, however, is not the brain behind this program. If we observe her network, we can see that she is the direct protege of Alice Feldman, a Jewish academic at University College Dublin. It was Feldman who supervised Joseph.
So why ain't they getting these people out of their country? Why is the government allowing it?
Joseph's PhD, and it was Feldman who groomed Joseph for her current role as the face of Irish anti-racism. She has spent over 2 decades working.
Those Irish people, they're pretty uppity.
Yeah.
You don't want them around. You know, if you're going to install a one world government, you don't want all these uppity people who are going to ask what share do they get? You know, can I have better? This sucks. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Of Irish interests through her advocacy in immigration, anti-racism, interculturalism, and critical race theory. Although a whole host of Irish and ethnic minority names have been listed as authors of the National Plan Against Racism, even the briefest of research reveals that it was first conceived as far back as 2003. and that the author of a plan bearing this precise name was none other than Feldman herself. If we explore further, we will notice that Joseph is also influenced by Ronald Lentin, a Jewish academic who introduced critical race theory to Ireland in 1997. Lentin, who led sociology at Trinity College until 2012, has redefined Ireland as a biopolitical racist state and has actively campaigned for immigration policy.
A political racist state, okay.
What does Blunt think of this one then? Oh yeah, I don't know what she is, November Man. What it is, I ain't got a clue.
While opposing deportations. She introduced the concept of Irish racism, arguing that the very notion of Irish identity is a white supremacist fabrication. Working alongside Feldman and Lentin on the 2008 collaboration relating to the early national plan against racism was the Irish-Jewish writer Katrina Goldstone. As the board member of New Communities Ireland, the largest national network of more than 150 migrant-led groups, Goldstone has described herself as being involved in asylum rights and minority issues for more than 2 decades. Jewish and liberal activists have also prioritized teaching anti-racism in Western education, aiming to instill white guilt and suppress expressions of white identity. In Ireland, this was advanced by Catherine Zappone, an American lesbian and former Minister for Children.
An American lesbian and former Minister for Children. You listen to what she introduces in school. Shouldn't be allowed anywhere near a fucking school.
Who in 2016 introduced the Diversity, Equality and Inclusion Charter for Early Childhood Education. This initiative, drawing from the anti-bias approach of American Jew Louise Derman Sparks, seeks to reorient Irish education against native interests. Derman Sparks, known for works like Leading Anti-Bias Early Childhood Programs and What If All the Kids Are White, has directly influenced Irish policy, promoting the idea that whiteness perpetuates systemic racism.
See, I'll have a post made about me tomorrow, you know. Be a long, big post written all about me tomorrow.
Are you a racist again now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't make this shit up, can you?
Yeah.
You know, who controls Ireland then? Who actually controls Ireland?
Yes, it's not supposed to be Irish people.
Yeah.
Because they're racist.
Yeah.
Who are they to have their own country? My wife keeps wanting to go to Muslim countries and live there because it's nice and warm. You know, get all that fat welfare money and stuff, you know?
Mm. Includes in ensuring that the child's identity and belonging is promoted through the early childhood care and education setting. Hang on a minute. What if they're white then? So they're not allowed to be white, are they?
No.
It's already stated that they're not allowed to be white because that's racism. It perpetuates systematic racism.
Yep.
By adopting her methods, Ireland has committed to indoctrinating its youth, ensuring the continuation of this suicidal ideological shift. This pattern of cultural manipulation is not unique to Ireland, but reflects a broader Western trend where academic theories, often from Jewish scholars, are used to indoctrinate the
Jewish lesbian scholars.
Yeah, they brought critical race theory to my city years ago. When they introduced that, they got told to fuck off.
Yeah.
Because all the parents went down and fucking railed on them, so they couldn't do it.
Mm.
In my city, there's a lot of interracial marriages, and it's been like that since like the 70s.
Yeah.
So, you know, go fuck off with your critical race theory.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. They fucked off.
next generation of professionals who then disseminate these ideas throughout society. Ebun Joseph pushes for these anti-racism teachings to be compulsory, aiming to dismantle.
Well, how is it anti-racist if it's racist against white people?
And look at that lovely bunch of Irish people.
The very fabric of European culture. According to the logic of critical race theory, the Irish are racist by virtue of their existence, with the only resolution being their cultural and demographic erasure. The strategy is a form of conquest, not by traditional means of war, but through policy, education, and the manipulation of public perception.
Mad as poo. When would they say it? So 1912. A racial program for the 20th century. In 1912, Israel Cohen wrote a book on communist tactics titled A Racial Program for the 20th Century. It has proven to be prophetic. We must realize that our party's most powerful weapon is racial tension. By pounding into the consciousness of the dark races that for centuries they have been oppressed by the whites. We can mold them to our program. The terms colonialism and imperialism must be featured in our propaganda in America. We aim for subtle victory while inflaming the Negro minority against the whites. We will endeavor to instill in the whites a guilt complex for exploiting Negroes. We will aid the Negroes to rise to prominence in every walk of life, in the professions and in the world of sport and entertainment. With this prestige, the Negroes will be able to intermarry with the whites and begin a process which will deliver America to our cause. That was in 1912. Jewish Ku Klux Klan man.
Well, they also kind of believed back then if you intermarried with black people, it would denigrate your genetics, and that's not true. So they had some pretty archaic fucking ideas.
All your best runners, all your best boxers.
Yeah.
According to Rabbi Dr. Jacob, who was a Ku Klux man now, it was Ku Klux Klan. Rabbi Dr. Jacob Rader, Marcus, Jewish immigrant, Isaac Herman, 1838 and 1970, was a leader in the movement to organize the Civil War veterans into an association whose primary aim was to protect the whites against the Negro freedmen. He worked to restore white supremacy and to resist what he believed to be the encroachments of the Negroes. We Jews, we are the destroyers and will remain the destroyers. Nothing you can do will meet our demands and needs. We will forever destroy because we want a world of our own. They've been given it, haven't they?
Well, they got a lot of it.
Oh yeah, Douglas McGregor, I think he's in the shit.
I see no evidence for anything that's remotely America first. The sad part is that we are not an American first administration. I wish that we were. If we were an America first administration, we would not be involved in the vast numbers of things we are. I think we're an Israel first administration in Washington. I see no evidence for anything that's remotely America first, because our interests do not drive us into wars all over the world. They simply don't exist. The sad part is that we are not an American first administration. I wish that we were. If we were an America first.
Well, you had that American billionaire, didn't you? Put his arms around Trump and say the first Jewish president of the United States of America.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, Trump put on the little hat and thrust the wall, didn't he?
China bans all Israeli tourists from entering the country. I think Japan has as well.
Well, that's anti-Semitic, isn't it? Well, it's not really, but.
Trump promises no more wars, no more wars.
When will Global South leaders and beyond understand that, short of nuclear weapons, no state in the world that does not station weaponry from the US military-industrial complex is safe? They have to benefit the companies of the United States that cause so much killing all around the world. Otherwise, they will be a target. Gustavo Petro of Colombia said shortly before Donald Trump's post about Maduro being kidnapped from Venezuela, an OPEC member, that whole sections of Caracas had been bombed in the traditional now Trump pinpoint strikes that usually occur to no avail. Hence strikes on Iran that killed 1,000 people, but stopped short of regime change. The bombing of a field in Nigeria for no apparent purpose. However, of course, billions of dollars are spent on these weapons at the expense of the American people, while the inner cities of the United States wallow in end of empire poverty. One just has to look at what was achieved by Chavez, whose mausoleum was reportedly bombed by the US military in the past few hours, to see how, even according to the neoliberal neocon World Bank, poverty headcount in 2000 was 42% in Venezuela. Under Maduro, let alone Chavez, it was down to 30%. And literacy rates, 99%. Compare that to the United States' inner cities, where life expectancy, literacy, the conditions and statistics that mark out what human life is are catastrophic. No wonder the United States has to make an example of Venezuela and its successful Bolivarian revolution in terms of how it aided the poor and pulled them up after years of US proxy warfare. Of course, Machado, the Nobel War winner, along with the NATO allies that killed children on New Year's Day in Russia, they're silent for now. But what we do know is Machado said that the war on Venezuela is Israel's war, and there will be lies about resistance groups and their relationship to Venezuela. What we are witnessing is an empire dying out of control, with figures like Marco Rubio, infamous for having received gifts from the drug kingpin of Miami in his youth, Pete Hegseth, a Fox News reporter. These people are managing the end of empire, to the rest of the world's being aghast. Congress, of course, was not informed. Another sign that US democracy is dying along with US empire. There will be repercussions for whatever happens in Venezuela, and they will boomerang back just like recent wars, whether it be Afghanistan, Iraq, and all the other ones of the so-called war on terror. But the repercussions for a war in the Western Hemisphere, for upending the Venezuelan revolution, arguably will be far more severe than the United States has ever had in its 250-year history.
So let me get this right. They're so say fighting a war on drugs, yeah?
Yeah.
But the man they got in charge of the war machine,
yeah,
only a month or a couple of months ago, he was found with drugs, wasn't
yeah, loads of coke, wasn't it?
I can't fucking write it, can you?
Yeah, he was coked up, wasn't
he? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you got to get your coke supply secured.
Yeah. But you can't fucking write this shit, can you, Max?
And he was using steroids at the gym, wasn't he?
Yeah.
You know, but when it was the Democrats, you know, when it was the Biden, what's the Biden son called?
Oh,
Hunter. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
when he visited the White House, they found cocaine in the toilets, didn't they?
Yeah.
Made massive song and dance about it, but Pete Hegseth, that gets shut down. That does.
Yeah, they found a duffel bag with cocaine in it.
Yeah.
It was a big bag of cocaine. They wouldn't say how big the bag was, but
yeah. You know,
if it was in a backpack or a duffel bag, you know, got to be a fair amount.
Yeah, and you know, instead of all these proxy wars or instead of all these coup d'etats, you know, why isn't he going after the Bidens? Why isn't he going after all the corruption in Ukraine that Hunter Biden did and the Biden family? You know, why isn't he going after all Biden's biolabs in Ukraine?
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't he going after the laptop from hell that's got Biden's, you know, committing paedophilia and smoking crack pipes?
Got me.
All these strange people that are, you know, ended their life with bullets to the back. I don't know how you shoot yourself in the back.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how you ignore 100 women saying that they want their names printed and all the information released, and you end up with redacted stuff from the Epstein files, right?
Yeah, yeah. You know, they all stood there, didn't they?
Yeah, yeah.
They all stood there on camera.
Yeah, making their faces seen.
Yeah,
these are our names.
Yeah, and old Cash Patel paid what 2,600 hours of overtime and black marker pens to redact everything. And meanwhile, I mean, Trump's only taking a leaf out of fucking Satanyahu's book. Every time Satanyahu's supposed to appear at court, all of a sudden they have a mysteriously bus blow up. And he has to go and rush and do that, or something happens and he has to go and rush and do that.
Yeah.
You know, the Houthis bomb them, or Hezbollah bombs them, so they have to go. He has to go and deal with that and ask for his court case to be adjourned.
All right. Poor Ned, who just can't make it to court.
No. And twice he's asked for a pardon. Trump's asked for a pardon on his behalf as well. So I don't know what's happening with the pardon, or whether they can actually prosecute him. Because if they prosecute him, he's going to jail anyway. Because the former Prime Minister got prosecuted and went to jail, didn't he? For less than what Netanyahu.
Yeah, none of them are going to jail. That's my prediction.
I can cast a spell with words, Tyke. Like Hollywood.
Oh, cool.
Land thief, oil thief.
Oh, 1,000 years ago. That's just the way it is, right? We're protecting Kuwait, not chasing oil. We bring freedom to Iraq. We don't need oil. We are invading Venezuela for oil. They stole our oil 1,000 years ago. That's just the way it is, right? We're protecting Kuwait, not chasing oil. We bring freedom to Iraq. We don't need oil. We are invading Venezuela for oil. They stole our oil 1,000 years ago. That's just
a little more honest.
They stole our oil. They stole our oil.
Yeah, that's our oil under your land. Can't hear them.
Right.
If they're saying stuff.
If you're somebody that finds it difficult to listen to another perspective that isn't yours, then just skip this, because this video isn't for you. This video is for people that actually have an open mind. I'm going to enter on this thing. There is not a country, a nation that stands present in this world right now where 100% of the population agrees entirely on who the government is in their country, or who the sheikh is in their country, or who the monarch is in their country. You're never, ever going to get that. Never 100%. There is always going to be a group of people that are going to want someone else to come and govern, because there are just too many people. Nobody's going to agree on everything. Here's a thought for some people that want to continuously bang on about regime change in Iran and trying to topple the government, especially when they talk about things like Sharia law and women wearing the hijab and, all sorts of these Islamist tropes that perhaps don't look like secular states, because there are various amounts of civilizations that exist that don't have to look like the West for them to operate. Why are there never any regime calls in Saudi Arabia? Why does nobody call for regime change in the UAE? Those are Islamic regions, most of which the women in most of their states have to wear hijab and cover up. But it only seems like the US and Israel, much of the EU, want to continuously go after Iran, right? People need to start asking the right questions and stop falling for the cycle of the same politics that is used when it comes to installing Western puppets into these West Asian, Middle Eastern countries that are going to work for the interests of the West. The issue is, a lot of the time, is that there are certain Western individuals that criticize civilizations if it does not mimic their own one that they live in. So if people eat differently, if people pray differently, if people look different, if they're dressed differently, somehow it's not civilized, right? It's uncouth and it's backwards and it's all of this kind of colonial era terminology. That's wrong. Sorry. Because not all societies and civilizations are going to look exactly the same as the West. Doesn't mean that it's bad. Doesn't mean that it's wrong.
Well, depends on the ideology.
Yeah.
know, just because it's different doesn't mean it's good. You know.
Oh, this is the ADL, Anti-Defamation League. The one that got it says ADL. Oh yeah, ADL, yeah.
In 1913, Leo Frank, a Jewish businessman in Atlanta, was convicted of raping and murdering 13-year-old Mary Fagan, who was a Catholic employee at his pencil factory. On April 26, 1913, she went into her boss, Leo Frank's office to collect a check, and the next morning was found in the basement of this factory, brutally beaten and dead. The autopsy revealed she was raped and strangled to death. Frank thought so ahead of this crime that he actually framed the black night watchman who found her the next morning, leaving 2 notes next to her corpse acting as if she wrote them, describing the murderer as this night watchman whose name was Newt Lee. After a long trial filled with bribery and framing, Leo Frank was finally convicted of murder and initially sentenced to death by hanging. But his legal team took it to the federal level and through under-the-table deals had his sentence reduced to life in prison. But in August of 1913, 25 men kidnapped Leo Frank from the prison and had him lynched directly in front of Mary Fagan's old residence. Now, Leo Frank was president of the Atlanta chapter of the B'nai B'rith, which was like a Masonic society, but only for Jews. And he was reelected as president after his conviction. The chapter went on to push the narrative, even inscribing it on its gravestone, that everyone involved in the case against Frank was anti-Semitic. Insert the creation of the Anti-Defamation League, formed in 1913 by the outrage of Jews in this conviction against Leo Frank. Also, the same year that the Federal Reserve was created and Americans began paying federal income tax. The ADL was founded with the mission statement to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and ensure justice and fair treatment for all. The ADL immediately ramped up their campaign to paint Leo Frank as a victim of anti-Semitism, infiltrating media, literature, and universities. One of the retellings of Frank's story was that 13-year-old Mary Fagan was a temptress who enjoyed being sexually abused by older men. The ADL has since operated as a political weapon to rewrite history, criminalize any criticism of Jewish power or involvement in America, and define all dissent of Israel and even Christian slogans as anti-Semitism. Now, none of this may come to a shock for you if you know the contents of the Jewish faith's holiest book, the Talmud, which says Jews are permitted to violate Gentiles and have sex with children. The ADL was created on the basis of defending pedophilia and is still one of the wealthiest and most influential organizations in America today.
Kaboom. Oh, sneeze.
Please donate today.
Yeah. Please donate to the ADL.
Yeah.
Protecting pedophiles since 1913. So these 2 girls here, I'm telling their story. So they're arrested by the IRGC. The girls say they were a group of 30 teenagers, girls and boys, who received money from someone, agent in Germany. They were asked to smoke cigarettes in front of police and insult them. Once the police acted, they were supposed to start a fight with them. If they were touched, they had to throw themselves on the ground and yell, "They attacked us." There was one main person who was in contact with the agent in Germany. He received the money and distributed it to others. They received 5 million tomas, which is roughly $38 in $1 bills.
Well, I guess that'd give Trump a good reason to start war there too. Peace president.
Did anybody see his
Champion of the world, Benjamin Netanyahu, the Freddy Krueger of Gaza. The school shooter, heavyweight champion of the world. The man's killed a lot of kids.
My friends, the terrorist state of Israel want Palestinian civilians to die. Every man, woman, and child in Gaza. Israel's soldiers are deliberately targeting civilians. They fire rockets at schools, hospitals, mosques. They even shoot Palestinian women and children when they try to leave the war zone. Israel is deliberately starving the people of Gaza. All of them. We win, they lose. I want to thank President leadership. I thank President Biden for the bombs and for being, as he says, a proud Zionist. Actually, he says a proud Irish American Zionist. May God bless the great alliance between Israel and America forever.
USA, how many kids did we kill today?
Oh, people asking Grok to do things. Hey, Grok, please color the face of the speedophile. Why's my phone just on that? Please color the face of the speedophile black and the face of the war criminal red.
Benjamin Net.
Can't even remember what this is. The disaster they brought upon Venezuela and many other countries in just a few hours is what they've been trying to bring upon Iran for 47 years, spending hundreds of billions of dollars on it and directly intervening at least twice, not counting the 12-day war, but they failed. I'm not the only one saying this. The US ambassador says it.
For joining me.
Great to be with you. Thank you. It wasn't America. What President Trump did to step in that 12-day war ending was historic. It was amazing. But for him then to be imputed with regime change, we've had 2 regime changes in Iran already. Neither one worked. So I think wisely leaving this to the region to solve. Why did Israel not want to finish the job? I don't think the story is over. You're on chapter 5. We have another 5 chapters to go.
Mr. Ambassador, it's always great to see you. Thank you so much for joining me.
Great to be with you. Thank you.
Thing is, Israel, that 12 days of bombing, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Israel did the bombing, then Iran did the bombing. It totally fucking neutralized any defense systems they had. You had the UK, you had, who was it? UK was involved. Two of the countries, two of the regions, you know, they allowed Israel to use the airspace, blah blah blah, right? Trying to shoot down missiles and drones and what have you. But Israel got totally fucked up. I showed videos of them getting fucked up, and they couldn't stop. They couldn't stop the weapons. That's
we can't do the numbers.
No, that's why they're trying to go for a regime change. That's why they're trying to get the Shah in, because the Shah's going to sign up with Israel. The same as that silly woman that won the Nobel Prize. They want her in Venezuela, so then they can put the IMF in. They can put the Jewish banking system in, you know, so that everybody's paying interest, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You know, and she's going to give everything away to America and give it away to Israel. You know, and then America's going to sell Venezuelan cheap oil to everybody. No, why in UAE? Why in OPEC? Why ain't they? Because they're all aligned with Israel. She talks about Zionists colluded with Nazis.
Oh, yeah.
Palestine. Even though Zionism was created, when Nazis took a hold of Germany, the Zionists were the only Jewish group that would collaborate with them, while all other Jewish groups boycotted them, because Zionists only cared about colonizing Palestine. Even though Zionism was created by Jewish elite intellectuals and financiers, it was an extremely niche and radical and unwanted movement by most of European Jews. They completely rejected it. In fact, the first World Zionist Organization was supposed to be held in Germany, but the German Jews categorically didn't want it anywhere around them, so they had to move it to Basel, Switzerland. And when Nazis took hold of Germany, all other Jewish groups outside of Germany recognized Nazism as the bitter enemy of the Jewish people and completely boycotted them, except for Zionists. And in fact, Theodor Herzl, the father of modern political Zionism, literally wrote in his diary, "The anti-Semites will be our most faithful friends. The anti-Semitic countries will be our allies." And this comes to the famous Haavara Agreement between Zionists and Nazis, where again, every other Jewish group and everyone else was boycotting Germany. But the Zionists were totally okay to say, hey, don't worry, you just help us move these Jewish people to Palestine, and we will make sure to buy manufactured German goods. And those goods were shipped to Palestine and sold there, benefiting the Nazi regime that was persecuting Jews at a time where everyone else was boycotting them. This is how callous and disgusting and toxic Zionism is. Negotiating and colluding with a regime that is genociding your own people. And this collusion between Zionists and Nazis in order for Zionists to occupy Palestine, the most striking evidence of this was commemorated by this coin that was created in 1934. And you can have a look what's on one side and what's on the other side. On one side of the coin, it says a Nazi travels to Palestine, and on the other side of the coin, and he tells about it in the Angriff, a newspaper. And this is where Zionists invited Nazis to Palestine to give tours, to show the kibbutzes, to show the settlements. And so they took this opportunity to team up with colonial powers, with anti-Semitic powers, with fascist powers, because Zionists only cared about colonizing Palestine. Zionism and anti-Jewishness are both as toxic and evil as they come. And may the world be free from both one day, and may we see a free Palestine.
I should do a whole what's it called on that really, shouldn't I?
Five million Jews in Israel and 5 million Jews in America cannot defeat 1.3 billion Muslims. But if the Christians are with us, maybe we have a fighting chance. You have to understand it's very, very unpalatable for Jews to love the Christians, or to understand, even if we don't love the Christians, that we should let the Christians help us. We should let the Christians help us.
What's going on in the world today, we see that there's a very big divide in the world. The 70 nations are really 35 and 35, and 35 of them are controlled by what's called Edom, the Western world, what many consider America, and 35 are controlled by Yishmael, the Arab Muslim world. That world history is coming down to the two powers, the Western world against Yishmael. And the question is, who stands last in that great war, which is also called Gog Magog? Right now, we are undergoing two simultaneous galusim, Edom and Yishmael. We know that the two nations that will last till Mashiach comes is Rome and Yishmael. These are the only two nations that will exist until Mashiach comes. And we want to know, who's going to be the last man standing? Esav or Yishmael? By the way, my message to both of them is we wish both of them to wipe each other out. And we are comfortable here in the Western world. Yeah, you know, America will protect us and America will conquer Yishmael and then Mashiach will come. But whatever it is, we wish both sides of wiping out the other party. There's a battle between Edom and Yishmael, and until the end of days, these two forces will counterbalance. But what's the greatest danger in the world? The greatest danger in the world is if Esav and Yishmael ever came together, if they ever united. If Edom and Yishmael ever united, they would destroy the world. You can never mix Cain and Hevel together. When Cain and Hevel come together, they destroy the world. Esav is Cain and Yishmael is Hevel. 2 times in history, Edom and Yishmael get together, and those were the 2 most dangerous moments in the collective history of the Jewish people. When Esav and Yishmael come together, it brings destruction to the world. If you want to know, what would the world look like if the Western world and Yishmael ever got together? Auschwitz, that's what it would look like.
Maybe.
Man, you know, that's why they want the division. That's why they're funding the division. That's why you got people like Tommy Rubenstein, Mayor Tusi, and all the little silly puppets. Even Mongabitch.
Oh, we don't talk about him.
No, I just said Mongabitch. Yeah, Ishmaelites and Muslims, yeah.
Oh, bad tweet.
Bad tweet?
Yeah, that guy getting arrested in his house. Did you do a bad tweet or something? Yeah, one more down.
No, he pierced his daughter's ear.
Oh.
No, his son's ear. He pierced his son's ear without a license. So they arrested him like that and said he resisted arrest.
Yeah, we do it with an ice cube and a pin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was in Washington County.
Oh.
The prosecutor eventually dropped all charges. But they turn up four-handed.
Yeah. I remember that, yeah.
What's he saying?
Are some of these topics getting a little uncomfortable, America? Like Venezuela. He had to do it. They had to do it. There was so much drugs and they were getting so powerful. They were oppressing their people so hard. I guess it's very hard for Trump to do this here in America. Like very difficult to arrest people that need arrested here in America. But I guess it's super easy to go do a regime change in a foreign country with resources and money, or 40 trillion in debt, and time and bodies that we don't have. But it's not war. I guess dropping bombs on other countries is not considered war anymore. All to install potentially this person who is a Zio plant, Bibi Netanyahu.
I would like to thank Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of the State of Israel.
I promise we one day will have a close relationship between Venezuela and Israel.
I myself look forward to visit the State of Israel as soon as we conquer freedom. We will prevail.
And I can promise that our government will move our Israeli embassy.
Now does it make sense why this visit happened? For some strategic planning.
As soon as we conquer freedom, that was good.
Yeah.
2026 gonna be fun, huh? Yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, 2026.
Are some of these topics getting a little uncomfortable, America?
It's already fun, isn't it? Why am I going up? I should be going down. She had something to say, but she forgot when she was saying it. She forgot she had a menorah behind her.
All right, be right back.
All right.
You know there'll be a 3,000 post about you tomorrow, don't you?
Yeah. Definitely.
In Venezuela, who really knows what's going on. Hello everybody, David Clues here. So obviously an unfolding situation in Venezuela, who really knows what's going on. But once again, the involvement of the United States of America. But let's just be very clear. The United States of America is not run by Donald Trump. It's not run by the Republican Party. It is run as a Zionist-occupied government. It's run by Wall Street. It's run by Hollywood. It's run by the central bank. So that's who's really making the decisions. Larry Fink, Jamie Dimon, Bill Ackman, these kinds of people. You had Netanyahu over at the White House, at Mar-a-Lago for New Year, celebrating, then all of a sudden this happens. And here's the thing. If you believe in sovereign independent nations, how can you be supporting this? How can you be saying, oh yeah, base, let's deal with the commies? Do you even know what you're talking about? So many people are, and they're showing their true colours, and they're always doing these situations. Because again, this is very, very simple. There's no such thing as American imperialism. There is Zionist imperialism. And that Zionist imperialism causes the open borders. It shows the scenes that we saw over New Year. That's what we're all fighting against. So people need to waken up fast, because look what they can do when they want to. That's why they don't stop the boats. That's why they don't close the borders, because they don't want to. That's their policy. They want to destroy the West.
Yep. Yep, Emperor Clues.
Last night, there were some riots in Tehran and in
in the city of Qom, where I do live in Iran. These riots are taking place typically at night. Numbers, as I mentioned to you, are limited. They're trying to make the confrontation very violent. One person was killed last night in Qom. As per the reports, he had a handmade grenade in his hand that was detonated, and that resulted in his death. And yet we're looking forward to see how it's going to be stopped or, God forbid, spread. My own analysis, if you ask me, I don't think it's going to be spread. It's not going to be spread. As I told you, it has totally changed from Israel and last week's early days, protests to the, economic condition. Now it's like a bunch of thugs trying to make riots and unrest. But one important thing I have to point out is that this real strength in Iran is not its security forces or its police and armed forces. It's not the real strength of Iran. The real strength of Iran is its people. And when it comes to the turn of the people, you see how powerful Iran is. And that's exactly where so many analysts from outside and so many people who are trying to analyze Iran from outside Iran, either they are so-called Iranians or non-Iranians, are mistaken. The power of Iran and the power of the Islamic Republic of Iran is rooted in the people who are devoted to the cause, and are the same people who are suffering because of the sanctions and because of the economic condition of Iran. They are not any oligarchs, they are not any elite people. They are grassroots people living in the same condition and same situation, but they are ready to sacrifice. They have decided to sacrifice whatever they have for the cause of Islamic Revolution of Iran. And that's the real strength of Iran. Don't forget that. Wassalam.
The petrodollar is actually a device invented by Kissinger and Nixon.
U.S. President Richard Nixon sent his Secretary of State and National Security Advisor, Henry Kissinger, to Saudi Arabia for a secret meeting.
That meeting took place on a battleship called the USS Quincy, and very few records were kept of that meeting. But Roosevelt promised the King of Saudi Arabia weapons and protection in exchange for the United States to have the exclusive right to develop oil from Saudi Arabia using dollars. Meaning, if countries wanted to trade the most important commodity of all, oil, they needed to get their hands on dollars. And from that point on, oil would be priced in USD. And if a country tried to get their hands on oil without using dollars, that country historically needed more freedom in their lives.
The petrodollar is actually a device.
Oh yeah, that was the Irish one, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh yeah, he's been living in Somaliland. Yeah, he wrote a thing. Yeah, that's right. Phones from arrested rioters had a video of a woman giving instructions on how they should act when caught. The woman, clearly a foreign intelligence agent, tell the rioters in the video, if you've been arrested, don't think it's the end of the line yet. You still have time to protect yourself, especially now. Given his statements as a confession, such as, I came to protest high prices so the government would hear our voice, are important. If they tried to link you to a person or people outside the country or claim that your confessions were coached or trained, deny it as quickly as possible. Say that you hate the traitorous expatriates whose true colours were exposed during the 12-Day War. Say we're not without a homeland, we're only protesting the high cost of living, and strongly insult the expatriates. If they mention any names, say you never heard of them. Also, make sure the wallpaper on your phone is a photo of Qasem Soleimani or Khamenei. I know it's hard and you don't like it, but you have to do it. We have to play their game, just as we can't tell who among the protesters is an agent infiltrator. They, Iranian police, should be able to tell either play by the rules. That way, at worst, it's 10 days of detention and that's it. Remember, nothing can be done for Iran by so-called heroes abroad or by those in prison. Preserving your survival and your safety is more important than anything else. There's a video on a mobile phone saying all that. What's she saying? I can't remember.
Of course, the countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua with Russia relationships. Why this region matters with all of its rich resources and rare earth elements. You've got the lithium triangle, which is needed for technology today. 60% of the world's lithium is in the lithium triangle, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile. We just have the largest oil reserves, light sweet crude discovered off of Guyana over a year ago. You have Venezuela's resources as well with oil, copper, gold. We have the Amazon, lungs of the world. We have the 31% of the world's fresh water in this region too. I mean, it's just off the charts. We have a lot to do. This region matters. It has a lot to do with national security, and we need to step up our game.
Huh? She's saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
The history of the Jew and African Americans, they always use us against each other when it's mostly doing them all the
like the NAACP, the bad history between Zionists and African Americans.
People don't realize who brought the slaves to America. They were Jewish ships.
First, as the vast majority of slave ships that crossed the Atlantic was actually owned by them. And as they were top of the shipping, they also had top priority as first customers. And they were so involved in the slave trade and the slave auctions that if a slave auction actually fell on a Jewish holiday, it was postponed. Then later in American history, most African-American civil rights organizations like the NAACP were created by and led by Zionists such as Joel Spingarn, who actually worked in military intelligence. He was a military spy. He was one of the founding fathers, and they named the NAACP Merit Award that they give out every year after him, still to this day. That's right, the NAAC Merit Award is not even named after a black person, but a Zionist. And black people were not even allowed to lead in the top position of the NAACP until decades after it was created in 1955 by Roy Wilkins. And still to this day, all African American civil rights, all their organizations and all their movements are not allowed in any way to be anti-Semitic. Not just in civil rights organizations, but even in black media. BET, Black Entertainment Television, the entire black music industry, all the movies, all the sitcoms, that is all Zionist owned, and they profit off on that too. No one but your own people should own your media. All of African American media belongs to African Americans, and that should be handed back to them. With Zionist control over the press and education system, Zionists only portray black history in a very negative way, constantly reminding them that they were slaves and nothing else. Most black people don't even know of all the great achievements they've had in the past, even that they were the pharaohs and leaders of the Egyptian empire in the last 200 years of the empire. And go ahead, look up the black pharaohs. There's many statues in history about that, but most African Americans don't even know about that. A positive history can be productive and motivating to a people, and they're depriving them of that, only keeping things strictly negative. The BLM movement itself had co-chair directors Susan Rosenberg, the one who made sure that everyone was a highly trained Marxist and who was directing their money and their politics. And just like the NAACP, they were only maneuvering them around for their own benefit, hijacking other people's civil rights for their own benefit and motivations. Once Joe Biden won, BLM just kind of disappeared, didn't it? Is that a coincidence? No. And police brutality under Biden actually increased, which was the number one thing that BLM was motivated about. But then all of a sudden, they don't want to mention that anymore. Zionists hate all of us. They use all of us against each other in one big giant political chess game. Don't ever fall for this. Everybody, don't be tricked, don't be ruled, and don't be controlled by them. See who your real enemies are. And keep exposing the truth and exposing real history too.
Oh, the Polish again. Polish are mad.
Stand for a moment of silence in memory of the victims of the Holocaust.
Let's pray for the victims of the Jewish genocide in Gaza. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for praying for the victims of the Jewish genocide in Gaza.
We will stand for a moment of silence in memory of the victims.
Gotta love the Polish, haven't you?
Yep.
Ah, this is funny, this is.
Were Israelites really white?
I've been saying this for ages, haven't I, about suntan cream?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Were Israelites really white?
This is me, 20 minutes being in the sun. I don't think Ashkenazis are from sunny areas. I don't know. What do y'all think? I don't know. Somebody tells me that my ancestral DNA is not from Palestine. I don't know. Something about, I don't know, maybe.
I don't care what you think. The Hebrew Israelites were based Aryan Chads. White power.
Let me ask you something.
No!
I know you know the story of Moses from last time.
I don't care about last time, boy. Moses was white. We was Israelites.
Exodus 4:6-7. As a powerful sign, Yah told Moses to put his hand on his chest area, and when he pulled it out, his hand turned white as snow.
Wait! God just made his hand more white. Huh?
So you mean to tell me that Moses, a white man, had his white skin turned more white as a powerful sign?
Shut up!
You know what? Maybe you're right.
Yes!
Maybe white is right.
Yes!
Let's prove it.
Finally, you're making sense. We can prove it.
Sure we can. Hebrew slaves were in Egypt for centuries working outdoors 12+ hours a day under extreme heat in the African sun. If whites were Israelites, as you say, wear no suntan lotion, wear no hat, strip to your shorts, and stay in the Egyptian sun for 12 hours a day for just a week.
Well, we're not in Egypt.
I have plane tickets.
This is gonna be too easy. Just watch.
See you in a week.
1 hour later. 1 hour later.
It hurts.
1 hour later.
It hurts.
1 hour later.
Does anyone else smell that? It smells like
2 hours later.
Just as expected. I was going to tell you that white skin is in the Bible. You were right. It's called leprosy. Your family and friends will call you a liar for knowing this truth. So I have forged an arsenal of the 10 most irrefutable proofs the Israelites are black. Comment facts to get your copy now or click the link in my bio.
I played that, haven't I?
Iranians are protesting against the rising living costs. Their inflation is hovering beyond 40%. These are actually legitimate economic grievances. And even Iran's own president and the government have acknowledged that there is a need for relief measures to address these issues, and they're happy to talk to the demonstrators. Many of these protesters are not actually opposing the state itself, even though if you were to watch mainstream news and media, you would think that was the case. In fact, these demonstrations have been hijacked by a small number of actors, whether they're paid or they've been deceived or just useful idiots, intent on converting economic protest into violent, uncivil unrest, thuggery. Public buildings, police station, government buildings have been set on fire. And any state in the world has the right and the authority to restore order and stability. You see, at the heart of Iran's economic crisis is actually decades of US and UN
What's Max got to eat?
punish actually the ordinary Iranian.
That's a big old 1-inch thick pancake with half a cup of maple syrup on it.
Oh, handsome.
And those aligned with it. To cultivate the useful idiot, like I said earlier, on the ground, who will rebrand economic anger as an anti-government uprising. It's absolute nonsense. The Western political classes are not interested in reform or relief. They are openly invested in forced leadership change. They want to install a Western puppet, a Shah from the Pahlavi monarchy dynasty. But let's just get very honest about the real underlying issue here. Iran's crime, according to the West, is defiance, as we've seen in Donald Trump's incitement to war. Iran is one of the few states in the region that refuses to kowtow to America, to kneel to US hegemony. And for that refusal alone, it is endlessly sanctioned, destabilized, and targeted. The Western political class is concerned isn't for Iranians. It is about power, hegemony, power of the economic dollar, the power of taking over other countries' resources. That's what drives this hysteria, along with a dollop of Islamophobia.
Mm. The mafia birds nest, most of the mafia were Jewish.
Public that the mainstream media won't tell you. If you've been watching Iran this week, you already know that something huge is happening. It started on Sunday, December 28, with protests regarding the
She's Canadian.
collapsing economy and the financial crisis, which quickly sparked into anti-Islam, anti-Islamic Republic, pro-revolution, and pro-Shah demonstrations that have rapidly taken over the country. Over the last 6 days, we have seen nationwide strikes by merchants, university students joining in, violent security crackdowns by the Islamic regime terrorist forces, reported deaths, Islamic regime officials attacking Iranians attending funerals, and mounting international attention, especially after President Trump gave an explicit warning to the Islamic Republic that the United States would intervene if the Islamic Republic does not stop murdering innocent Iranians. Events are still rapidly unfolding, but right now I'm going to walk you through exactly what happened day by day in the first 6 days, starting from December 28 until January 2nd. I'm also going to give you the important context from the Iranian perspective that you're not going to get from mainstream media or non-Iranian commentators. The immediate backdrop is the Islamic Republic of Iran's economic downfall. Inflation has skyrocketed to over 40%, and the rial, which is the official currency of the country, has collapsed to a historic low of 1.4 million rials to $1.
Yeah, but why is it collapsed? Why is it collapsed? Something to do with America, isn't it?
Keep in mind, in 1979, when the Shah of Iran was still in power and before the Islamic dictatorship occupied Iran.
Can't bother listen to her.
What's happening in Venezuela, Jimmy wants to know.
America dropped seven bombs on there and a few helicopter firing. I'm supposed to have kidnapped Monduro, but nobody's had any proof of life yet. And his wife. There's been some crappy videos, some doctored photographs. Cool, he says. Oh, that sounds interesting.
Zuckerberg's like, nah. These two guys in the 20s took over this network and created Google. It's the same thing as, the government spends billions of dollars building a highway, okay? And then you come along and say, I'm going to build a toll booth. Same thing. Why were they allowed to do that? But not only that, but now they're slowly building their own underwater fiber optic network. So they're basically privatizing this network created by the American military. Yes, I understand they're spending their own money to build this network, but it's the American military that spent taxpayer money to do the R&D for all this, okay? That's where the real value is. Mark Zuckerberg, guys. Look, he's not that smart, okay? And look, the other thing is, he was 19 years old, he stole this idea from his Harvard classmates, and then he got billions of dollars from venture capitalists to start Facebook. Where did he get this money? Facebook is not a great idea. Right? Social media, great. But I mean, I could also start a social media company. You could start a social media company. The other thing is, Yahoo at one point offered this guy $1 billion to buy Facebook. We'll give you $1 billion. That's a lot of money, right? I would have taken it, but Mark Zuckerberg's like, nah, I wouldn't know what to do with the money. That's retarded. Why did you start Facebook in the first place but to make money? So you have these 3 questions. First of all, why are these people giving him money? He's just a 19-year-old guy. He's a Harvard dropout. That's all he is. No experience, nothing. Second question is, if you're someone who's that young and you succeed so much, you would suffer from hubris, from ego. You make a lot of mistakes, right? The guy's never failed in his life. The third thing, of course, is I understand why Amazon, Google, and Apple are successful, okay? Apple has Steve Jobs. Google controls the world search. Amazon controls buying things, right? What does Facebook do? It doesn't do anything, right? So how can we explain why Mark Zuckerberg is so successful? Well, there's actually an explanation. This, guys, okay? It's all part of it's possible, okay? I'm not saying it is true, but it's all part of the grand conspiracy to create an AI surveillance state, which is what Pax Judaica is. This guy, okay? They look exactly the same. They are the same. They look like clones of each other. No personality, no ideas of their own. They're just robots. How did they become so successful, right? And
the American government had a military communication system very much like Facebook that stopped operating on the day Facebook started operating.
Right. Yeah, that was set up by the CIA, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's CIA operation right from the beginning. And they just put Fetus Boy up there as the front man.
Yeah. Same as Elon.
Yep.
Elon was put up there by them. You know, same as a couple of big inventors. You know, they invented something that was already in the pre-world.
Yeah.
You know, and Trump's father, he got all Tesla's patents.
Yeah.
Or grandfather, either the grandfather or the father got all the patents.
Well, it was his uncle that went in there, right? And gathered it all up.
Was it his uncle? I knew it was one of the Trumps.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it was his uncle.
Yeah, and every now and again they have a good look at something, and then they go, "Oh, you're our next candidate. We're going to make you the great inventor." Yeah. And now you're going to invent this, you know. I used to show a channel. What, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before our time.
Yeah, DARPA spent years developing Facebook. Well, not Facebook, the precursor to Facebook.
Yeah.
You know. And they passed that over to the CIA to use. And then the CIA said, hey, let's release it on the public now.
Same as the CIA created cryptocurrency.
Oh, yeah. Straight out DARPA, too. Yeah.
Yeah. There was two CIA operatives. And, you know, crypto is all reliant on the web.
Blockchain.
It's all reliant, and it can be switched off. But how many blockchains have they got left? They haven't got many blockchain left, have they?
I'm not sure. Blockchain runs inside each individual person. So there's that many.
Right.
Blockchain architecture is like a sigil that runs in the human body.
Right.
Well, I'll catch you fellas later.
All right, then, mate.
Okie dokie.
You take it easy.
All right, bud. See you later, chat.
Yeah, funnily enough, the symbol looks like the VW symbol.
Yeah.
That's what the blockchain architecture looks like in a human being. It's just a signal path through the body.
Right.
But, yeah. Makes it secure.
I did save a video somewhere on blockchain, but I can't remember where it is. Whether it was on Telegram or whether it was on Twitter.
Yeah, I wish they'd wish they'd tell people what the Bitcoin computations are for. Those are for human activity and recognition. So they're all focused on human behavior, human thought, human movement.
Was it the FBI, Jimmy? Was it? I thought it was CIA.
Yeah, I guess the FBI do some things. They're not very good, though. They're kind of bound in country, though, aren't they? Right? So the FBI has to stay in the country and the CIA's goes all over causing trouble, I think.
Right, so yeah, so the CIA cryptos were spelt with a K, and that was uncracked codes highlighting intelligence and secrecy. These aren't crypto in the blockchain sense. The CIA's actions involve classic cryptography. So was it 2 FBI men then, was it? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you are right, Jimmy. Yeah, Operation Token Mirrors. Yeah, the FBI set up the covert cryptocurrency. Next Fund AI. Operation Token Mirrors. Satoshi Nakamoto, which is a
group of people.
Yeah, pseudo name. Yeah, they did Bitcoin.
Yeah, they also did blockchain.
And that was the CIA.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, all these Bitcoins that people are trusting in, they can be switched to digital dollars just as easily as anything. All they have to do is the government just says, you run this program now. You're on a digital dollar.
What's he say at the end?
That's why, guys, makes no money, but at the same time, they get trillions of dollars from investors to build data centers, okay? And these data centers allow you to make really nice pictures and videos online that do nothing, okay? Why is all this money being spent except one day to create a surveillance state, okay? That's what makes sense. The idea that these things exist so that you can play on the computer makes no sense. But these things exist in order to one day have complete control over what you do, what you think, and how you behave. That makes sense now, okay? Pax Judaica.
Have I shown you electronic ESP?
No.
Oh, yeah.
In the 20s, took over.
I'll show you that. Hold on.
All right.
Let me find it. I did a whole show on it because, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Think of the implications of what they're proposing here. I want to talk about your surveillance state. Yeah.
I'll drop this one. Oh, I should have played that one. All right, you're there.
It's just a 3-minute video, but very impactful what they present here. Let me get my headphones on. You can listen to it all the way through at first, or you can pick it apart right from the beginning. Up to you.
Listen to it first.
Alter ego gives you the power of telepathy, but only for the thoughts you want to share. With alter ego, you talk just like you normally would, but without making a sound. Let me show you how it works. We all have moments when inspiration strikes and you want to save an idea before it slips away. You can now capture those instantly without lifting a finger. For example, just gonna see if that synced. Oh yeah, awesome. Alter ego has tiny cameras built in and can make sense of the world around me from my perspective. Here, I have a postcard. And when I find something interesting, I can point to specific parts and ask questions about what I'm seeing.
That's Europa, who represents Europe shaking hands with America to celebrate the first transatlantic telegraph cable.
That's cool.
Okay, reminder is added to your notes app.
Awesome. You can get so much done with alter ego, but I want to talk about how it changes communication. This is where it gets really interesting. Alter ego works with your other devices, but it also works with other people wearing an alter ego. It feels almost telepathic.
Where do you want to get lunch after this? Thai food could be good.
It doesn't matter where Arnav and I are. It could be a noisy environment or a quiet office. Having a direct conversation is possible without saying a word. The signals alter ego detects aren't affected by environmental noise. So even if you're walking past a wind tunnel or a construction zone, what you want to say will always get across. It's like having infinite noise cancellation.
If you're traveling, your silent speech can be converted into any language. So Scott, how's my Mandarin?
如果我来上海的话，希望你能带我转转。मुझे आपको शंघाई दिखाने में खुशी होगी। मैं ऑल्टर ईगो की मदद से आपको हिंदी में एक यात्रा सुझाव दूंगा।
For all of human history, we've built tools to extend our abilities, but we never perfected the tool and the interface to extend the human mind. Alter ego gives us that, a way to communicate at the speed of thought. We believe this is the beginning of that future, where technology is no longer an external box we carry, but a natural extension of who we are. Thank you for being here with us today at the beginning of that future. You can visit us at alterego.io to sign up for early access.
What the fudge, man?
Isn't that something? Can you imagine the ways they could use it, that this could be used?
That's just wow.
at the beginning they say alter ego only reads the thoughts that you want it to. No, that can't be true.
Absolutely not.
That can't be true. So, yeah, so it links you with your devices and other people, and it's got.
I mean, I was sitting there listening to it, and all the time I had loads of different thoughts coming into my head, and it was like, well, would it start typing half of those thoughts?
Could.
As I was asking it a question.
It could.
Now.
Yeah.
There you go. Now,
yeah,
so
he had a thought and it wrote it down, right?
But is it fake or is it real? Because how did he think it? But then all of a sudden it prints out on like the background. Yeah. So is it completely fake?
Which part?
Well, like he thinks something.
Yeah.
And then it types it out. It typed out on the screen.
Yeah. Well, he's spent a lot of time training on that.
Right.
So it's used to his brain waves.
So
it's reading his brain waves, and printing them out. Yeah, that's what it's doing.
Well, that's it, Blunt. It's the thought police, isn't it? That woman got arrested, didn't she, for silently praying?
Well, yeah. See, this is where, something like this, if you're demanded to wear something like this, say, like, what about for criminals, right? You put them on people that have committed violent crimes, and if they have thoughts of committing violent crimes again, you'll know it, right?
Yeah, because it's easy to do a lie detector and pass a lie detector test.
Yeah.
It only takes a bit of practice to pass a lie detector test.
Yeah. But if they've got your thoughts tracked 24/7,
yeah, that's just mad.
Like you couldn't evade that long.
No. It's like your mobile phones listening to things, your modems listening to things, your TV's listening to things. You got fridge freezers with cameras listening to things and telling you what you're running out of, reminding you while you're out shopping whether to get milk or not. Your washing machine, even my washing machine, I can run my washing machine off my mobile phone.
Right. And he wasn't even talking about an AI assistant in that.
No, I know.
That's the next step, right?
Yeah.
And then add some glasses, augment the world.
See, if I've loaded the washing machine up and everything else and then forgot to press the play button because I've answered a phone call or start button because I've answered a phone call or whatever, then jump in the car and drive down the road and then I go, oh, bollocks, I never put the washing on. I can put the washing on from my phone.
Yeah. Now you just think it.
Yeah.
You don't even have to interact with your phone. You just think it.
No, the phone connects straight to your own broadband, and then the broadband connects to your bloody washing machine and tells it to start.
Yeah.
And like through your phone, you just choose whichever program you want it to watch. The same as your cooker. If you've got smart capability, you can turn your cooker on.
Yeah. Yeah. Your heat.
Yeah. Yeah, turn the heating on. Yeah, hour before you get home.
Yeah.
So you just have to think it.
Yeah.
Warm my house to 25 degrees.
Yeah, you'll be connected to the fridge, stove, and furnace, right?
Yeah. Can you imagine if you think something, oh yeah.
We're getting into the world of magic here. You just think things and they happen, right? I think it's pretty amazing technology. I can see how it could be used in a wrong way, but for what it can do, it's pretty cool.
I'd like to see more proof of concept so that I know that they're not bullshitting me.
They got a different version as well, a portable version. But yeah, all they need is enough data for it to be out on the market. Really,
right?
The data set's about the only thing that can hold you back.
And how much are they selling it for?
I don't know. I haven't looked into that. I don't know that they're selling it yet.
Right.
You can sign up for early access, they say. So they're probably still in development a bit, or production. I don't know where they are along the lines.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be signing up for that.
I know a lot of people will.
Yeah.
Really popular product, especially if they combine it with Google Glass. Glass, you can augment the world, just in stuff, work all your devices, work the internet. Yeah. No, you can have total immersiveness. I think a lot of people for that.
I suppose it'd save a lot of people wearing the goggles.
Yeah. I think they'll add the goggles too, so you can have an augmented world.
Yeah.
Change everything to everybody looks like Vikings or something,
That's mad as poo if it works.
Oh, it does work. I've got papers on fMRI, reading, writing to the brain. They've already that's been conquered. It's just the individual thoughts. They need the data for that, and enough of it so that they can make a generalization, and most people's brainwaves will fit into that pattern. So, yeah.
It's like you can have a telephone conversation. You mention stupid words in that telephone conversation, and the next minute, Google's showing you everything, or something else is showing you everything on your mobile phone.
Yeah.
Notifications through, or you click on a website, and then on that website, it's got adverts, and there's the thing that you were just talking about on the phone.
Yeah. Yeah, people have been saying too recently that they're thinking of things, not talking about them, not searching them, not discussing them with anybody, just thinking of a thing. And they go, like this is at work. It happened to a couple of the kids there. And they go into the lunchroom and the phone's got what they were thinking of.
Yep.
So I don't know how far they're getting with this stuff. That could be predictive algorithms too,
Yeah.
But pretty accurate if it's predictive algorithms for what you're going to purchase, and downright invasive if it's what you were thinking,
Yeah, Blunt, me and you would definitely be arrested. Tyke's already doing life.
So yeah, that's an interesting and somewhat disturbing new development coming up to the market. So.
And where's that being developed? He looks Indian.
I think it's in the U.S., but he's Indian. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's plenty of Indian people in the U.S. now.
I mean,
raised in like New York or somewhere around there.
They always were like computer wizards, weren't they?
Yeah. Well, they like hacking,
Oh, there's been plenty of hacking lately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why there wouldn't be.
Yeah, they've hacked quite a few people. Netanyahu, one of Netanyahu's closest aides got hacked.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the one problem I have with the new future they have planned is it makes human beings very hackable. That's the problem with it.
Mm.
Right now, the stuff they deployed from COVID-19 is immensely hackable.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's not good. And if we don't, if we don't keep up in the AI arms race, you'll end up with like countries like China, just like hacking our systems and hacking us. Take down a country in a second. Just take out all its people. Just do it electronically through the wireless networks. Sure, countries are already working. Oh yeah, you won't get parole, Rob.
Nah, Tate won't, not with his thoughts.
No. Have you redeemed yourself and rehabilitated?
Hang on a minute. I just seen a Maduro video, right, where they're coming into the airport that Michael was talking about, right?
Yeah.
So all the other photographs show him in a grey tracksuit and handcuffs. Now he's got black tracksuit bottoms on or black trousers on and a blue sweatshirt.
Are they pulling the old switcheroo on us again?
Yeah. So how come? What? And where's his wife? Because his wife's supposed to be with him as well.
Yeah, that's what they said, right?
Yeah. So if let's just show it a minute, because that's just stupid. Because you'd expect to see him in the grey trackie, wouldn't you?
Where's he gone? Valhalla, maybe?
Nah. New York Stewart Airport. I don't know. MS now? The briefing?
In what looks like maybe a gray or blue.
So, what do they need all these coppers for?
That's a lot of cops.
Yeah. So how come?
Sweatshirt. We saw him a little bit earlier on the image that the president posted, blindfolded and hand.
That's got to be AI. I mean, how come it's so blurred?
Yeah.
Did somebody blow on the camera lens or something?
And everybody's all looking in one direction?
Yeah.
Handcuffed, and it appears maybe he's still blind.
Wouldn't security be looking outward?
Yeah, I mean, you'd expect at least these all to be looking.
He's no threat, right? He's no threat.
No, what's this all blurred up here?
Something fishy.
Well, we know that AI can't do shadows, so.
Yeah, not very well, no.
Shadows don't look right, do they?
Not really.
Blindfolded in a gray sweatshirt, which would likely come off as blue, given the daylight.
The shadows have stopped that. They're all clubbed together.
This is not looking good, eh?
Maybe a gray or blue sweatshirt. We saw him a little bit earlier.
People disappeared too. Like, why are they all just going in there?
They're facing that way. Why has their faces got white on them? Why are their faces luminous white?
Everybody else on the bottom left there look like ghosts.
Mm.
They look like they have ghost faces.
Now, this one here, its shadow is that way.
In what?
Unless it's just a stain or something.
Yeah.
Looks like maybe a gray or blue sweatshirt. We saw him a little bit earlier on the image that the president posted, blindfolded and.
Hang on, man. They all look like they've shit themselves when they're walking as well. You look at the way they're walking.
They all got pretty much the same gait too.
Yeah, they all look like they shit themselves.
In what looks like maybe a gray.
Very in unison.
Yeah.
Saw him a little bit earlier on the image that the president posted, blindfolded and handcuffed.
Yeah, they all got the same little bit of a limp, kind of.
Yeah.
And it appears maybe he's still blindfolded in a gray sweatshirt, which would likely come off.
Yeah, they all stepped down in a crowd at the same time, pretty much.
Given the daylight scenario, the lack of daylight over there. Again, Ambassador Bolton, who is behind the push? Who really wanted him out? And then number two, was there ever a plan for day two?
Well, I think the problem in the first term, a lot of the president's senior advisors wanted to work with the opposition to overthrow Maduro, who had stolen the 2018 election in Venezuela, just like he recently stole the 2024 election. Our problem was that trying to keep Trump's attention to it.
They have got a couple of different light sources there.
Yes, but that was a big oil stain on the floor as well.
In what looks like maybe a gray or blue.
Has Maduro got white socks on, or is his foot glowing white?
In what?
Looks like they got him in a straitjacket.
Yeah, but you see here, look, you see the white. In a minute, it gets brighter.
Yeah,
looks like
he's coming up to the doorway, so it's pretty bright.
Yeah, but why would nothing else is showing up white? His other foot isn't showing up white. Why is that white there? You see it?
Yeah. We're wearing reflective tennis shoes.
So that one there's got a phone in his hand. That one, so the bright white is a phone. I don't know what that is. Must be a fucking great phone. That must be.
Tablet.
So his arm there is there. So he must have a phone in his hand. This one here's got a phone in his hand.
Yeah.
Right. But he ain't. Maduro ain't got a phone down there, has he?
Maybe a gray.
What is it?
Maybe a gray or blue sweatshirt. We saw him a little bit earlier on the.
So that look like a piece of toilet roll stuck to his foot. Strange.
The image that the president posted, blindfolded, and it appears maybe he's still.
Yeah, it looks like a real video.
You think?
Blindfolded in a gray sweatshirt, which would likely
But, you know, that could be anybody.
given
You can't see any detail.
scenario, the lack of daylight over there. Again, Ambassador Bolton, who is behind the push? Who really wanted him out? And then number two, was there ever a plan for day two?
Well, I think the problem in the first term, a lot of the president's senior advisors wanted to work with the opposition to overthrow Maduro, who had stolen the 2018 election in Venezuela, just like he recently stole the 2024 election. Our problem was that trying to keep Trump's attention to it.
That must be some super bright white light in there.
It is, yeah.
But then look at his right leg, and then look at his left leg. Where's his and his leg? How's their legs different thicknesses?
I don't know. That could be due with the lighting.
In what looks like maybe a gray or blue sweatshirt. We saw him a little bit earlier on the image that the president posted, blindfolded and handcuffed, and it appears maybe he's still blindfolded in a gray sweatshirt, which would likely come off as blue, given the daylight scenario, the lack of daylight over there. Again, Ambassador Bolton, who is behind the push? Who really wanted him out? And then number two, was there ever a plan for day two?
Well, I think the problem in the first term, a lot of the president's senior advisors wanted to work with the opposition to overthrow Maduro, who had stolen the 2018 election in Venezuela, just like he recently stole the 2024 election. Our problem was that trying to keep Trump's attention to it.
I don't know.
Well, that could be anybody. You know, you can't see the face at all. So. Could have Epsteined him. He's probably hanging out with Epstein at the moment.
What are they saying here? Born on the 7th of October and urged Netanyahu to send troops to her country. Who's the Nobel Prize winner? Who best trumped to it? So, born Venezuelan opposition Maria Corina Machado snatched what Donald Trump desperately wanted, the 2025 Nobel Prize. For months, Trump had made no secret of his desire for the prize, tweeting, speaking, and basically declaring to the world he alone deserved it. Nobel Committee, however, disagreed on Friday. The Norwegian Nobel Committee awarded the prize to staunch Israel supporter for a relentless fight for democracy and human rights in Venezuela. The committee praised the Zionist leader for a fair and peaceful transition from dictatorship to democracy. White House officials responded with a mixture of incredulity and indignation. Stephen Chung, spokesman for Trump, insisted that President Trump will continue making peace deals, ending wars, and saving lives. Fucking funny. He added that the Nobel Committee proved they placed politics over power. Who is she? Maria Corina Machado, 58, is an industrial engineer turned opposition leader. Courts prevented her from running in 2024 presidential election by a 15-year disqualification based on her involvement in a corruption plot linked to Juan Guaido that led to a criminal blockade and seizure of Venezuela's assets abroad. She has positioned herself as key figure in the opposition, advocating for democratic reforms while maintaining strong ties with Israel and West. Mercado has consistently expressed strong affiliation with Israel. In 2024, during Israel's attacks on Iran, she called Iran's response unacceptable and voiced solidarity with the occupation state of Israel and its settlers. She has highlighted Venezuela's diplomatic relations with Iran as potential global risk, framing her pro-Israel stance as part of a strategy to strengthen Venezuela's alignment with the West. In January 2025, she thanked Israel Foreign Minister Gideon Saar for supporting Venezuela's sovereignty and electoral situation. Mercado has publicly stated if elected president, she would restore full diplomatic relations with Israel, including the possible relocation of Venezuela's embassy to the occupied Palestinian capital city of Jerusalem. Reports from 2018 reveal Mercado asked Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is wanted now by the ICC for war crimes in Gaza, to consider military intervention in Venezuela. Other reports that she signed cooperation agreement with Israel's Likud party in 2020. Mercado has repeatedly drawn parallels between her efforts against Venezuela's elected leadership and Israel's wars on neighboring countries. Venezuela's struggle is Israel's struggle, she once declared, tagging Netanyahu on social media. Her alignment with Israel has drawn praise from pro-Israel groups and attention from international observers who track Western-oriented leadership in Latin America. In a world where a country committing genocide and attacking its neighbors can still see its allies celebrated with the Nobel Peace Prize, Maria Mercado's win exposes the stark contradictions of global politics. The award isn't just about her, it's a mirror showing how bizarre and sometimes cynical the world's idea of peace has become. She looks like hi Rob, cheers for that, mate. She looks like was it Star Wars? Is it that Star Wars character with the long hair?
Oh yeah, maybe.
And the funny face? Was it Star Wars? I can't remember.
I don't know. I didn't see that movie. I only saw the first three.
Star Wars characters. See, if Michael was here, he'd be able to tell me.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
As it ain't Star Wars. No, I'm looking at Star Wars images. I can't see it in Star Wars.
I wouldn't even know what the character's name is. So I don't know if you know.
No. No, it's not Star Wars. My phone work out.
Analyzing scene.
Nope. Phone can't work out neither. Oh, I can't remember what it is. What the character's called.
Be right
Yeah,
back.
what? All right, movie character.
Yeah, I can't think of her name either. I'm not much help with that because I didn't watch the Star Wars movies. I watched the first three. That was it.
No. You do, Ty. Mind you, you're even pegging tonight with November Man. I can't think what it's called. There he is. He was the evil snake man in Conan the Barbarian. There you go, look. Yeah, she definitely looks like him. There you go, look. That's her. Yeah. How do I show the other screen? I need
Supposed to be able to do split screen now. I haven't tried it.
Need to remove that. Come on, move, you silly thing.
Yeah, James Earl Jones, wasn't it? Was that James Earl Jones?
Don't know.
I think it was, yeah. Let me see.
Mela.
He played, his name was Thulsa Doom.
Right. I see her. I'm seeing. They're very similar.
Yeah. Yeah, you could probably just paste her face right on that, and nobody tell the difference.
Wow.
Yeah, they could be. They could be family.
That'd
be something to look into. They do like their nepotism.
No, it's something. Must be family. Yeah, definitely something.
Oh yeah, that device I showed you. If it can read your brain, apparently the same devices can be used to write your brain.
Can write to your brain as well?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. You can read and write to the brain with fMRI. So yeah, it's kind of opening yourself up to the possibility.
What did they call it?
What is it? Alter ego. Type in alter ego ESP machine, something like that. I've got a few videos, I think, on YouTube.
Yeah, Instagram, Reddit. Was developed at MIT Media Lab. Arnav Kapoor, the original inventor.
Probably just a front man like everybody else.
Mm.
Yeah, here's a little short on it.
Mine tells me that every day.
That's Europa, who represents Europe shaking hands with America to celebrate the first.
It's just clips from the same
What is
video.
alter
ego?
An alter ego
Here's a
is like a
different one.
second version of yourself, a different identity or personality that represents another side.
Oh, they're doing it for anime.
Some people use an alter ego
Yeah.
for confidence, unleash creativity, or face challenges they normally shy away from. Example: think of Clark Kent transforming into Superman. Same person, but a completely different vibe. Why
I
it's
don't know what that is.
So,
Mm.
Oh, well.
Nah.
There's a band called Alter Ego that's messing with my searches.
Nah.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's the video we watched earlier.
Yeah.
All the others are like alter ego searches.
Time as an actor.
Yeah, I got 3 videos, 23rd of September, 8th of September, and it's all the same video basically.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll get it off the ground eventually.
Mm.
It's got government backing. And they want those brainwaves.
Yeah.
Right.
But they need, but I mean, you imagine if they sold, say, 1,000 of them, right?
Yeah.
What computer is going to process all those thoughts? Because you can have 20, 30 thoughts in a minute.
Mm. Yeah, you need some big data centers to store it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Even just to read it all, you need some hell of a server and some hell of a, do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like they can store a lot of information in us, but
you think in 10 minutes how many thoughts you have in 10 minutes, how many things buzz through your head going, oh yeah, I forgot to do that earlier, so I'll do that in a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna do that later.
better to do it with wetware with us, right? Because they could put an AI system in you that can decode and monitor that type of stuff. They can write that to your DNA. They can actually put a computer program on your DNA and have that be the monitor.
Yeah. They only got to put something in your food, haven't they?
Not really, no. with the existing technology, they have to get close to you for a while to do that.
Mm.
But you put a device like that thing on,
Yeah.
they've got full access. I was wondering that too. If now you wouldn't need one, Rob, but it would certainly help. It would
Yeah.
really help the process along.
Well, that's why I said something in your food,
Yeah.
And they could put it in an apple, they could put it in a tomato, they could, they could put
Yeah.
something in that and you eat it
Mm.
instead of giving you the I mean, well, like they wanted to vaccinate all animals, didn't they?
Yeah.
So any animal you eat, you get in the vax.
Yeah, it's for monitoring, right? They can get all your vitals, right? What they want is they get a baseline vital and then they can make changes, right? They do the same with your DNA. They get a baseline model and then they can write to your DNA.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's for, the shot was for health monitoring. So, yeah.
Oh, I got a video about that, Rob. 115 people died.
Where?
Just
in the UK?
No, it was a nursing home somewhere.
Mm.
Where did I say that? Where was it? It had to be on Telegram.
And you'll find too, all the new smartwatches and Fitbits and shit like that. They'll have an LED light on the back that faces your skin.
Yeah.
That's a direct interface. Because light's the best, fastest communication method. Yeah, even the cars now, like they'll straight up tell you it's the data that the car produces that's worth the money, not the car itself. Data is worth more.
Yeah, exactly, Tyke.
Yeah. And they tell you that it'll monitor your sleep patterns too.
And your oxygen levels.
Yeah, REM sleep.
You
can tell the different sleep modes, how long you got REM sleep for. So they're even with those that are monitoring your brain waves. And recording. Yeah. They've been able to turn your dreams into real life movies, eh? That's another. Yeah. I have to get the video for that. That's really cool.
What do they call that? Pneumonia shot? I can't remember what they call it.
Not only do they want to know what your thoughts are when you're awake, they want to know what they are when you're asleep.
Oh, I was only reading it the other day. It's definitely over on this screen, so it's definitely got to be Telegram. Trouble is, I save so much stuff on Telegram. Bookmark so much stuff on Twitter to go back and look at it again afterwards.
Well, yeah, that was that was what RFK said he wanted by the end of the year, was everybody to have a wearable on so that he could do health monitoring.
Nah.
Right? Which, you know, isn't such a bad idea. It just depends on who's monitoring and what they're doing with it.
Nah.
Hello, dirt diggers.
Hello there. No, Spain says no to any Israelis as well.
Not taking any visitors?
No.
Tourists or nothing?
Mm.
Wow.
Thailand's been kicking them out.
Hmm. So we can add to the number of countries, right?
Yeah.
Why does this keep happening?
Mm.
Sorry, that was my best Seinfeld.
Yeah.
Why do the Jews keep getting kicked out?
Isn't it? Why, oh, why?
Is it because of our big noses? You must just hate Jews.
You're all anti-Semites.
Yeah. That's what it is. Didn't we play victim hard enough?
Mm. Yeah. If they didn't have the fucking Holocaust to try and fucking fall back on all the time, what else would they have?
Nothing. And they probably wouldn't have a country. Because people would have gotten upset about them taking over other people's land.
Mm.
like normally happens.
There you go. I found it. I found it.
Nice.
A very good friend of mine works at a retirement home, and the health department came in one day and administered the flu shot to all residents. The very next day, the health department came back and gave the residents the pneumococcal vaccine. Within 2 weeks, 37% of the patients died. Please warn your loved ones, and if any one of your family members, talk to nurses and have it posted in their charts, or get them a medical bracelet. P.S. The pneumococcal vaccine is said to be a 4 strain, and yes, please share this story. This is under investigation, as it was reported. I cannot share other details. This is a heads up. more than 100 senior citizens die after receiving this flu shot given by pharmacists. Health providers and senior citizens receive 2 different brochures about the flu shot, with key information missing on the latter. As it happens, every winter, the marketing push for receiving the flu shot continues. CVS is offering 20% shopping pass when you get the flu jab.
Yeah.
They're also marketing a high-dose vaccine, which, of course, more profitable than for the manufacturer and the pharmacy. But there are plenty of reasons to worry of it, especially for seniors. Fluzone high dose is an injectable vaccine specifically approved for people aged 65 and older, manufactured by Sanofi Pasteur. This shot contains 3 flu strains and 4 times more antigen, substance that causes an immune response, than regular flu shots, claims CVS Pharmacy. Rite Aid also offers it and admits that more studies are being done to see whether it actually offers an improvement at all. The pharmacy does admit that the vaccine is not recommended for anyone who has experienced an adverse reaction, especially Guillain-Barré syndrome, to vaccines in the past. But between their marketing campaign and promoting a 20% shopping coupon, they admitted a vital piece of information. 105 seniors died after it. And that's done by Dr. Judy Mikovits, Health Secrets.
Oh, yeah, I know her. Well, I've seen her before. Yeah, just line them up and knock them down, eh? 2 poisonings in 2 days, yeah. Wow.
A large data center has come under scrutiny after residents in nearby communities reported unusual clusters of rare cancers and miscarriages, prompting health investigations and public concern. While no definitive causal link has been established, experts are examining potential factors such as electromagnetic exposure, noise pollution, chemical runoff, diesel backup generators, and heat output. Data centers consume enormous energy and operate continuously, often in residential or semi-rural areas. Scientists stress that correlation does not equal causation.
Yeah, that's...
There you go.
That could be like a counter to people. Like it could be being used by them to show how safe it is. But it not only could it be the electromagnetism from the data center itself, which I think is doubtful, but it could be the programs that they're running. The new.
I showed a video ages ago, and it's in some part of America.
Yeah.
I'm sure it was Tesla, and all the turbine generators that they were using.
Yeah.
And the amount of pollution and all those people in that place or living in that town, they were all getting seriously.
Yeah, you'd have to be close to it. You'd have to be within like I'd say around a little less than a kilometer. You'd probably be in range. These clusters less than a kilometer? Probably.
What was it under? Oh, I can't remember. It was definitely YouTube. I played it on one of my lives ages ago.
Yeah. I haven't seen any independent studies on the data centers.
Mm.
I got independent studies on wireless towers and stuff. But seeing as they're fairly new, it'll take a while. But yeah, you can just get an EMF meter and just run up to the thing and see, you know. If it's emitting a whole bunch of radiation, then yeah. Yeah, I'm more for terrain theory type. Yeah.
There you go. NBC News. More Perfect Union, that's the one I played. NBC News have now reported on it as well. You've got Mark Zuckerberg's one as well.
His what?
His data center.
Oh. Yeah, his is probably really well insulated. If it's anywhere near him. Synthetic minor operating.
Bear in mind, all the governments want to build these.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, every government will.
Yeah.
Sometimes the most shocking corporate misconduct is hidden in plain sight, invisible to the naked eye.
What is happening here will swallow our world if we don't stop it right here, right now.
Looking back, there was an early clue that the world's richest man was up to something here.
It's just like, why is Elon Musk coming to Memphis?
The people of Memphis soon found out.
Now Elon Musk is coming to Memphis to build the world's largest supercomputer.
A year later,
We here because we need this.
people here want answers.
It's a job of the health department to protect our lungs and not rush like they went to XAI to see that they had 35 gas turbines operating and polluting our air.
We went to Memphis and found an environmental crime scene. Musk's data center burning enough methane to power a small city with no permits and no rules.
Hey?
I'm just laughing because, yeah, it's typical. No safeties, cut corners, cut corners and safety to make it work and make it cheaper,
Well, these here, all the generators. There's hundreds of these generators. And he reckons that most of them are only backups, but when they visited, I think they were all running.
I have not seen anything like this. We believe they've already violated the Clean Air Act.
As Musk helps dismantle the very federal agency that's supposed to protect us against pollution like this.
There is no way to miss how this is a coordinated strategy.
What does Memphis reveal about the future Elon Musk wants for us all?
So the mission of XAI and Grok is to understand the universe.
In 2023, Musk founded XAI to produce and sell artificial intelligence.
We want to understand the nature of the universe so we can figure out where are the aliens, what's the meaning of life, how does the universe end.
Its main product is Grok, an AI chatbot that he's incorporated into Twitter, or X. Musk was entering the race to dominate the AI market, but he was arriving late, years after competitors like OpenAI and Google had begun training their AI systems. So in Musk's mind, he had to move fast.
We went to the data center providers and said, how long would it take to have 100,000 GPUs operating coherently in a single location? And we got timeframes from 18 to 24 months. So we're like, well, 18 to 24 months, that means losing as a certainty. So the only option was to do it ourselves.
Been waiting for this moment. I am pleased to announce that XAI's Gigafactory of Compute, the world's largest supercomputer, is to be located in Memphis, Tennessee.
Musk dubbed the project Colossus, after a movie about a supercomputer that becomes sentient and assumes total control of the world.
And so...
Well, AI is coming, you know, everybody's using AI.
Yep. The more you use it, the more you train it.
And that's it.
Everybody's training it.
Human beings, we all directly and indirectly live in the shade, but not the shadow of Colossus.
When you think about the computational power that it will take to put humans on the surface of Mars, that's going to come from the Gigafactory of Compute they call it.
Why? They freaking put us on the moon with a Casio calculator. Why the fuck do we need AI for that?
Yeah.
Fucking bullshit.
And they managed to telephone the fucking moon with a fucking CB radio. And then put a telephone in somebody's hand to pretend that they're speaking to fucking space.
8 minutes communication, but live time played. They could talk right back and forth.
Yeah. How many years later, I can't even ring downstairs to my next door neighbour because I live in a fucking granite building. And I got fucking concrete floors.
We were told that by the company. And so it required speed and power.
It's announced as a done deal.
Keyshawn Pearson grew up in South Memphis.
A billionaire and his organization is coming to our city, and we're just finding out after the land has been purchased, after the project has been approved by certain officials, right, who did know.
This is huge. This puts the word out there that Memphis understands operating at the speed of business.
As a community, we're trying to reach out to people and understand what is XA.
It bloody died to Reddit, did all that gas.
Yeah. All the electricity burnt it.
Yeah, exactly, Rob. Uni burst. Yeah.
Yeah. He built it without us even knowing that it was being built.
We had to watch this over X or Twitter. Brent Mayo, Elon Musk would tweet often about where they were in the progress, how fast things were moving.
To train an AI system, a data center requires an enormous amount of electricity. The question was, where would the power come from?
Most companies, when they come to the city of Memphis, they plug into our power grid. That's what you think would happen. Why would this be any different? Unfortunately, we learned because it is a billionaire's corporation, it would be a lot different.
XAI made a deal with the local electric company for 150 megawatts of power and agreed to build a new substation to help meet that demand. But Musk's ambitious plans suggested he would need much more power than that, and fast. Soon, people started to notice some unusual structures outside the facility.
I drove out there, and the first thing I did was hear the turbines. You can smell it as well. Such a disturbingly unique smell.
From the road, Keyshawn and others could see a row of machines.
They build those down the road from where I work.
Hey?
They build those down the road from where I work, or very similar ones.
Yeah, solar systems.
The generators, the gas generators, and the data centers. Yeah. They all come in modular units.
Yeah.
You just roll them in on a truck.
Or emergency operations. Mobile gas turbines.
I have never seen portable turbines used like this.
Patrick Anderson works on air quality cases for the Southern Environmental Law Center.
We know that these kinds of generators require air permits. And so right off the bat, we started filing records requests with the local Shelby County Health Department. Do you have an air permit application from XAI? And they came back and basically said, no, we have nothing to hand over. We also filed records requests with EPA to see what they had. They also did not have details on what is on the ground out there. Nobody from the regulatory side, the health department, the city, EPA, has told the public or us really one iota of what's actually operating out there.
To figure that out,
I mean, they're massive.
For us, really one iota of what's actually.
There you go.
Yeah, they're a wide load truck. They're all wrapped in white plastic when I see them.
Yeah.
Operating out there.
Well, that's a double trailer.
Yeah.
And the fifth wheel there.
To figure that out, Patrick and his team hired a photographer to capture the data center from above. The images revealed far more turbines than anyone knew about. 35.
I couldn't believe it. I was absolutely stunned. How do we not know about this?
According to XAI leadership, the turbines are not being used and are not connected.
Under pressure, XAI claimed it was using less than half of those turbines.
I've talked to the XAI leadership team. There are 35, but there are only 15 that are on. The other ones are stored on the site.
Well, first off, these are expensive. There's a turbine shortage nationally. You don't obtain these turbines and put them on site if you're not intending to operate them.
So Patrick and his team sent the photographer back out with a high-end thermal camera.
What we saw, 33 of the 35 were very clearly operating.
The turbines were capable of generating about 420 megawatts of electricity, enough to power around 300,000 homes.
They've built a power plant out there. And they've done it overnight, no air pollution controls, quick and dirty, no permit.
I mean, what you've done with the cluster in Memphis is incredible. Just in a handful of weeks.
Any given thing can be sped up. Like whatever the speed is being done, it can be done faster.
This is the largest AI cluster in the world. This place is absolutely amazing.
That is like superhuman. I mean, Elon is singular. Building a massive factory in the short time that was done, there's only one person in the world who could do that.
And this entire supercomputer is built to power rocks.
Be a shame if that caught on fire.
Wasn't it just? And that's all just to power rock.
We were given a tour at XAI, looking at the facility. Very impressive, very exciting for Memphis. Their commitment to the community is remarkable. It's unique in my experience.
Joseph Goffman has worked on air pollution issues for decades. Until January, he ran the EPA office that regulates air quality.
Most companies that I've dealt with go to great lengths and spend a lot of money to make.
Remember, Trump removed this when he came into office, didn't he?
Yeah, he took off all the regulations, right?
Yep.
So, and you know, Elon's.
Yep.
It's a government thing, so they're going to scratch their own backs and make it happen.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind it on vehicles when they got rid of the cats and when they got rid of DPS and shit, but then most trucks are still running DPS anyway.
Yeah.
And he was supposed to remove AdBlue not long ago, wasn't he?
Make sure that the day they turn on their operations, they're also turning on their pollution control equipment. That's a given. For a company to do this, it's treating the people who live there as if they don't count.
I like to open my windows early in the morning to breathe the fresh air, God's given air, not the air that man want to give us, but God.
Easter Knox lives just over a mile from XAI.
I really wasn't getting the fresh air. I was getting that pollution that was mixed in with everything.
You know how you light your stove and that gas seeps with the little ticking noise? That's what it smelled like.
Alexis Humphreys grew up here, 1 street away from Easter.
When I smelled it the first time, I was asleep. And it
It's hair red.
Yeah. Free electricity in the air goes after the respiratory system first, too, as well.
woke me up because I thought gas was seeping in the house, but come to find out, we come outside, and all the neighbors was outside trying to figure out what's going on.
He was an ordinary dad, full of joy, full of jokes.
Last year, Alexis lost her grandfather, who struggled with a respiratory illness called chronic obstructive pulmonary disease.
Oh, there you go.
Man, I know COPD well, I do.
Yep. Yeah, for me, that's why I started wearing silver-lined shirts, is because in the winter, the electricity passes through the air much easier and it goes straight to my lungs. So I started getting an ill feeling in the winter. So I started wearing silver-lined shirts. Cleared it up, no problem.
All right. Well, I'm drinking mullein herb tea.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which has reduced a lot of mucus.
That's good.
Yeah.
I get a lot of mucus because I smoke pot.
COPD.
COPD is a breathing condition, but you don't get it unless you smoke cigarettes. And my granddad didn't smoke cigarettes.
No, you can get it. You don't have to just smoke cigarettes just to get COPD.
Yeah.
You can get it from work, spraying, mining, loads of different things you can get COPD from.
But every 3 weeks or so, my granddad was going to the hospital. He would have to get breathing treatments. I have asthma, bronchitis. My mom have just bronchitis, and now my granny has it.
You got diabetes too.
Yeah.
Diabetes happens a lot because of wireless radiation, especially to South American women for some reason. They get the worst of it.
Your whole world is.
Yeah, but remember 2020, there was a certain shot, and like before that, they kept pushing everybody to do DNA tests. And all the DNA tests all went to a certain country. And then they knew everybody's DNA, and they were testing certain things on that DNA to see what the reaction was. And all these people thought, oh, I'm going to get my ancestry checked out. Meanwhile, supplying their DNA and their details with their DNA.
Yeah. Well, my wife still wanted to do that. I talked her out of it.
Somebody else has just tried debunking that image. Just had a notification come up on the screen. The Florella in Moscow.
What's it say?
No, that's all up.
It's collapsing down.
Well, where's my mouse gone?
Yeah, they're going to have all kinds of health problems from that.
Breaking. Trump shares alleged image of Maduro aboard USS 2 Jima. That no bullets were fired to take Maduro out is telling from what I've been getting. There had to be knowledge and deals made, but plans put in place. Syria comes to mind, but some thoughts on Venezuela. Well, in this photograph, he's covered in blood. His shirt's all covered in blood. Hang on a minute. Let's stop that screen a minute and share this one, seeing it's just come through.
I gotta go do class in about Got about another 5 minutes.
Now look.
Yeah, what's up?
Where's all the blood come from?
And I don't think the guys that were taking him into that building were dressed like that, were they?
No.
No, not at all. So this is probably all CGI. They said he was wearing a sweatshirt. That's a dress shirt with pockets.
Yeah.
I don't believe this at all.
What does it say?
He's got blood on his shirt, but there's no blood on his face.
Yeah. Russia was reported to remove diplomats 12/23, the 23rd of the 12th, but denied this. China was there 2nd of the 1st, and attacks began shortly after. I find it hard to believe that neither country was aware of what was coming. Not a single shot was fired to capture him. No Venezuelan air defense. I find this odd considering Venezuela was and remains now ready to defend sovereignty.
Huh.
There was a deal based on the fact that Delcy Rodriguez remains at the helm and Bolivarianism remains.
They do have an Air Force, okay.
Eh?
They do have an Air Force, do they? Venezuela?
I'm not sure whether they had Air Force, but I know they had air defenses because I showed one of their air defense trucks blown up.
Oh, okay. Something.
From what I know about Venezuela and having seen the people support Maduro, I find it impossible to believe the easy capture of Maduro was not discussed beforehand as a way to avoid more bloodshed. Whether Maria Corina Machado takes over or Trump thinks he can impose his will on Delcy. There's no way in my mind this wasn't discussed and that some are in favor of transitional government. I also think there was an internal betrayal in some aspects. This is US intervention 101. Impose US sanctions to weaken and destabilize, create psychological propaganda online and mass media to increase positive perspectives towards a push for regime change, infiltrate and create divisions internally to push for more moderate US control. Well, that's exactly what they're doing in Iran, isn't it? Take out the leader via a deal or forced invasion, take over weakened government via appointing a new puppet or creating chaos via civil war, overtake affairs and engage in resource extraction. By the way, to a multipolar world, sycophants. This once again proves that means nothing for anti-imperialist countries deemed expendable. Neither China or Russia will get involved. This isn't World War III. They will condemn as they have an advocate for the UN to say something. Yeah, Russia have already said they're going to the UN. What's the fucking point in going to the UN? UN's fucking useless.
Right.
Alliances have occurred, but not in the superhero villain versus hero universe some of you reside in. It's much more like a Game of Thrones where no one is innocent and the people suffer for the greed of the political ambitions of the power. Trump on Chinese delegation that met with President Maduro hours before the US military operation. I don't know anything about that, but I have a very good relationship with Xi, and there won't be a problem. They're going to get oil. We're going to allow people to have oil. That's Trump. Iran's been warned because they're next, and the thing is, the so-called multipolar world would benefit either way. As some have mentioned, I also believe that the Strait of Hormuz is a major part of this. No matter what China will need supply of oil. There's a lot more at play. Yeah, true.
Well, I got to take off. I got class.
All right, mate.
Thanks for having me up. This was fun. Good info.
Right on, mate.
Have a good night.
Yeah, take it easy. Cheers for coming in, and Happy New Year to you and yours.
You too. Happy New Year.
Yeah, that's right. Pig piss. Blue shirt, white shirt. Yeah, grey tracksuit. It's all mad as poo, isn't it? Mad as poo. Yeah, I showed videos of the Chinooks and everything earlier on. Yeah, it's all mad, isn't it? Mad as poo. Right, so we go back and finish the end of Elon's pollution.
And it's frightening.
Easter and her husband have also developed COPD. What does it feel like?
Feel like you're fixing to die.
The area around XAI leads the state in emergency department visits for asthma. Memphis has one of the highest rates of toxic air releases of any American city, and many of its most polluting facilities are in this neighborhood.
Elon, what he did with Memphis is objectively somewhat dirty, but he's also doing it in an area where there's like a bigger natural gas plant right next door and like a wastewater treatment and a garbage dump nearby, right? And he's obviously made the world a lot more clean than that one data center.
In just 1 year, XAI has blown past existing polluters.
They are emitting somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 tons of NOx. I'm an air pollution guy, so I deal in those numbers all the time, and that's larger than anything else in Memphis.
Gas turbines like these release three main types of deadly pollution: nitrogen oxides, formaldehyde, and fine particulate matter. Nitrogen oxides combine with other pollutants to form ground-level ozone, which causes and worsens asthma and COPD. Formaldehyde causes cancer, and particulate matter, airborne soot, can pass through your lungs and into your bloodstream, causing heart disease.
We use formaldehyde for your body when you pass away. That's how they were finding all these blood clots, because they inject your body with formaldehyde.
Today because we've been to too many funerals. We've shown up today because we've cried too many tears. We've shown up here today because we're tired. And we have an expectation of the people that we elect and put into place. We expect them to do what is in our best interest. Not of Elon Musk. And what we're saying is that stops now.
In April, hundreds of people came to a high school in South Memphis to talk about XAI.
Welcome to the new generation of environmental justice. Stop being a coward and say no to this permit. Today, get a backbone because in Memphis we don't bluff. Period.
In January, the company belatedly applied.
I didn't understand the word that she said then.
For a permit to operate 15 of its turbines for 5 years.
I'm going to invite a representative up from the applicant XAI, Mr. Brent Mayo.
that's the first time that XAI has publicly addressed the community in any way.
I understand. People did not want to hear the statement, but again, XAI is committed to meeting the highest standard for emissions. XAI is going above and beyond the required emission control. To that, thank you very much for your time.
He immediately left after reading his script. It's extremely disrespectful.
It's time to start telling the truth. The truth is that XAI, who just ran up out of here, they have no controls that prevent air pollution or decrease air pollution in their factories. None.
Hey up, Moody, mate. Yeah, me.
To date, local and state authorities have taken no action against XAI. Running turbines without permits or pollution controls is also a violation of the Clean Air Act, which it's the EPA's job to enforce. But to date, the EPA has done nothing, and Elon Musk is doing what he can to keep it that way.
Yeah, but America took the Clean Air Act off, didn't they?
Musk has helped the Trump administration place strict limits on the EPA's budget as part of President Trump's broader project to radically reshape the agency. Trump's EPA has begun what it calls the biggest deregulatory action in U.S. history.
To fulfill President Trump's promise to unleash American energy and give power back to the states.
It eliminated the EPA's office that assists heavily polluted communities like South Memphis and canceled billions of dollars of funding for addressing pollution.
So you've slashed already $22 billion in grants, but you used Doge, if I'm not mistaken, to take down your head count?
It's been great. The people working on the Doge mission are EPA employees. What they provide to me are recommendations. I have found that working with Elon and Doge has been fantastic, a big help to our efforts.
In March, the EPA announced plans to roll back over 30 air and water quality standards, including protections against fine particulate matter. The new head of the agency describes promoting the AI industry as a core part of the EPA's mission.
It's about unleashing energy dominance, making America the AI capital of the world. And the EPA can't be restrictive of that. We can't be suffocating it.
Making America the world's AI capital means prioritizing a massive expansion of data centers, and hundreds of them are now under construction.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Levi.
With Trump's EPA backing that effort, there may be little recourse for the communities downwind.
XAI comes from a culture of Silicon Valley. That culture is go fast and break stuff. Break them.
A week after this hearing, XAI announced it would reduce the number of turbines it's running at Colossus over the next 2 months, but it's also dramatically expanding.
I'm happy to announce that XAI is increasing their footprint.
It's building a second larger data center.
Oh yeah, we've already started work on the next cluster. Yeah, about 5 times the power.
Where its construction permit application indicates it's considering using between 40 and 90 gas turbines and enough electricity to power 40% of Memphis.
So we're not like stopping here.
In February, during an XAI product launch, Elon Musk gave the closest thing to a public explanation for what he's done in Memphis.
Well, we needed a building, so we found an Electrolux factory in Memphis. That's why it's in Memphis, home of Elvis. And also, I think it was the capital of ancient Egypt. Then we needed power, at least 120 megawatts at first, but the building only had 15 megawatts. So we initially leased a whole bunch of generators. So we have generators on one side of the building, trailer after trailer of generators until we get the utility power to come in. You know, it's like interesting. It's not like, oh, we just magically made it happen. You have to break down the problem just like Grok does for reasoning.
XAI did not respond to questions for this report.
What's happening in Memphis, that is Elon's vision.
Mr. President, all systems are activated.
Congratulations, Dr. Corbin. It's a marvelous achievement.
Thank you.
A technocracy to be able to do whatever he wants, whatever he chooses, to experiment, to kill, to destroy the environment at the behest of his machines. What that will amount to is a plantation economy for the rest of the world. A desolate wasteland of data centers is to follow.
Thanks so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this, be sure to like and subscribe to our channel to get more.
Yeah, exactly. Tight. Yeah. Clean air. Act. It's all a movie, folk. We're all actors. I think Chat GPT, you have to pay for Chat GPT, don't you? You get so much of it free, and then you have to pay for it. But who was it? That Urban Roots. He had me using Grok fact-checking stuff, didn't he? And then when Grok proved that I was right and he was wrong, he got well miffed about it. Yeah. I don't know. What I do know is bloody 4 o'clock in the morning. I think it's time to go to bed. Oh yeah, it's definitely bigger than we know. We're just the slaves. Shut up. Go and earn a living. Struggle to live. Be a slave to the taxman, a slave to the government, a slave to everything. And then watch the big wigs in power go and destroy other countries. Because they want more oil. Or they want more minerals. How did he buy all those GPUs at the time as well? That's a hell of a lot of GPUs, isn't it? I think NVIDIA's taken a knock type. I ain't got any computer. I ain't got any computer here with NVIDIA. We've seen what Israel did with pagers, and Palantir had to go over to Israel to set the pagers off, and they had to fly out from London because they're all in London. Ford about to fly to Israel to set the pagers off. What do you think? The NVIDIA factories in Israel. One day you're sitting there live streaming or whatever, watching YouTube, and all of a sudden the computer blows up next to you. Scary stuff. And we know it's not tinfoil hat stuff because they did it to the pages, didn't they? Your phone blows your balls off, or your ass if you got it in your back pocket. Well, it's like the new Samsung phones, isn't it? The new Samsung, is it the new iPhone as well? It's coming out with a spy program already built in, and you can't switch it off. It's coming with an Israeli program, and then there's an app in Play Store and Apple. There's an app, and if you accidentally download that app because you think it's something else, it installs something in your phone anyway. And it's got access to everything. So everything you use your phone for, banking, blah blah blah, it's got access to it all. Access to all your passwords, your fingerprint, the lot. I think it's bedtime. Too much yawning now. Yeah, bring back 1980. I'll go and dream about it, Tyke. You could only go back. I was at school then. Yeah, and the ZX81, and the Amiga. Amiga 500, wasn't it? And all the programs are on a cassette. And then later on, they I think the first Apple, I think the first was it the first Mac, or one of them first came out with a floppy drive, didn't it? And then everybody else put the floppy drive in. But you used to get your internet. You used to get your internet on a floppy drive. You install the internet on your computer via a floppy drive. You used to get a magazine in the newsagents. Ding, 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 ding. Ding, 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 ding. Remember all those funny tunes that used to play? I think one of my old computers here still got a floppy drive on it. Right, people, I'm going to piss off to bed. Catch you all later. And if there's anything you want me to play, write it in the comments when I finish the live. Don't forget to hit the thumbs up twice on the way out. All right, I'll catch you all later. Take it easy.